I am going to be working on my game like Rogue. You might say to yourself, isn't that just a roguelike? Yeah, but it's also a game like Rogue, because our game like jam, Rogue, is a game jam about making a game like Rogue, which is different than a roguelike, although it isn't at the same time. Welcome, hey Tarek, hey Frank. So I have been working on Procedural Gen, particularly. I started it last Friday. Is it really as a roguelike? I started it last. I guess that would be like further removed, though, right? I started it last Friday, and the concept is kind of weird. I'm not doing like a traditional kind of way of my proc gen. I'm doing it my own special way. Because I'm a very special person. And so what I am doing, if you imagine this is the grid, is we are iterating through every single cell in the proc gen, boop, 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 going right down the line, boop, 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 just like that, right? And it's going, and so what I have right now is this grid, and you can see it right here. I also made a character. Boop, 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 boop. It also boops. Look at that little character. I guess I don't have to use the grid. I guess I can be like, doot, 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 doot. There you go. I do have kind of a concept figured out here. I did forget to play it. Yes, we got to do it today. We have to do it today. Well, I was trying to play it later in the stream, and I was like, Derek, are you here? And you didn't say anything, so I was like, well, I guess we missed it. You got to let me know if you're leaving, so that way I can, well, I guess don't let me know if you're leaving, because then I shouldn't play it. Anyway, yes, I feel like it's going to be a great break at some point. We must. I actually have it open already, Derek. I've already got it ready to go. See, it's right there. It's right there. Hey, what's up, Vosti? Welcome. Vosti made a cute video, by the way. I say cute because you have a cute avatar and you're just adorable. And it's about static variables in Godot, and I really liked it, and thank you for sharing it in the Discord. So here's what I want to do, okay? I want to make the room spawn. So this just looks like a grid that's just slapped on there, but it's not. It generates. It gets generated, I promise you. In fact, we can resize it. So let's say I want the width to be 10. I'm going to clear it. Now it's a 10 by 12 grid. Let's see, I want it to be 10 by 5. Clear it and reload it. And if the character can go outside the grid. Because really, I don't want the character to bump into the grid ends. I want the character, also, hey Quam, welcome. I don't want it to bump against the grid ends. I want it to bump against collisions. So that will get set up eventually. Comment duck pie if you yes, yeah. What Quomes, what Kasei said, another cute name. What Kasei said, if you're watching this on YouTube later as a VOD, comment duck pie. Okay. So this does generate itself, and what I wanted to do is another pass. So this is like, it's a glitch. There's one pass that it does to lay down these base tiles. Duck pie, Vince, welcome back. All the way down, that's one pass. And then the next pass is what I want to work on today. I would love to even have a couple passes, but you know, I can't push myself too far because sometimes I get too ambitious and I stay here for 12 hours. So we're just gonna say I want the rooms to spawn. What am I talking about? Okay, so in Rogue, there are these rooms, right? I'm actually about to go to a new level right now. Okay, so let's go, let's go down these stairs here, right? This is Rogue. And if you go to the jam page, it's right there on the jam page. Oh, I spawned right on top of the staircase. And so all of these rooms, they're not quite visible yet, but as you explore the dungeon, you fight enemies and they start to reveal themselves. So you start to see all these rooms. This is what I want to generate because I'm making a game similar to the original Rogue. I've got some different ideas. I was planning on keeping as absolutely close to the original as possible, but of course I couldn't help myself and I have some other ideas. So we'll see how that turns out. But definitely for the most part, it's going to fundamentally be similar. But so then you got these things here. This is like a dark room. This is a light room, right? So that's something else to think about. Like, well, what tiles, you know, is that like a different kind of tile? Is that just like a setting? So there's a lot to think about, but I don't care. I'm thrilled. I'm excited. These are the rooms I want to generate. So anyway, here's my idea, right? So we iterate through each of these, and it's going to have some, I don't know, percentage, some calculation. I don't know. It's gonna decide, should I be a room or not? I don't know. Now the rooms, okay, this is where it gets crazy. My idea for the rooms is that they're going to be 9 tiles big. So 3x3, a 3x3 section, which is kind of crazy because I just don't know. It's going to be weird. So let's say it skips that. When it comes here, iterates here. It's like, you know what? I'm going to put a room there. Bam. So it slaps down a room. It's going to need to slap down a room on 3x3 branching out from that point, which means I'm also going to, in order for those to create themselves, I'm going to want it to say, okay, I've checked this one, I can put a room there. I'm checking this one, I'm put a room there. And then this one. And it's going to just keep doing that over and over again until all 9 of those are filled out. So I need to have a function that also does that and crawls that. So it's kind of weird. So now what if it gets to the end here, near the end, and it says, oh, I'm going to put a room right there. Bam. What does it do? A couple different things. I could say that, you know, when it hits this one, it says, okay, I'm fine with this. Hits this one, okay, I'm fine with this. It comes here, it's gonna say, nope, can't do it. There's no thing there. One of 2 things could happen. Either it just skips it, comes to this one and puts a room there, puts a room here, skips that one, does this. What's up, Alex? But I was kind of leaning towards it just doesn't. If it gets to this point and it thinks about putting a room there, it's just gonna say, never mind, I'm done. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what I want to do, really. I kind of think, Lee's, that's the wrong approach. I think you should have it fill it out as much as it can. That's my opinion. Because then I have the option, because let's say we come down here, we get all the way down here. If I'm saying if it gets to the edge, just cancel the whole operation, then I need to make sure that the height is exactly divisible by 9, or we're going to have a whole gap down here, right? Because it's never going to be able to put 9 at the bottom. So you could also have a different rule for the bottom versus the top. So I don't know. So anyway, that's what I want to do. It's going to go through, it's going to make decisions about where to put a room, and it's going to slap a bunch of rooms in there. That's what I want to set up. Now, this doesn't get into doors, walls, paths. That would be another pass. I don't know that I'll get to a walls pass today, but I like to try. The walls pass will check to see, am I surrounded by rooms or walls? If I am, then I am not a wall. So here, it's got a room above, left, right, blah, blah, blah. So this is not a wall. But this one is not surrounded by rooms. So it says, oh yeah, I'm a wall, right? And it would come through here, I'm a wall, I'm a wall, I'm a wall. This would all be considered walls. So this is sort of what I'm trying to set up, is this, we already have a function that iterates through every single cell along the way. That already exists, and it can check stuff, and it can look for certain things, and it can have certain functions or not. So that's what I'm going to build on, and hopefully we'll see if these occur. So the way I'm going to do this is by creating a tile, and we want to see if that tile gets stamped and replaces these blue ones. That is the idea. Speedy, welcome back. How you been? Good to see you. So, yes, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit here for the next several hours and do some game dev. Co-work along with me. Let me know what projects you're working on. I'm always interested to hear about that. And that's about it. If you're watching on YouTube and you wanted to be reminded about hitting the thumbs up button, this is an opportunity if you want to hyper smash that thumbs up button. If you're watching on Twitch, you're doing the great thing. You're watching. All I'll say is prime subs. That's all I'll say. Happy brain time. Yes. So, okay. So the character is a brain. Okay. So first of all, what's the concept? So my game is going to be a mini game, actually, within another game. Because the last Game Like Jam topic was Tamagotchi. And for that, I made a virtual pet game. And virtual pet games very much thrive on mini games. So I'm gonna put this mini game inside of there. Let me show you. I know that sounds a little weird. Just trust me. It's gonna make sense. It's gonna make sense. How is it going to be a roguelike? It's gonna make sense. It's gonna make sense. Because in this game, you have a talking cat. It's amazing. What? Cats can talk in this game? Yes, they can. And so you make social media content about that talking cat in the game. Social media content. It's like fake, right? It's just mini games. So you will make videos of your cat. And really it's gonna be a Pokemon Snap mini game, right? So it's a cutie posh pie, and you're gonna record that cat. Again, Pokemon Snap, so maybe depending on how happy the cat is, if you get a good shot, it'll be a certain score for that. And then this is still a work in progress, but you'll come over to your computer. This is just an example game that I made like a year ago in a 1-hour jam, where all that I did was took that game and I ported it directly into here. So I've got that process down. This is literally just another separate game onto its own. Imagine this is editing video clips that are scrolling by. I don't know. I'm gonna try to adapt it into that. That's what my roguelike's gonna be. So it's gonna be a program you click on in this fake desktop, and then you open it up, and what are you gonna do? You're gonna write a script for your video, so you can have the video make more money, which you can use to buy more stuff for your cat, is the idea. And that's why it's a brain. That's why it's a brain, because I want the rooms to be like mind map boxes. You know, mind maps where you like draw like boxes and then you connect the boxes. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so imagine like this is a box, and then we've got another box, and then you can draw like arrows between them. That's gonna be the concept for this game, is these kind of mind map situations, and you're going to be navigating those as a brain, coming up with ideas. So that's kind of where it gets weird, right? Because it's like, are you fighting ideas, which I'm imagining being like little light bulbs or something that you like battle against, and then if you win the battle, then you unlock a new idea, and it helps you get further in having the best possible script to make the most money from your video to buy stuff for your cat. Now, there is something weird to me about fighting an idea. So I kind of have this weird idea that maybe it's an idea of my own that I'm battling. Maybe you chase the enemies. So instead of the enemies coming after you, you chase down the enemies and they run away from you. And so you've got to catch the ideas and then, like, you know, flesh them out so they become a good idea, which is possibly going to be complicated. Not like, you know, code-wise, but in terms of like a balanced, interesting game. So we'll see. But for now, I'm not going to worry about all of that stuff other than the fact that we have a little brain character. I'm not going to worry too much more about it. Let's just get this set up. So guys, I want to also say, this is a stream where I actually don't appreciate help. I don't want you to tell me how to code things. I don't want you to point out what's wrong. I want to find out for myself. I love making mistakes. I think in the era of the chatbot, I've sort of become a little, I've come to realize that getting the answers from others doesn't help me learn. So I'm gonna struggle through it. That's part of it. I'm sure you'll see ways I could do things better, but I just gotta do it the way I'm gonna do it. But as always, I love hearing about your own processes and the way you like to do things. So feel free to share that with me. But let's get to it. Let's see if I can put together what I can. Wish me luck. Thank you. How do you make a computer? How do you make a computer in a computer? Yeah, I mean, just like you make a game in a computer, you know? Just like you do anything else, except it's a computer. I know you're kidding. Sorry, my autism makes me just be like, literal question. Now I give a literal answer. Yes! Hey, Stone! Yay! I love getting to share, doing everything, for making a game. It's just like, brings me joy to share it with you all. Thank you for being shared with. Speedy is good. Let's go! I'm doing good too. We eating ducks. Someone grab me a plate. A turducken. That's probably somewhere on the menu is a turducken. So if you do like ducks, you're gonna have to also like turkey and chicken. It's just part of the menu that was given to us. Maybe one red block, give me 1 second of video, and you get paid based on the length. Oh, interesting. And if you miss one, you lose retention score. I love that. I love the language of posting on social media. That's really funny. Retention score. Okay, I'm gonna remember that one. That's a good tip. VMware virtual. Oh yeah, yeah, true. Zero Godot knowledge wasted if you can't help. Yeah. Well, but please don't help. You know what I'm saying? So like, you're good. Please don't help. Literally, if you did, I would ban you. I would just instantly ban you. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even think about the fact that Pepe is a member and has been supporting this channel probably longer than anybody else. No, I would just ban you immediately. So consider your lack of knowledge actually a good thing. It protects you. We teach rocks how to think. Excellent description of computers. You've written to Bexy multiple times. I have this lovely hammer. Oh, insane! It's like I'm ready. Thank you, insane. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. Let's see if we can do this. You got the big dumb. You got the big dumb. I don't buy that. First of all, you know what else will get you banned is talking bad about yourself. I know you're kidding, but come on now. Come on now. You have to be nice to yourself. All right, let's get this going. Welcome, Ruff. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna review how I generate the tiles so I can make sure I know that in my brain and I can move forward with my new ideas. Oh, the cat is now off camera. Come here, buddy. Come back. Come back to us. Come back to us. So currently we store data about tiles. These are the different tiles. The never, I don't know if I'm really going to use never. Never's more of like a theoretical tile. Potentially someday if I need to, like, if there's some like array or dictionary that needs to have some placeholder in it that represents that there's not a tile there, I'll use never. There's an empty tile, which is, I guess that's, again, another one that's more theoretical than anything. So not sure what I think about that. And then the base tile. These are the real ones. So these are actually here on the board. These are our base tiles. They aren't rooms, they aren't enemies, they're just base. And they could turn into, like, so in Rogue, you'll see, if I go back to it and load it up again, there's just like darkness, right, around the levels and the paths and all that kind of good stuff. So I feel like those base ones could turn into the darkness. You can load if you want. I would be okay. I would be okay if you load. Okay, so that's, we got some. All right, no problem. You know what? Just take your time. Oh, there it goes. So here, if you look, there's all this darkness out here. That would be the base. So in theory, I would make the base be something like that. Whatever. I don't know if it'll be darkness. Maybe it'll be like clouds. I think that would be really cute. I don't know why. I just like the idea of clouds. But that's what these base tiles are. So there's base tiles, room tiles. That would be, see that those green dashes? That would be a room tile. Hello, darkness, my old friend. You don't gotta know it all. It's okay to just know one or the other. Whoa. Wow. You have a big swirly space. You need a heavy rock on a string. You have a big swirly space. You need a heavy rock on a string. I don't know what these words mean, but I find it poetic, honestly. FOV/obscured tiles. I would like to. Yes, Vosti. 100%. Not today, but what I'm thinking, so I don't see if I can come across any here. What I'm imagining is it's like a property or something that is, whoa, true or false, maybe? That was some paths. And if it's true, then the tiles in the room, because I also want to save rooms. So I want to create an array. I actually should probably, let's even do that. So for level data, we're gonna skip over to this for a second. I have this giant level data array. Oh, maybe that's where I should put it. Because I think right now, level data is, let's see, level data just has all of, I don't know what it has. It's an array of 24 with dictionaries. So this is definitely each tile. There's 24. I guess that's for each column? Is that each column? That must be each column, because it's 12 by 24. Right, so it's 12 rows and 24 columns in each. Yes, I think that would be different. I think that'd be different. So I would say here we could have room data. I'm just basically trying to sort and store as much information as possible. But so what I would plan to do with that is whenever a room is formed, store a per room bunch of information, right? And so one array would be room 1, another array would be room 2, and room 3, and room 4, and then those would sort of, if they had that property of it's a dark room, then all of the non-wall tiles, so it could iterate through that room array and say which of these, in fact, it probably should be like a dictionary, right? And that dictionary can contain info like, so this is kind of how I've been doing it. So this would be like the example dictionary that would spawn, and in this case, this would be room content type, room content data. I don't know if we need content. I feel like we could just do room. We don't have types. Yeah, no, we'll say room data type, and then it could be the array, which would just be an array of rooms, of arrays of each room's cells. And then I don't know how much I care about the tiles. I think the only thing we need is that, and then, for example, you know, darkness or something, right? And then that could be a Boolean whether it's a dark room. And then if it is, it could make sure that it iterates through its array, finds the ones that are not walls, and turns them into ones that are dark sometimes. I think that's how I'd probably handle it based on the system that's set up. Well, great. Now I've got that a little in place. So then I'm actually going to make this filled out just to give you an example of how this is a little, again, ahead of what I was showing and what I was working through, but it's okay because we're going to circle back to it and you'll see. This is basically going to be for each room, it's going to have this data in the room dictionary. And this is like the foundation of that dictionary that will then have data put into it and filled out within it. Basically, pretty much. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. We can drop frames. Who cares? I don't need those frames. What do those frames do for me? Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay. So, let's get rid of all this. That is null. Couldn't find type dictionary in the current scope. Oh yeah, so dictionary cell content type, that's going to be different. This will be room data type, and then we'll do the same thing. Room data type dot darkness. We can say false by default. So that would be kind of how that gets set up. See you later. Hey Ray, welcome. Welcome. I'm kind of glad you asked that question. Now I got a little more filled out. Think you were going to tackle FOV. What a poem. Nice. It was in response to I have dumb. I have dumb. It's a big swirly space. I need heavy rock on a string. Okay. It's, you know, the context didn't help, but I love just like the imagery. It's working for me. Welcome, Ray. Good to see you. I have somewhere in between. Oh. So, what is your problem here? Dictionary? A dictionary! Okay, dictionary. Anyway, so circling back. Oh, and it's a warning. I love that. Because now I'll know to come back and fill that in at a later time. Wonderful. I have no problem with that. Okay, circling back here. Local. Let's close the program. Come over here. I called it a program. It's a game. So each of these tiles, this is from where it gets like the information about what tile it's supposed to assign and put into, you know, a grid slot, for example. So then we have this data enum, and this would be actually very similar to what we had before over here, what I just filled out for the room data. Very, very similar kind of thing. We come down here where we have the data types, array, darkness. That's also what this is right here. You can see these extra. Now this is different because instead of having this create the dictionary, this would just be for me referencing it. So for example, if we look here, you can see that when I generate a tile, it is going to run this get tile data function, and the tile data function wants to have and receive the tile that we're trying to generate, which uses this manage tile data tiles, again, one of these. So what this helps me do here, and I'll try to punctuate what this helps me do. So if I want to put in a tile, I could say manage tile data tiles. Now if I put dot, now I get a list. So let's say I wanted to make sure I'm only generating room tiles. I can pass that into here, and now this is going to pull the data for room tiles, right? And so what did I want to pull? I wanted to pull, this is a to-do list. I wanted to pull, no, really, that's legit though, because I try to keep my debugger as completely clean as possible. And then it can be a to-do list. It's like very convenient that way. Literally, yes, literally. So then we're saying, what data do I want to get from the room? I want to know what is the scene that's associated with room tiles. So if we come back here and we look for tiles.room, you'll see that the scene is, well, that, which is actually all of them right now. But we'll need to change this to a different room. Or different scene. That's what we're going to start with first, actually, is making this something new. So I need to do that. Great. So what this actually does, though, is it allows me to generate any kind of tile, whether it's a room tile, a base tile, a wall tile, an enemy tile. I'm keeping this vague so I can call generate a tile, and it will just automatically generate whatever I ask it to generate. That's the idea. Okay, so that's part of what manage tile data basically does, is it keeps track of all of this. And then the array is where all of the stored generated cells go. So for example, if we run this and look at the remote tab over here, which lets us see the running scene tree, in here, looks like we're scooted over a little bit more than I want to be. There we go. And we're down. Let's go up. If we look in here at manage level, you'll see there is this array right there, logged cells base. So this has literally it's just a dump of every single cell that has been generated. So that way, if I need to iterate through all of them and find them and do stuff with them, I can just easily get them all, which is different, slightly different than the level data. The level data actually gives me the rows and the columns. So I'm just trying to like sort and store this data in different ways. I might end up realizing, I don't need that way, I don't need this way, but I'm giving myself as many places as possible to go back and reference all of the data. So that array, not this one, yes, this one, the logged cells array, that's what gets referred to over here in tile data. Let's go in there. That's what this is. This get logged cells array is getting that very array. You can't see it because it was zoomed. Get rid of the zoom. So that's what we're putting in there in the array slot. So then what I can do, if we go back over here and we search for, let's see, I guess we would do probably dot array. So let's go to the level manager. That's where we are. Let's see, where do we do that? I guess we probably concatenate it. Node tile array. Yeah, so we actually create it, I believe. Yeah. So by finding that word array, I guess we sort of piece it together and make it happen. Anyway, all right. So what actually makes the generation happen. I want to make the new room scene, that's for sure. But let me just remind myself a little bit about how this works. So as far as generating the first tiles go, this happens in the ready function is manage tiles base. So this lays out all of those base tiles. So again, generate tiles takes all these different parameters. Tiles to gen, so we get from that manage tiles enum, exactly which one I want. Hey guy, and the one that I want is base. Then we have, okay, so this is actually to me the most interesting part for me. It excites me. Is these callables. Is this gonna zoom in a good spot? You know, it could be better, but that's okay. So there's a post-gen callback. Actually, let's scooch it. Yeah, we're gonna scooch it just a little bit. Okay, so if we look at all the parameters in here, post-gen callback, and then there is gen is okay, which is actually a pre-gen callback. So what do those even mean? Gen is okay is a function that's going to run before each tile actually gets stamped down. So for the base tiles, what it checks is, am I on a tile that is empty? If I am on a tile that is empty, okay, I can put a base down here. Am I on a tile that's outside of the grid? If I am, do not put a tile here. So that's what gen is okay does. It returns true or false to make sure generating is okay. And if it is okay, then it will proceed with the generation. Now the post-gen callback, you might deduce now, runs after the generation. So the tile goes down and then it does other stuff after the fact. So that's what the post-gen callback does. Now these are going to be what helps shape things. For example, maybe the post-gen callback would be great for making a wall, right? So after the tile gets stamped down, then maybe check if it can be turned into a wall. Or before, I don't know. We'll see what happens. So that's what that is. In this case, we have post-gen base tiles. So a specific function that runs after the tiles are generated. Oh, we assign a debug label. That's all I use it for, right? Just a little extra thing for me to have some information. So you see those, yeah, or a door, exactly. Oh, I hope I can get to that stuff today. So all these numbers that are on here, that post-gen function is what figures out if it should or how it's going to add that label onto it. So, yeah, I'm building my own tile system, exactly. Yeah. Well, the tile maps, they don't really help me with, they're not very, I experimented with them, but they didn't allow me the control to have the code work intertwined with the tile map in each individual tile. I found it clunky and unnecessary. Basically what the tile map seemed good for was like painting, right? So like actually having like the visual fixed design of what it's going to be. But why use the Godot tile map system if it's not fixed? It's all generated. It's going to be created on the spot. Whereas from my estimation, the Godot 2D tile map system was good for if you're placing it down and that's where it's gonna be and you're done, right? And you're never gonna change it, or at least not procedurally generate it. But since I am procedurally generating it, it just didn't seem to make sense. And I potentially would lose a lot of control and to figure out how to work with that system, but I would just rather make my own, you know? Yeah, it's a layer, yeah, tile map layer. So yeah, but that's just me. Again, I'm not a teacher. I'm not here to tell you you should never use tile maps for procedural generation in Godot. All I'm gonna say is it didn't suit what I wanted to get out of tile maps. So I made my own. Yes, so then with the pre-gen, in this case, the gen is okay when we generate the base tiles at the start is tile. So this is kind of like a more general one. This could probably be run on each one, potentially. I could have like a callback that includes is tile in it, so it runs both of those. So this is just going to make sure that it is within the boundaries, and it is a place where a base tile could go on top of it. Yeah. Not the way that I needed it to be. So Yes. Oh, it should be a mat. I guess oh, that's just a print. Yeah, this prints too many times. That's why I took that out. And then it returns true or false. So that way it allows it to go or not. So then if we even come to the generate tiles function, well, real quick, let me just see what was the last parameter on there. Empty true. Oh, okay. So these are parameters. So the last parameter of gentiles is gen okay arguments. So this is a variadic function or a parameter, and what it allows me to do is add any number of parameters that would go with the gen is okay function. So for example, in this case, I pass in what tile it shouldn't be. So or it should be rather. If the tile that it finds is empty, great. Put a base down. And then the true says match it to be true. Make sure the base tile only goes down if empty tile is true. That's what that is basically saying. So then we go through to the actual function and we can see a little bit of that. It sets up array for all the rows, which is the level data. Okay. Then it iterates through. Gotcha. Yeah. So it iterates through. I think we set up an empty. So I guess we fill out the array at the beginning. I guess I forgot that we did that. Hold on. Let me back it up here. Get level data. Return level data. Fill level array. I'm thinking this must be right at the beginning. And it fills it with empties? Filling the level array. What is it? How does it know what to fill it with? Assign content data, append dictionary. I don't know. I guess I don't know. Fill with level data size. For cell in range grid width. So we have this like fixed width 12 by 24 and height. So what's it putting in there? Assign cell content data. I guess it's just empty. I guess it's empty. Oh, but then in cell content, there we go. Okay, I see. So what it does is it puts this dictionary as the entry for every array spot in level data. So the level data just has this blank dictionary in it. The node type, I don't know. There's no node there. It's null. The content type, it's empty. That's why when it iterates through, it says, is there an empty one? Yes. Okay, I can put a tile there. Then it checks the ID, but there is no ID, so it's null. And is it visited or not? Well, it's not, so it's false. I'm actually not using the visited yet, so we'll see if I get around to that. Okay, got it, get it. I understand now. I am learned. So going back through it again, I just want to remind myself how it works before I go forth and try to build it out. So it iterates through all the ones that were already established based on the width and the height that are defined, and it checks them it starts walking through them, evidently. Yes, that makes sense. So that's that, kind of theoretical concept of it going, this one, that one, this one, that one, this one, that one. That's the walking through. So for each cell number integer in all rows number size, so actually the level data is crucial. The level data is how it knows what row it's on and which cell it's going through. So really, really important. I commented this out because it would print an absolute explosion, like 288 prints of, it's just too much. So, but this is good for debug sometimes. So it's making sure that it's within range. Actually, this is checking that it's in the grid space. So I have these helper functions that just look to see that it's underneath the size of the grid. So that's pretty self-explanatory. And then, it does its checks to make sure that it's good. And this is like a guard. This is a guard to make sure, go forth and game dev brave adventure. It's a guard to make sure that we don't get further if it's not in range, basically. First it checks if it's not, it checks both, and then it just checks the X range. Because if it's getting to Y, the only moment that it's gonna get to Y is if it's here in the corner, right? Because it goes this way. So it's just kind of saying, if we're in the corner, that is to say, it's passed here, then don't allow it. And then the other one that's just looking for X is how we know we're at the end of each row, or whatever. Then we set up cell contents. All rows, row number, cell number. So I guess we're fetching the dictionary at that walked through point. Then we set up an empty variable for the parameters. These are those parameters I was talking about in the variadic argument that are going to go into the gen is okay. I could even be like more specific and say gen is okay parameters to pass on, but I don't know if you noticed, this is already pretty verbose. Then the default parameters, so that is to say, in every gen is okay function, what is it always going to send into them? And for now, that's just cell contents, so that way it can evaluate them. And then it smashes them together, so we have all the arguments that I added in when I called the function, in addition to the default parameter, and those all go through. So then finally, it calls the gen is okay check to make sure that yes, I can generate a tile here, and it's using call v. Call v lets you pass parameters by putting an array in, and so that's why we use call v, so we can create that array of parameters and then call the function that is set up in gen is okay, which in this case is a tile, and then we can do all kinds of good stuff. Sunny! Thank you for the raid, sunny summer sky art with yonder. Thank you for the raid, welcome. What were you getting up to over there, Flip? Hello, woo, raid. So that's, I mean, that's pretty much how it works. It's gonna approve it. If that comes through, it'll generate a tile. I'm explaining how my procedural generation that I made myself and is probably weird, but I don't care, works for generating dungeons. It's just a cute little raid. It's just a cute little raid. I love a cute little raid. Those are the best ones. And then it'll run that post-gen callback. So it actually runs generate a tile, which is not to be confused with generate tiles. It's different. That's just one tile is what this does. It makes sure it fits within the grid, and it finds the node associated with it. It instantiates it, it adds it as a child, and then it logs it. And then once it does all that, it runs the post-gen callback, which, if you remember, in the base tiles case, it adds the debug numbers, so we know that it's, you know, number 103, 104, whatever. So that's all that it does in the base tiles. And then that's it. That's it. So that's how that works. And then what I want to try to do is leverage this to also do the rooms. So how am I going to do that? Well, it's going to be that post-gen function. The post-gen function is going to be crucial. It's basically the most important part of everything. So if I have like func is room, right? This will take all of these by default, at least at a minimum, take in cell contents. So we'll want to make sure that's included. And then this will return a Boolean. And so we do whatever it is, some kind of percentage roll, that it's a room or not, and then it will do the thing. I'm probably going to also want to check where the 9 that it branches out to makes sense too, but maybe we could just say return true for now, so it just always allows it. You were drawing and playing some Silent Hill F. Oh, I kind of want to play that one. It seems like it's pretty good. Okay, wait. Let me get you a shout out. I don't know. Did someone shout Sunny out? I don't think so. Shout out Sunny Summer Sky Art. It's such a delightful username. It brings me joy. No, it's just like good vibes. Like, we sunny in here. Also, by the way, I don't know why it didn't like let me know in a really significant manner, but someone did their highlighted message. Was that Pepe? Pepe, there's your highlighted message. 24 months! Thank you for being a member for so long. You really have been like a core bedrock supporter of this channel for a long time. I appreciate you, Pepe. I guess StreamerBot didn't want to acknowledge that, but we will acknowledge it. Okay. Twitch. Okay, I'm gonna see if I remember it just for fun. Sunny summer art visual. Nope. Art fun. Nope. I forgot it. Sky art. Summer. I spelled it wrong anyway. Summer sky art. We got there. The game is great so far. Real spooky, real ambient. Fair. That sounds correct. It sounds like what it would be. Look at it. It's kind of beautiful though. Look at that. Thanks for the hydrate, Kasei. I love the color palette. What else we got? You said you were doing some drawing? Where is the drawing? Where is the drawing? I don't see any drawing, but that's okay. Games are fun. Like, play some games. Like, enjoy your life. Play some games. Wait, what is that F supposed to be? That's like not even an F. I'm gonna start. This is low graphics. It looks good. I'm not like someone who's like I'm looking for high definition. It looks pretty good to me, honestly. All things considered. The stream crashed your laptop, so this is from the stream start. Oh, I hate when that happens. Oh my gosh, been there. So maybe that's this one. Oh no, that's when we're back. Alright, well, you know, we try. I'm sure what you drew was lovely. Thank you for the raid again. I appreciate you. So what I'm doing, for context, I have a game jam. I run a game jam. It's called a Game Like Jam. We make games like other games. And this is the 7th one. We've done previously Tamagotchi, Granny. I'm just going to pop open this. Granny was our horror-themed one. Ski Free, Puyo Puyo, Balloons, Frogger. Oh yes, get out of here. Leave. Go take care of yourself. You've been streaming. You've been doing things. You deserve to take care of yourself. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Frogger was the first one. And this time we're doing Rogue. The actual Rogue. And my Tamagotchi-like game is a virtual pet game where you take care of a cat who talks. And you film that cat like Pokemon Snap minigame style. And you're going to edit a video of that cat, upload it onto the internet, make money, and buy stuff for your cat. Rinse, repeat. So this will be like the Pokemon Snap minigame. It's not finished, but in theory it'd be like here and you do your Pokemon snapping. And then on the computer there's these mini games, right? So this is not actually going to be a mini game particularly, but it's an example of a game I made before that I directly ported into this game. So that's what I'm going to do for the roguelike I'm making. I'm going to directly port it into here, and it's going to be one of these apps, and I want it to be about brainstorming a script idea for the video that you post onto YouTube, it's going to be called. So it's why you're a little cute brain. Look, your brain is so happy to be a brain. And I want you to be navigating like mind maps, you know, where you're like planning out things. Did I save my drawing? I bet I didn't, but maybe I did. That's okay. Here, we'll just, there it is. So like a mind map, right? Whoop, okay. I'm sorry. It did not like that. It hated that. Jeez. Here, we'll just do it again. So give me this, give me that, right? And so the rooms are gonna be those. Aquarium, whoa. Technically, yes. Technically, I could probably adapt it to be in there. As long as it doesn't have too many auto loads. Because the auto loads are the thing that I have to avoid if I want the games to be easy to port. It's an old UK show called Dog with a Blog. Wait, what? Seriously? It was about a dog who could talk and had a blog. Are you kidding me? Wait, I need to research that. Anyway, these will be the rooms, and then the paths will be those arrows. Wait a minute, what? Okay, I'm looking that up. Dog with a blog. Yo, thank you. Thank you for the mood board. Wow. It's on Disney Plus. 2012. Everything is in 2020. Do I recognize this, strangely? Set in Pasadena, California, Avery Jennings' mother, Ellen, has just married Tyler and Chloe James' father, Bennett, and now the new family needs to adjust to living together. Oh no! They face an even bigger adjustment when they discover that their new dog, Stan, can talk! Only Avery, Tyler, and Chloe know this. Unbeknownst to the family, Stan also has a blog. Let me get this straight. The dog has a blog. It's not a blog about a dog. The dog itself has the blog. That is incredible. How does that work? Speech to text, right? It has to be speech to text. What else could it be? Thanks for the follow, Big Red. Stan also has a blog where he discusses happenings in the Jennings James household. He's just like publishing their drama. This is crazy. This is wild. Got that blog in him. In hopes of finding other talking animals. So children learn of Stan's talking ability in the first episode and agree to keep it a secret from their parents. Oh, I love that. Kids know things the parents don't. Very nice. Fearing if the world finds out that Stan can talk, he'll be taken away for experimentation. So wait, how do you blog about that you're a talking animal if you can't let people know that you're a talking animal? Very interesting. This pause. Delightful. Well, this is absolutely going to have to be researched by me. Thank you for that information. I need to do that. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is crazy. And now Dog with Twitch, woof, woof, woof. And now Dog with Twitch. I didn't know that was a UK show. It was on Disney. Yeah, I don't know if it is, because it says it's in Pasadena, but who knows, you know? Who knows? Very, very, very interesting. Makes me want some Wishbone. Oh, Wishbone. Oh, that was a talking pet too. I guess I need to like really dig into like the history of talking pets, because that's like a whole thing. I need to borrow from that history. Okay. You're making a good point. Wishbone. Let's just put all this in a little talking pet mood board situation. All right. The notes have been taken. I thank you for that. Well, I'm just gonna make a tile now that will represent the room. It's not gonna be the final tile. It's just gonna be an example that I can use to test out to make sure it's working the way that I want it to work. So let's duplicate the tile base, and we're gonna say tile room. It's pretty much going to be the same, but we can do like a different color and stuff. So let's make it, I mean, I see brown in my head, but that won't actually be what the room looks like. I kind of want them to be like a variety of colors, you know, within reason. Like it won't be any color, but you know, to some extent a variety. But we'll you know what? First, let's get the code working. Then I can worry about the prettiness. Okay, so we'll make it pink. I think we could just put the debug number. I'm okay with that. Technically, to this other sprite that's hidden, this is... Oh, they're already linked. Wait, does that change the base tile color? No. Huh. Okay. So this was just one without the number in case I wanted to have ones without the number. Maybe it wasn't, but it was big in the UK because one of our children's channel had a talking dog puppet called Hacker T-Dogs. There was a link. 2 dogs who could talk and had a presence on media. Hacker T-Dog. Hacker T-Dog. Hacker T-Dog. I see. Wow. Oh, I've seen this. I've seen this dog. Also didn't know that was UK, but I see Co-UK. This is a pretty delightful puppet. I had no idea his name was Hacker T-Dog. You learn new things every day. Okay. Now, we're going to keep it really simple to start with. I guess the question is, when do I want to generate it? Right at the beginning. Like, the game starts, generate the tiles. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, I want this to be something that regenerates every time the player goes down a level, right? Or up a level, whatever it's going to be in this game. Whenever you go to a new level, it has to clear the old rooms and spawn new ones. So that's also something. Well, that'll be this is gonna be fun. I think I'm gonna have the room gen pretty fast. I think I'm gonna get some serious progress today. I'm willing to bet we'll even get like collision on walls, and maybe I can actually go to different floors. I think this is gonna be really good today. I don't know if we'll get like enemies and items, but probably not. That's okay. I'll be here all week. So I'm here all week. Okay, so this time we're gonna run generate tiles after this. I guess I could make that the post-gen. The post-gen function is having it then generate the next thing it's gonna generate. That would be kind of crazy. What if I do that? Why do I kind of want to do that? Because right now what I have is the assign debug label. But what if I just put a debug label on everything anyway? You know? I kind of just want to put it on everything anyway. I think that'd be better. So I think I will. I'm gonna call this generate tile data. That's all that brings in. This is my post-gen base house. What if I put in well, you don't even really have to do that. Really all you need, oh, but we get the ID. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna grab this. We're gonna come to assign debug label. Oh, that runs on, oh, yeah. So that's basically what this is. Okay. So we're gonna say, is this assigning or getting the ID? This is getting the ID. Get ID, get tile, get cell ID, and assign label is what we'll call that. I think I want this on all of them. I think it just makes the most sense. So then we'll say, with log cell contents, just right after that, do the label stuff, which I believe what we want to pass in there is cell contents. Pretty sure. Let me double check. Where did we do the assign label or the post-gen base tiles? Yeah, just right there. So then what I'll put after this is kind of insane, and it's gonna look insane. This is unhinged, what I'm about to do right now. It's just gonna be nested. Do. I kind of hate that. You can't do that. So have it be this. Have it be, make a function called generate room tiles, right? Make it that. And in fact, you could even have a generate base tiles. And then what that is this. I think that's gonna be a little neater, and we're not gonna be stressing about how chaotic it is. So I think I'll make like another code region in here, just to help me visually see the difference between stuff. You got one full block ASCII character rendered. Nice, Kasei. So Kasei is actually making their game in their own engine, right? Dang. So that's like exceptionally oppressive. Specific tile gen functions. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, we'll end the region there. And I said it was gonna be called generate base tiles. Hey, what's up, your therapist? Welcome back. How you doing? I'll push that in, and that's all it does. And then that calls generate room tile, because I don't want, I mean, as kind of horrifically beautiful as it would be to just like nest these in them until they were a little just like sliver on the end, I don't want to do that. Generate room tiles. So this will actually be very similar, and I'll probably nest something else in there. For now, I don't really need anything, but in theory, so this is the other thing. Like, do I want the wall tiles to be something that generates, or do I want them to be like a property? I feel like that's going to be a big decision for me, is whether every, like the difference between a modifier on a tile and an entirely new tile. I'll be honest, I kind of think they should be new tiles, because if I already, that way I only have to build one system for identifying what tile is what. If I have, even like the darkness thing we were talking about earlier, if I have a property inside of rooms called darkness, if I want to try to find, for whatever reason, and identify the darkness rooms, then I'm going to have to build a special function that goes and looks for properties, probably specific ones for rooms, that is darkness, which is kind of annoying. Whereas if the darkness is a tile unto itself, well, I already have a system for finding tiles. Or in theory, I would make one, I can't remember. And that would only be one system. So I think continuing to have every type of change that's going to possibly happen to a tile, other than like, you know, an enemy moving or something, I think that should all be linked in the same system. That's just a theory. We'll see what happens. For now, let's just let's do it. Let's say that the next one is going to be generate wall tiles. I don't have anything to do there, so it's just going to pass, but that way there's something placeholding here. So generate wall tiles will run after that. Can I get return to generate room tiles because it returns void? What? Did I put the wrong thing in there? Is that Jenna's okay? Wait. Why are we getting a return? Wait. What are you talking about? Oh, my bad. We got to get rid of this. I always forget. So when you do a callable as a parameter, you don't put the parents. Got it. Okay. Nice. Good. I guess I'll put like a print in here. We'll say print fancy generating wall tiles, and we'll just do the same thing for all of them. Generating room tiles and generating base tiles. Nice. Love that. Because it says that you found a deleverage. That is a word. A deleverage workaround to your game not supporting web. Oh yeah, because all of our entries for the Game Like Jam have to be web-based. It can compile to a DOS application, so what if you get like DOSBox or something, that, which is available on the web and embed that? Smart! Smart! Yes, yes, smart, 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 perfect! Perfection! You're emulating your own game in the browser. Honestly, that's even more hardcore. Because it like makes it seem like you have some old DOS game that's being like brought back for the jam. That's super cool. I love that. Brilliant. Genius! That way you don't have to develop your own web export system, which sounds awful, frankly. It sounds like one of the worst things. Neat. Nice job. Oh, that was clever. Deleverage. It was supposed to be the word clever. I mean, deleverage is just like... it's a delightful word. A clever workaround. Yeah, it's cool, right? We got some cool people coming through here. Y'all are some cool. This is why I like y'all telling me about what you're up to, because it's just like, you know, I wouldn't even think to do these things. But now it's like in there. Hey, Vorta, welcome. Did I say... Wait, did I say that Vosti made that video? Wasn't it Vorta who made the video? Vosti's like, what the hell are you talking about? You both have... Your names both start with V... And they have an I at the end. You know what? I defend myself for being confused. Vortavoid, you made the YouTube video about static variables, which I was gonna say I enjoyed very much. If scripting can't do it, no one can. Fair. That's it though. You have to set up and script in and make sure you do the right version and, I don't know, frameworks and stuff. Yeah. I think someone else who has a name that's like similar to yours, I said, good job on that video, and it wasn't, it was you. But now I see you and I'm like, wait, it's you. Make an entry for the 3DS, then make a web 3DS and I'm going to run it. If you didn't have time to work on yours, Flip is going to do something a bit different. Are the voting categories the same this time? So Flip, we did add more categories. All the information you could ever want is on the jam page, but I understand you're here now, might as well ask. And now everybody gets to hear about it. So yeah. Y'all said, including you, Flip, y'all said that it felt like there weren't enough categories, so we now have 3 new categories: completeness, artistry, and sound design. These are honorable mentions, and they will be awarded to those who do not get most like the original, best twist on the original, or overall / runner-up winner. If whoever doesn't win those 3 and has the highest ranked completeness, the highest ranked artistry, the highest ranked sound design will get those accolades. So these don't actually get you prizes, just didn't work out with the sponsor, but they do get you like a feature on the page and stuff like that. And it's helpful. I realized what really sold me on the more categories is like it's helpful to look back on your jam entry and see like that people thought the artistry was good. So now as a dev, you can say, oh, wow, my artistry was good. I guess I just need to focus on my sound design. It's like, it's actually good feedback for devs to see that. And that I was like, of course, what am I doing? But we still have these 3 categories, and for those who don't know, the ones you're going to actually vote on are most like the original, best twist on the original, and then these 3 I just mentioned. The overall runner-up winner is determined based on the highest ranked game that didn't win either of those 2. So yeah, I'm excited for what you're coming up with for sure. Yo, that would be sick! A 3D printed hybrid game dev trophy? What? We gotta get a 3D printer sponsor. Oh, wait, does it have to be shipped? That's a lot of coordination. But I like the way you're thinking. Because most game jams all have the same sponsors, including ours. So it'd be neat to like branch out and find like unique sponsors. That's a really cool one. Okay. Right, we're generating the room. So for generating the room tiles, we don't want it to generate base. We want it to generate room, and it needs to it only can generate on a base tile, for whatever that's worth. I think this will be more valuable later. For example, when we set up walls, if we say it can only generate on a room tile. If a wall can only generate on a room tile, or a door can only generate on a wall tile, it'll skip all of the ones that aren't that. If only someone here had a 3D printer. You do? You have a 3D printer? You want to sponsor the game jam? What would a Hyper Game Dev trophy even look like? The logo? Very dope. Oh, yeah. The jam page, right. Very true. I should link it. I should put it up. Here, let me do it. Join the jam if you want to. Join the jam if you'd like to. Thanks, IAB. Little ones that fit in envelopes. Smart. Why are you sad? I pinned it. You reminded me to pin it. I couldn't have done that without you. You should be happy. Okay. So the room tile, I need to actually set it in tile data. So for room, I did just create it. So we'll come over here. I'm going to select this, and we're going to drag it right on top, but we're going to hold control while we do it. So now that replaced it, and it's a UID, meaning that it's not tied to the name of the file. That way it will always link back to the same place, even if I move it or rename it or whatever, as long as I don't change the UID. All right, so what I would expect to see if I run this, assuming everything went peachy, I would expect to see not a blue grid. If everything went correctly, which it very well may not, but if everything went correctly, this tile should be everywhere instead of the blue tile. Let's see. Okay, let's fix the problem. Invalid call to function, generate room tiles, expected 0 arguments. Okay, post-gen callback. Oh, because right, these come with, so the post-gen callback does come, well, we just, so, okay. So I do have to, like, that's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying because I have to, like, underscore it and just say, yeah, but just don't use it. Maybe we could use it, though, at some point. So, you know, that's questionable. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's somewhat questionable, but that's okay. So we would want to basically say cell contents, which brings in a dictionary, and then we'll put the underscore. So if I don't put the underscore there, Godot's gonna be like, hey, you didn't use this. But if I put the underscore there, it's like, okay, that's fine. You don't have to use it. You know, if you ever make like a process function or whatever, right? And it has delta, but you don't use delta. It's gonna be like, hey, you didn't use delta. You put an underscore, and now everything's fine. All right, see if it works. Oh wow, you really uh-oh. Why do I feel like we have a Stack Overflow? Okay, it's pink. I'm scared. I still think there's a Stack Overflow. Yeah, we do. So I'm guessing that we recursively called generate tiles, but it is all pink. So this is definitely something I'm gonna need to correct for. So let's see what is actually on the level grid. $576. That looks correct, yeah, because there's about 300. So it looks like I did everything correctly. I just wonder if it actually was just like a literally it wasn't like a problem necessarily. Maybe, I don't know. But we should have underneath all of these pink tiles blue ones, because the base is underneath it. So let's see if we can reveal some. Oh. Oh, so it did them simultaneously. So it didn't run the one, which is kind of what I was hoping. It didn't run the one function, then when that was done, run the next one. It actually ran them both essentially simultaneously. So, which is interesting and maybe not good. So there's a blue one underneath a pink one. But look, the blue ones are right in line with them. That's the reason why that concerns me, is because if I need to check if something is underneath, I mean, it has to. I guess it's like doing one base tile, then it does the room tile, then it does another base tile, then it does a room tile, base tile, room tile. So the more I were to add, it would do base tile, room tile, wall tile, door tile, enemy tile, item tile. Then it would go to the next one. Base tile, room tile, wall tile, door tile, enemy tile, item tile. Then it go to the next one and do that again. I don't know how I feel about that. Definitely not what I imagined. And so what is going on with this overflow of prints? What is that about? Well, so, okay, so I think what that is, that's when it doesn't match, right? So this is saying on is tile, when it's saying, is there a base tile underneath me? Is there a, a room tile underneath me? And this is saying, nope, there isn't. It'd be helpful if I had a little more information when that runs. Also, what you got for me, debugger? Right, so that's what we're coming back to. The parameter cell contents is never used in isroom. Oh, yeah. Underscore that. Of course. Brain is getting happy, eating a really good salad. Oh, I love the happy food dopamine. Happy food dopamine is the best dopamine. You learn about this blender after 700 hours. If you have multiple objects, you learn this about Blender. After 700 hours, if you have multiple objects selected and want to add modifiers, hold the Alt key. It will add it to all objects. What? That's so cool. Wait, I didn't know that. How am I gonna remember that? Oh, I still use Blender. Now this is actually the first game that I've besides 1 hour jam games, which I don't really count. This is the first game that I'm making that's 2D. Generally, I make everything in 3D. So normally, yes, I'm using Blender. But for this one, I wanted to try something different. Okay. So even though this is just gonna make the stack overflow more, I'm kind of curious. Returned. So that's this one. When it just basically, it kept being false. Oh, I was hoping it would... Wait, but if I said callable, it just says the word callable. You don't want to tell me the name of the callable? Oh, I typed the word callable. I see. Yeah, that makes sense now. Well, but the gen is okay. Is tile... Oh, because it is doing... No, it's doing it right. It's saying node manage level is tile returned. Yeah. No, it's doing it right. I see. I was hoping I could know... You could do backtrace, but that's gonna really explode it. Basically what I wanted to know was, is that coming from the room? Generate room? Is that coming from generate base? Is the overflow coming from the extra one that I made that I'm not really using? Well, Lise, what? You can just look at what's around it. Oh yeah, you're right. Hello, Fanny, fellow jammer. I think we have clues. So it's generating room tiles. Okay. Got it. Understood. Where is it? So let's come down here. I want to see when it's doing wall tiles. If it ever even gets to that point. Which it wouldn't, because we're passing. So actually that wouldn't matter at all. It will never say that. See, this is weird. Generating room tiles. Walking through row 0. Why? Why is it walking through row 0 again? 12. Okay, so clearly it's stuck in a recursion. Absolutely, unequivocally, it's stuck in a recursion, right? Because there's row 2, row 9, and then it goes back to row 9. So it starts generating the wall tiles over on top of itself again. Thanks for the follow on Twitch, Forta. Twitching it up. You tend to lead towards 3D games as well, to be fair. You don't know why, because you actually like 2D games. I love 2D games. I love playing 2D games. One of y'all, and if you're the one, let me know. One of y'all was talking about Golden Sun the other day from the Game Boy Advance era. Y'all mentioned Golden Sun, and I was like, ooh, I literally have started playing it, and it's super fun. I guess it's kind of 3D, but it's pretty much, it's a 2D game, you know. I love 2D games. It's so fun. 2D games are the best. But I too like to make it. You know what? I like to make them, Vorta. Quixote, welcome. I saw you streaming. You were using Fire Alpaca, doing some drawing. Very nice. Very nice. You got some drawing skills, girl. What? It's fun, Vosti. I mean, you know, I don't want to say it's dated. It's really weird. Like, I felt that it was kind of slow. Pepe's joining the jam! Yeah, I did. I stopped by. I didn't want to say anything because I was going to start streaming soon. And then I didn't want to, get distracted and stream even later than I was going to stream. No, you don't! You do not suck! Okay, alright. Look, Quixote, alright? I will time you out. I will threaten you with a ban if you don't take back your self-deprecation. Look at this. Okay, y'all. Okay, stop everything. Y'all tell me right now. No, but there's only one answer, by the way. Okay, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it. Let your silence speak the volumes. Tell me, is this suck? Is that what suck is? It's so good. What? Are you kidding me? That is a good drawing. Look at the shading. Look at the expression. It's pink. Fanny would get it tattooed. You see? Come on now. All right, shout out to Quixote. Shout out to Quixote. She's so good. I'm gonna type it. I'm gonna type it. Did I type it right? I did. Yeah, go follow Quixote. She does art, sometimes game dev, often playing games. And she's very friendly, and she's a wonderful supporter of this channel and deserves all the love in the world. Such good stuff. Look at your signature. That's a professional signature. Incredible. You see? You see? You know suck. Come on now. Ooh, oh my gosh. It would just burst with color. Totally. I kind of like it in the like, kind of almost like charcoal. This Fire Alpaca program. Someone used to come through our 1-hour jams and use Fire Alpaca for all of her art. And it always had this super unique, textured, hand-drawn feel to it. It's actually stunning how much this looks hand-drawn, even though it's completely digital. I don't know what it is about Fire Alpaca, but it definitely does that. Yeah. I tried it because she would always submit games with it, and I was like, these are... How do you achieve such a specific style? And it made more sense to me. It's a nice program. It's solid. If you're like a painter-drawer type, which I wasn't, so I was like, okay, actually, I suck too much for this. Okay, but I love myself. Let me take it back. Sorry, no self-doubt. I don't want to ban myself. Let me rephrase that. I lacked the requisite skill to get the most out of the program. Practice what you preach. Pull it up on stream. Oh, no, you did it! Very clever. Very clever. Well done. Well played. You love enjoying taking on a project? Fair. Hey, look, we do this jam hex annually. That is to say, every other month. So you got plenty of chances to come on back. Yo, I'm kind of like worried. How am I gonna top Rogue? This is by far the most popular game like jam we've done so far. Now, I don't know what the submissions are gonna be like. Frogger still got the most submissions out of all of the ones we've done. But I get the sense, I can just sense that this one is the most exciting one. This one has generated the most interest out of all of them. I don't know how I'm gonna top it for the next one. I mean, I think I just have to accept I can't. Like, whatever I pick is just gonna be probably, at best, lateral. Ooh, Cozy Farm-like, I love that. Then I just gotta pick the game. That's the hard part. A game that could be entirely conceivably finished within a month is iconic and fits that cozy farm genre. That's the trouble, isn't getting to check all those boxes. Iconic such that the vast majority of people who come across a jam will be like, oh, I know that game. Which I think I did not succeed with Granny. I think Granny might have been a little too obscure. Even though it is a popular game, I think it was popular with a very certain subset. Also, it was 3D, and I think that drove a lot of people away. I think that scared people making a 3D game. But we got, in my opinion, the best game-like games that we've gotten out of any of our jams. The quality of games in here, they're all bangers. It's banger after banger. So many incredible games were submitted to this jam. It's actually a little amazing. So I'm still glad we did it, but gotta hit that iconicness, so that way it's like something familiar, you know? Anyway, you're always welcome to share suggestions. There's a whole forum in the Discord about it. I'm glad you're gonna play the submissions, Vorta. A Vulpera. Whoa, I'm like, that's a fox. Oh, that's a fox. And you're like, no. It is something very specific. Rogue is kind of complex. It is kind of complex. I can see the project roadblocks being higher than usual, but I hope everyone who wants can't cross line. Well, and here's the thing that I also will say, Basti. So a couple things. Number one, I didn't realize exactly how complex it was because, I mean, I just kind of like, I played it a little bit and I was like, okay, yeah, I see, I get it. Makes sense. We can do this. And then after the jam started, I played it like a lot. And there'd just be so many like status effects and possible items and weapons and things that like, I was like, wait, that exists? So many layers that I didn't even realize was programmed into it. So, you know, I agree, there's always gonna be a little complexity, right? And then so the other thing I wanna say is with the procedural generation, Binding of Isaac style, I think that's like a reasonable approach. If you're like worried about doing the proc gen, you could just make sure that you have a bunch of pre-made rooms, and when you go to those different rooms, it just swaps it in. Recursive Storm, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? You are here. A recursive storm is very scary. That's a scary thought. It's only 25 days. Isn't it kind of crazy how it feels as we get closer, just to see that number ticking down, ticking down, ticking down? Like, honestly a little frightening, if I'm being honest. Kind of terrifying. All right, let's get you a shout out. Let's get you a shout out. What were you getting up to? It took too long to decide who to raid. Been there. Well, I'm honored that you so carefully decided on Hyper Game Dev. That's a pure honor. You know, you didn't just go, you said, thank you. Rate of 1 doesn't necessarily mean 1. That's true. People's views don't count all the time. Yeah. Raiders. Hell yeah. I don't think you're getting the finished box check, but that's okay. Yeah, just here to learn. That's the other thing too, right? Like, you don't have to finish the game. It's an opportunity to work towards something, and with the mechanics already figured out for you, you're going to learn something new that you can apply to other projects that is reusable. That's the other thing, is I like the cozy farm idea, because, you know, a lot of people want to make those kind of games. Very popular genre. So ideally, I can also pick games that teach you skills that people want to learn. And so, you know, trying to make a game like Rogue, you're of course going to learn all kinds of things to make a roguelike of your own someday. You crashed the remote wait, really? Virtual machine? What happened? Unibon almost had a 2D version of it. The game, I remember you were, of Granny. Yeah. Well, yeah, and I know it can feel bad not to finish it, but you made a lot of cool art. You learned how to work with somebody. And I bet you have a cool game idea that you'll come back to one day. Oh yeah, sounds good, Coyote. Was working on the 1-bit jam, still struggling to land on an interpretation of the theme. Well, what is it? But you managed to get your shaders built out how you liked it. 1-bit jam. So like 2 colors, I'm guessing, is maybe what that means. This is an old one. That's a very old one. That is incredibly old. I think we can find game jams hosted by somebody. I feel like there's a more... Like, there is a way to do it. But then the only way that I tend to get there... I think I actually responded to someone on Reddit about how to do it, and it tends to show up. Creators Game Jams. Anyway, maybe you can link it and I can go find it. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate it. 1-bit jam. Theme, Into the Depths. I struggle with topics like this that are kind of vague. That's cool. It's like underground. You know, if it's just generally underground, you're kind of good to go. But I know you might want something like interesting too. So what is it indeed about? This is the 2 colors. Yeah. Got it. Nice. I love that. I like it. It's simple. You're so motivated to work on a game jam this weekend, but you wrote a whole ass EDM track instead? I've been there for a jam, just like worked on something completely different. Alright, Stroff, I bet it's a banger, though. Talk between them. Oh, nice. Unread pings on Discord. I have just learned to ignore pings. I don't like them having power over me, so I just ignore them. This looks awesome. Okay, that's a cool crash, though. Like, as far as crashes go, this is actually quite beautiful. So is this because like your game is like not optimized for a virtual machine, or is it just some other random thing? Simon did it. Oh yeah, we did one with Boss Rush, and you made a really bad platformer where you play as a boss and just run really fast. I remember that jam. I do. Now I'm gonna find it. Like, you're gonna say that, I'm gonna go find it. Okay. Like, that's what's gonna happen here. There it is. That was May 2024. Kill the bosses to win was mine. Okay. But what was yours? We used to do this 1-hour jam. We don't do it anymore, but we used to. We very much used to. Then we stopped. Oh, password. Fair. Fair. Totally fair. I don't hold that against you. I guess I could go look at the stream. Is that calling you out too much? Oh wait, but that's... Do we do the playthrough here? No, we do the actual... Oh, we did both. Oh. Oh, no. We do the playthrough here. That is the one we put here. Got it. Something with playing as a boss. That's Seppi's game. Nova. Oh, I can look up at the top. At the URL. This has got to be it, right? This is the one. It's covering it up. I can't see. Oh, that's Dark Rosen. Nope, that's not yours. I think you maybe weren't the only one who came up with that idea. I feel like that like was a common idea. Okay, you were probably near the end, actually. It's nice to take a trip down the lane of memory. Wait, whose was it? It was the 2D platform. Oh, we already did it. Oh, you're Seppi! I keep forgetting that. Got it. Understood. Okay, we found it. We got there. Okay, you made a platformer. That's legit. It was a 1-hour jam. It was also a 1-hour jam. You do the best we can. Look at that art. I like the pixel art. You made the cactus. You made that person. I like how they're like... they're like marching. Very determinedly. Hey, Lise. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Boss Rush! Peak game for real. Speedruns pixel art and threw something together. I mean, that's pretty much the 1-hour jam. That's kind of why I stopped doing the 1-hour jam. Because at some point, I felt that it wasn't teaching me how to be good at making games. Like it was at first, like the first like 20 or so game or 1 hour jams I did were really valuable. But then there just came a point where I was like, okay, I can't really get much better at this. And I'm just learning like some bad habits. Hey, Alan. Looks good. Looks like a good one, Seppi. And thanks for apparently being a live hyper, too. It's like impossible. You're glad I phased them out. Thank you for saying that. Because it was, I gotta tell you, it was hard. A lot of people were disappointed. I felt bad. But the game like Jam, I mean, it's, for me, I've grown exponentially. An order of magnitude than what was happening from the 1 hour game jam. Oh yeah, YouTube won't allow links, unfortunately. Wait, what you sharing? What you sharing? Recursive is a coder by trade, so you're trying to tie the theme into the mechanics. It's just one of those themes that wants you to use it as a visual or a narrative theme. Is it? How do you know? Can't you just do whatever you want? I mean, I feel like when there's like a vague theme, like Into the Depths, you can just do whatever you want. If it's underground, you're into the depths. I guess I kind of see what you mean. Hey, Reiju. I mean, when you're competing with 500 other people, you know, I guess you really do have to like stand out. How much time do you have? You might not have. Do you have enough time? January 12th? You have 6 days. You gotta just go. You gotta start making stuff. You gotta hurry up. Oh my gosh. Hey, Zach. You don't even know what the password is. What are the things you want to learn after I have the fundamentals down? I think I have the fundamentals down, but maybe that's what you're saying. When I had the fundamentals down. I'm not gonna come out here and say I'm like an amazing GDScript coder. But I definitely have the fundamentals down. So I'm doing it. I'm learning it right now. That's the game like, honestly, the game like Jam is what I want to learn after I got down the fundamentals. That's what I want to learn. Because I was doing that 1 hour jam. That was like what was happening. We did so many 1 hour jams, okay? Look at all these. So starting from, I mean, where even is the game like ones on here? Okay, so these, oh, I forgot, we did the Game Like Jam at the same time as the 1 hour jam. So Game Like Jam 1, 2, 3, 4, so these are the Game Like Jam ones here. Anything that isn't highlighted yellow is a 1 hour jam. Here, I guess we'll just highlight those. Look at all these. Look at all these freaking 1 hour jams we did. So many 1 hour jams. This got me to learn the fundamentals because I was just like grinding over and over and over and over again how to just like put together a simple game, simple stuff. This got me the fundamentals. And then the Game Like Jam helps me learn like more specific mechanics. I mean, in Balloons, I learned about tower defense, aiming at targets, having you know, waves of enemies. I learned so much there. I learned a lot of stuff about like UI things too. Puyo Puyo, oh my gosh. Puyo Puyo taught me a crap ton about grid matching. And in fact, the algorithm that I used to match pieces in Puyo Puyo is basically the algorithm that I'm working on right now for my roguelike. So for me, my answer to that is what I've wanted to learn since I learned the fundamentals is how to make specific mechanics in other games. You know, just like develop new skills specific to certain things, as opposed to being like, okay, I have a game idea, I'm gonna make this game. Instead, discover what other types of mechanics are out there that are tried and true and get good at making them. Endless runner practice for ski free. Granny horror practice, just in general. Tamagotchi, virtual pet mini games. I feel like mini games. Thanks for the follow, recursive. I feel like mini games have been the like primary for me learning thing of how to like learning that I've gotten from Tamagotchi like is how to embed other games within a bigger game. And then Rogue, I mean, obviously the procedural generation, right? So yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to get out of learning now. No idea how to make room generation, so you just did nothing for the past few days. Andres, of course, and again, I know you probably heard me say it, Binding of Isaac style. Binding of Isaac style. Binding of Isaac style. That is the easiest approach you can do. Pre-make all of the rooms, and when you move to a new room, it just picks one randomly and puts you in that room. Then you don't have to even think about procedural generation. That's the simplest way, I think, to approach it. One issue of the 1 hour jams is that it highly discouraged good practices. Yeah, like setting up reusable classes and instead encourages throwing things together in the quickest way possible. Completely agree. It was ridiculous. Thank you for the short lap. The result works, but that same approach can end up severely hindering a bigger project. Completely 100% agree. Absolutely agree with that. Yep. And again, it's a good thing to like. I think it's very interesting to learn how to do, but I don't think it's something that I was going to realistically be doing into perpetuity. Whereas the game like jam, I think the game like jam is always useful. Use some flood fill for Puyo for dungeons. Really? That's affirming. Love that. Yeah, Bart's had a great Puyo Puyo. Not only did you have a great Puyo Puyo, like you made your Puyo Puyo like in like 2 weeks, which was crazy. You need to start narrowing your scope a bit to start off with. Yeah. Trying to make games that have too much involved and struggling to get it done. Fair. Very doable. All right, hold on. Let's do the lap. Short lap. Whatever it is that gives you a little break, look around the room to different things, pull up a different stuff on your screen, go get yourself a drink of water. Whatever it is for you that's your equivalent of stretching your legs, do it yourself. Thank you for the short lap. How does it remember rooms? You want to do binding style, but you don't know how it remembers. Oh, so you go back. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's something, maybe you could devise like your own system for. Thanks for the hydrate, Fanny. If I were doing it, I would probably make a 2D array. A 2D array that keeps track of the rows and the columns. And then plug in some reference to that room. Thank you for the Prime sub for it! And when the room gets generated, put in a reference to that room in that spot, and then keep track of where in the 2D array the player currently is. Thank you for the hydrate. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever it may be. Like if it's 0, row 0, and in that row, which is an array, index 5. That's what the player currently is. And we just know the player is at 0, 5. Then the player goes up into the door to get to what would then be, well, I guess it wouldn't be 0. Okay, they're at 1, 5. The player's at 1, 5. And then when the player goes up, we know that they're now at 0, 5. I mean, there's all kinds of ways. I'm not saying this is the best way, but I think that's how I would do it. And I guess I would also decide, I've not played Binding of Isaac, so I'm not sure if it's like infinite, but I would probably decide on the maximum size. So make like, I don't know, a giant array with like, I don't know, 100 rows and 100 cells or 100 indices per row, per array. And then start the player in the middle, you know, at like row 50, cell 50. And then that's where the player is. And then just keep adding new stuff as it generates into those different points. And if the player gets to them, log a reference to the room. I think that's how I do it. It's kind of interesting. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting problem. If Anders is making a free movement thing, that'd be fine, but its grid-based dungeons end up being too bland. I mean, would you call Binding of Isaac bland? I don't know. That's some strong language for one of the most popular games that exist. You found the thing that hinders projects the most is sitting on your thumb spreading about optimal solutions. Fair. Fair. Yeah. Well, that's timing, right? So I guess it kind of depends on, you know, do you have a deadline? With game jams, yeah, we usually do have a deadline. So fair. I think I experienced that in my Granny Like 100% and my Tamagotchi Like, which are the first 2 Game Like Jam games I didn't finish. Because, and here's the thing, I don't even consider it a bad thing, because I wanted to learn how to, rigid. I want to learn, and maybe going back to the other question, I want to learn how to make optimal systems. I want that. So that way in the future, I can more quickly use the optimal system because I've practiced it. So, you know, I think my values change project to project, where it's like, well, look, it's not going to be the end of the world if I don't finish this game on time. And my calculation is it'll be more valuable to me if I learn how to build an optimal system than if I try to finish it. But it definitely slowed me down. 100%. Yeah. But I'm hoping I'll get faster once I figure out the systems that I do think are optimal. Making a cuppa. Make Fanny one too. One for everybody. Come on now. It's only fair. Drawing it helps you visualize it. Nice. You are drawing it out? Let's go. Yeah. Rogues' rooms are not locked on a rigid grid. There's corridors between them. Yeah. Sometimes short, sometimes long. Yeah, true. Yeah, right. If you want it to truly be like Rogue, that would be more like it, for sure. Best way to get good, thanks for the hydrate phaser. Best way to get good at making games isn't to finish them per se. Fair. It's just like learning anything else. You want to maximize hurdles encountered. Yeah. Well, it depends, right? I mean, yeah. Everybody's journeys are different. I do think learning how to finish games is an important skill. There's so many things that go into finishing games. Such a long list. You don't need optimal code. Have you seen Undertale's code? It's built on sticks, gum, and chains of if statements. Yeah, but Undertale is an exception, right? And you're right. You don't have to make optimal. I mean, probably your favorite game has terrible code in it, right? I agree. But, you know, I want to. I want to. And here's the thing. I think optimal is a bad word. Like, for me, it's code that I'm most comfortable writing. That I know, right, Rosa? Code that I'm comfortable writing that I can repeat and then I can rely on using in project to project. So for me, that optimal is relative to myself, not like clean code. People have written a book about the best way to code something. And you know, if for Toby Fox, writing their code that way was probably for them optimal. It was probably a lot faster for them to have, you know, giant freaking arrays or if statements. Probably not an array. If statement. That was probably a lot easier and quicker for them than trying to learn some other way. So whatever's optimal for you. And for me, that would be very confusing and hard to maintain. So I wouldn't want to build it that way. But maybe for Toby, it's like very easy. But also, you know, Undertale is a huge exception. Like, I think... But I hear you saying. I hear you saying. Again, even your favorite game has bad code in it. And I feel like that's usually because of, like, corporate timelines, you know, and people have to rush and crunch, and then things get sloppy. Shipping games. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I think finishing games, shipping games, making the music, finishing the music, planning the music, concept art, doing the art, iterating on the art, finding a colorist, palette matching. There's a million things. There's a million things. Do you have to do grid-based movement? You do not. You don't have to do anything. You can do whatever you want. You know, this game jam is... The only thing you can't do is submit a game that isn't for the jam. Like if you submit, I don't know, a game that you obviously made for something else that's completely different. Yeah, okay, please don't do that. But no, you don't have to make grid-based. It's up to you. It's the jam. The jam theme is for you to learn what you want to get out of making something like Rogue. So I say, look at the game Rogue, take what you like, leave the rest, and interpret it and make something different. You know, that's to me the best way to approach the game like jam. Now, some people out here might want to like try to min-max for these trophies. You know, and they're like, oh yeah, I want to get the most like the original. If you want to win most like the original, well, yeah, you're going to need grid-based movement. Right? And that's not up to me. That's up to the other participants, because I don't vote. The people who vote are you all. So you're voting on each other. So you shouldn't ask me. You should ask everybody else. Go to the community tab, you know, and ask there, because those are the people who are going to be deciding. Ultimately. Yeah. Have a tendency to over-engineer things. You're very big on the composition over inheritance style, but you always find yourself over-engineering components and trying to account for every niche exception. You've started leaving to-do comments around that help you step away from unnecessary stuff, which you think helps. Very easy to get hyperfixated otherwise. Yeah, to-do comments are nice. To-do comments are nice. Yeah, everybody's different. Some of us need to like dial it back on the optimization. Some of us maybe need to dial it up. Everybody's different. Although your favorite game has terrible code, cannot be more true. Sincerely, a Helldivers 2 fan. I do really like trying to make my components such a way that you can bring them into future projects. Yeah, exactly. For me, that's what optimal means, in part. That's like half of it. Philosophy of code architecture design. It's very much a moving target. Knowing when to write worse code is a skill. Ooh, I love that. Knowing when to write worse code is a skill. Beautiful. Finish your salad? It was good. You had brain happiness. Make Pac-Man with loot easy roguelike. Oh, interesting. I've seen that. How do you make assets for your games? Do you draw it yourself or do you usually take it from itch.io? I generally make 3D games, and I would say 90% of my assets, maybe more, I make in Blender myself. For my Tamagotchi-like game, I bought one asset. I bought the cat. And that was mostly to save time because I was trying to get the game done within the jam at some point. By the end of it, I was like, nah, I don't want to care to finish it on time. But this cat I did pay for and get an asset. But everything else I make myself, and that's true for all my games. And then for my granny-like, I used some assets for the building and the environment, but I didn't end up finishing that game anyway. So I've actually normally made all the assets myself, and recently I've been allowing myself to not do that because I want to focus more on code lately. So I've been spending less time on the art. But I prefer to make it myself. And then for this game, I'm making the art myself. So my little brain character is indeed drawn by me. So it depends, but generally speaking, I make it myself. What about you? I don't know. I guess you can always go on the channel. I got all kinds of streams over about that. If you go to the especially the member streams, I normally make my assets in the member streams. So you can go look at those and look at the timestamps, and you'll find out how long it takes me. It takes me. I'm slow. I'm very slow. I'm not as fast as. Well, let's just put it this way. I'm slow. So it takes me. It depends. It just depends. I don't know. Depends. The game is about a brain. It's about a brain, yeah. Came up with this term lizard brain architecture, which is like something me and those individual building systems. Neat. Okay, that's pretty cool. So yeah, so it's about a brain. The brain. So it's going to be like a mind mapping game. So again, remember this is for my Tamagotchi like, where you're going to be tasked with making money to buy stuff for your cat and your house and whatnot. By filming your cat and editing videos and uploading them to the internet. And so I want to make a program where you plan out the scripts for those videos. And so the roguelike will be your brain and your mind mapping. So the rooms will be the mind map boxes, and then you're chasing down ideas to try and flesh out your script. And like the further you get in that game, the more money you'll make on the video, basically, is the idea. Oh, you okay? You okay there, Firefox? Jeez. Oh, I kind of hate that. I gotta log into Millinode again. Well, I was gonna show you a mind map, but why? Like, you're just Firefox. Like, you're not that serious. Anyway, set a subdivision mesh. It didn't crash. Subdivision mesh to a mesh of 160,000 triangles, and you haven't saved. You better save. You better save. All right, I'm gonna go back to work. So locking in. Here we go. So we spawned the rooms, but it overflowed and it caused a big old mess. So what's happening is hey squids. So it's recursively running. It's weird because it's not even saying that it's doing. Oh wait, it did say wall tiles. It did that one time. So the wall tiles shouldn't have actually done anything. Here, let me come back in here. I think I kind of see what happened. I think I see what happened. So what I'm trying to do today is all I have generating right now is a grid, and I would like to generate rooms and paths between them and stuff like that, and something the player can actually interact with. So what we're gonna do, generate the room tiles. Now I have that calling this. That's the mistake. Do not do this. I feel like this is the mess right here. Is just generate. I don't know, but it's not the mess. Wait, no, this should be fine. No, this should be fine. This should be fine. I don't think this is the mess. Somehow, generate tiles is continuously running when it shouldn't. I actually have a short about it on YouTube. You should go check it out. It's just, all it is just like, I mean, basically it's a comment that that you can collapse over a certain area. That's all it is. A lot of people are like, oh great, you can hide your spaghetti code. Like, it's a comment. It's a comment that lets you say, between here and there, allow me to potentially collapse this. That's it. Very convenient. So I generally use it for reminding myself what different sections of functions are. So it's not just a big smattering of functions. Yeah, I love it. Why is it continually? because it loops through it again and again and again. It finishes. Let me look at the point where it finishes it. So it finishes, there's only 12 rows. Right, so you gotta remember, Lise, it's going through each of them over and over again, which I kind of hate that. I really want it to be like it does one, it finishes one, and then it starts the next one. I want that. That's what I want. And I was kind of hoping that the way I set this up would do that, but it didn't. Now that I think about it, that makes perfect sense. Wait, of course that's what happens. You made it be the after each cell post-generation. Wait, that makes absolute perfect sense. Of course that's what happened. Okay. You know what? I get it. I see what happened. Great. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to create... So I don't think we have Jen is okay callbacks. This was going to be the post callback, but I kind of want this for all of them anyway. This debug, and then I could potentially turn it off. So I think what's going to happen here, put this down here. I think what we're gonna do is I'm kind of thinking I don't need the post-gen callback. So what that is there's a function that runs before it generates a tile, and then a function that runs after it generates a tile. And I don't know that I need a function that runs after it generates. I'm beginning to think I don't. But I'm gonna leave it there in case I decide I do. But like, why would I? I don't know. I'm not sure. So we'll see. I'm gonna put it after this. This will be like basically an empty region. So this will be region post-gen callbacks. And in here, I'm gonna place a function. It's basically a placeholder function. Post-gen placeholder. And we're literally just gonna pass. I'm gonna pass on that. I don't know if I'm gonna use it, but we'll deal with that when the time comes. We'll deal with it. Full combos with myself. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you're the rubber ducks. Exactly. Try it, Andres. See what happens. That's my, like, yes, no, I probably don't want like the grid movement in future games, but you know what? I want to learn it. So I'm gonna do it. Coyote has contemplated redoing Darkest Duck. Yeah. Do it. That game was so fun. I think that'd be the right thing to do. Yeah, big comment. I mean, that's fair too, for it. Whatever works. I actually think I probably will do raycasts. I actually very well might. We'll see. Peak viewer count. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to run it again, but first I'm gonna put that post-gen callback in here. I am not going to use I'm not going to use a post-gen callback right now. I think it might be completely unnecessary. That's what I think. So instead, I'm gonna come up here in our ready, and we're gonna say generate base tiles, and then I'm gonna try generate room tiles, and hopefully this will function more like I actually want it to. We don't need to actually pass cell contents in there, which is a bit less messy. Love that. Let's see what happens. Hopefully oh, much better. No stack overflow. Yes, yeah. Okay, well, it was worth trying. So let me check to see if this is set up more like I want it to be. Yes. Okay, this is much better. Well, now I know. Good. So on top of every base tile now is one of these pink room tiles, which is exactly what I wanted. And it only spawns the room tiles after it spawned all the base tiles, which is my desire. So now I want to say there's only a certain chance that it's gonna do a room tile. Maybe it does a room tile, maybe not. and then I'll keep like whittling it down until it's like exactly the room gen system that I want. Because I want to make sure what I don't want. Well, here's the thing. I can't have any rooms that are less than 9 tiles. Why? So let's say I have a room that's 2 by 3. Okay, this is the room up here in the top left. Once we start putting walls on there, guess what's gonna happen? Oops, all walls. Not desirable. The only way that I can guarantee that it's not gonna be oops all walls is if I do 9. Then there's always gonna be one in the middle that isn't a wall. So ultimately, I guess I won't just randomize it. I guess I'll start with the 9 tiles thing, which, like, how are you gonna do that? Let's say when we generate room tiles, this is gonna be the main thing, is this pre-gen callback. So that's over here, right here. Gen is okay callbacks. That's our pre-gen callbacks. Is room. Oh, great. Yeah. So I would say we also would need to check if not is tile immediately. Oh, and this has to bring in cell contents, which we're going to use. If it's not a tile, right? Like, that is to say, if it's gone outside of the boundaries of the grid. Although we actually have to say exactly what. Oh, okay. Oh, so actually I need to pass in to isRoom some of these parameters. Oh, that's already going to be there, though. Wait, these are all going to be there. You don't even have to worry about that. All right, let me look in here. Yeah, you've already got those as the parameters. And in fact, generate room tiles needs to go to isRoom. These are the parameters that go into there. See you later, Vorta. Thank you for hanging out. And nice work on your video, by the way. I look forward to seeing more from you. Lua is easy to learn. Point of view, a kid makes a cool App Store game but doesn't have a MacBook. Spend $2,000 to make a good game on our Apple App Store. What is Squid's talking about? I don't know. Okay. Is that you? Is that you? So if is not tile, we immediately want to return false. We need to put it on tiles. And this needs to have all the same parameters at least as that. So we'll want all of this, and we have to pass that into isTile. So we would want to put in cell contents, tile to check against. Hey Derek, welcome back. You're in a movie theater. Whoa. What movie were you seeing? Should be a match. Pass all of that in. I just did a whole like distraction break, Derek. So next distraction break. If you want to publish a good game on the App Store, you don't have a Mac, you need to spend around $2,000 to get Mac plus storage. Oh, that sucks. K-Hote, thank you for this sub of 4 months. Oh my goodness, thank you. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say this to the last person. I believe it was Word Avoid who subbed. This means you get access to the Monday member stream. Every Monday, I do a stream exclusive to YouTube members and Twitch subs. SpongeBob. There's a SpongeBob movie that's out. It's just like these, except it's just a member and sub only stream. So if you're interested in that, you now have access. If you have subbed on Twitch, you have to access it through Discord. So make sure your Discord account and your Twitch account are linked. And then you will get a notification on Discord via a role that gives you that the stream has started. Thank you again for the sub, K-Hote. Always, K-Hote, you've been like a champion supporter of this channel. I still have to get the founder badge to be detected correctly. We'll get there. Okay, so if it's not the tile that it's supposed to be, it's going to return false. Beyond that, I would like to check I would like to actually run. We need to find the next 9 tiles, which is going to be a little crazy. So with cell contents, we should know. I don't know, Derek. I have no idea. I don't know. How long are you going to be around? With cell contents, we can get the position of the node, which will correspond directly with pretty much what I need. I gotta think about this. We have the node, the tile, the ID. We could also use the ID. ID is probably actually the easiest. And can I just be reminded where? Oh, this is the dictionary. So let me run it again. That data should be available in level data. Wait, what time is 11? It's 5:30. It's 5:30 in my time zone. When is 11? Okay. Go to the managers. Look at the level. If we go to level data, so what level data is storing is the rows. This is the 2D array I was talking about, Fanny. It stores the rows 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then it stores the horizontal, if you will, columns or cells. 684 here. Okay, gotcha. And I can always tell you that I checked it out. Maybe like an hour. Here, I'll set a timer. Do I still open the clock app? I think I stopped opening the clock app. Okay, 1 hour timer has begun. Okay. Thank you for helping me make sure we do it. So this has all of the data. This has the 0. If I see that the current cell ID, well, but here's the thing, Lise. The ID is just a number. But they all have unique numbers. So I guess I have to find it by ID. I think that's gonna be the easiest. I feel like searching by ID is gonna be the easiest. So if you need to find so let's say it decides to put a room on number 76. It says, yes, room goes on 76. I'm gonna wanna say, okay, now check 76, check 77, 78, 100, 101, 102, 124, 125, and 126. Iterate through each of those one by one to see if a room can go there, and if so, put a room there. So I kind of want to run generate tiles again. Which is a little scary. It frightens me a bit. So I don't even know that this I kind of want to, I think you need to run a different function. I think you don't want to run, I think when you do generate room tiles, here, I don't want the first thing to be generate tiles. The first thing I want it to do, and this was an idea that I had, but I didn't ever put into action, which is to have a walk function that doesn't generate anything. All it does is it iterates through stuff. And then ideally generate tiles would use that walk in order to get through it. I would like that very much. Also, if you like this stream, press the like button on YouTube. Hyper smash the like button. Have you forgotten that there's a like button on YouTube? It helps if you press the like button. More people find out about the stream, find out about our community, and hang out with us. Hit the like button on YouTube and Twitch. You're doing the right thing just by being here. Okay, so I would like to have that walking function, but is it going to be too much trouble to try to implement it? So how does it walk right now? This is the walking right here. Put that in a function. So then what do we get out of the walk? We make sure that it's within range. I mean, really all it does is... Well, that's not true. It's not just a guard. I mean, it basically is. You can just say, walk through, and it returns a Boolean. Walk and return if it's within the boundaries. Although, we would also want to know, and also what we'd also want, so we'd probably want like a dictionary, would be what we want. You could have it just return cell contents, okay. And then if cell contents is null, okay, that's what we're gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. How do we get cell contents, by the way? Row number, 4 rows level data, yeah. Okay, I got it. I got what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this, and we're gonna put this into its own special function. And we could even have this equal that function. Oh, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be perfect. Paste this in here, and I'm gonna say func walk grid. And what this will return is a dictionary. Whatever cell contents is, it's just a dictionary of, here, cell content type variant. This is the dictionary type. I would like to match it, so I will. That's what it returns. And the function itself is what used to be right here. Okay. So first it establishes what all rows are. It iterates through all those rows. It's got this here, but that's not great. We need to return something. So that's going to return null. That does a break, so it's like... That seems weird. I feel like you want to return there too. I think this should also be a return, right? Probably. Let's fix this. Cop that and set this to walk grid result. Walk grid. Now here's the thing, Lise, that's gonna run for... It's not gonna run for every tile. Incorrect. Not true. That's kind of the problem. Well, you need another... Because the for loop was here. So how are you gonna have a for loop? Well, that's why you pass in the rows. That's why we need to get that data. So I don't even just want it. Well, so I kind of need that with cell content. I guess I need something else. Wow. I need a new dictionary. I need a dictionary that contains a dictionary. And that dictionary. So that, okay, this always gets me. Don't do that. Do this. Do grid walk data. Have that be the key. That's the first parameter for when we're saying what type is this. Have grid walk data be that. Then comma dictionary. We want it to return. Now, are you sure that's what you want? Kinda, yeah. Yeah, I kinda do. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay. Okay, so now we have this. It's gonna return null, which will be very useful later on. It's gonna iterate through all the rows, do all this, do all that. Now, when it's done, we're going to return, but this needs to be within the for loop, right? This is every single time it iterates. I'm concerned about this. I don't think this makes sense. How do you have this function that walks through and then somehow gives you information that can be... Like, I kind of wish I could return a for loop. But it doesn't really make sense. Maybe there's some, like, lambda way? You could start a for loop. You could start a for loop? Wait a minute. Start a for loop. And it loops through the function? Is that possible? I mean, if it returns something loopable, why not? I mean, then you'd ultimately just be returning this. She's trying to cook. So, by the way, the reason I'm doing this is because I'm trying to decide if I want to separate the walking. And the reason why I'd want to separate the walking is so that when I decide to generate those 9 extra... here's what I think. I think you should just not have a helper function. This is where, like, optimal and clean code can slow you down and cause code that's actually not that good. So, like, my thought to be optimal and clean is to have a single helper function that handles all walking through a set of nodes. And we tell it, or a set of grid cells. And we tell it what the cells are, the range that you're working with, and then it just does the damn thing. But I think it's just gonna be better if I just create another loop. Just make another loop. It's like not a big deal. So I'm gonna back out. I think it's really good to know when to say, I tried this, I went down that path, it felt bad. Never mind. That's where I'm at. But a very good thing for me to realize, so I'm not here worried that I should be doing it this way. Okay, all right, very good. So let's come back to isRoom, and we're simply going to create our own room walk, our own room generate function. I mean, this is a room generate function, to be fair, but that's where you call generate room. Well, that's the thing. Are we generating all the rooms, or are we generating, well, that's gonna be generate room tile. You see? Wait. But generate tiles runs generate tile. Oh, that's confusing. Lise, what? This is what's gonna call generate tiles. Right. And generate tiles iterates through everything. Does that make sense? So, remember, you're doing this, that's already happening. And you're doing this pre-function that runs when it's deciding, am I going to place a tile right here? First of all, is it an actual tile? Second of all, it's almost like I want to control... Oh, I kind of want to control, like, where generate tiles goes next. I want to say, here's the other approach. Okay, wait a minute. I got it. Hold on. I got it. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. So imagine this is our grid. And it decides right here, I'm going to put a room there. So it decides to put a room there. At that moment, it is going to stamp down possible room places. It's going to say, maybe I put a room here. It's going to flag these cells ahead of time. So as soon as it decides to put a room there, it adds a flag to the cell data, which is going to exist for the 9 around it. Then it's going to continue down the iteration. It's going to say, yes, I can put a room there, put a room there. Get here, yes, I can put a room there, put a room here. Then it's going to continue doing the same thing. It's going to go here. Do I put a room here? Nah. Do I put a room here? Nah. Do I put a room here? You know what? Yeah, let's put a room here. Then it's going to look over here, see it's out of bounds, and it's not going to do it. See, that's out of bounds, it's not going to do it. I mean, it won't even go there. It actually won't even go there because the generate tiles already won't go out of bounds. So that won't even happen. I guess what we would say is it puts the room down there it won't be able to flag here. It won't be able to flag here. It will be able to flag there. So it flags that. Won't be able to do here or there. It'll flag there. Then it comes back around. Checks here. Do I want a room there? Nah. Room here? Nah. Here. Oh yeah, I'm flagged to be a room. I'm gonna be a room. I'm gonna be a room. So it's like we're basically telling it, if you find a tile that was flagged to be a room, please make it a room. That's how I'm gonna do this. Now, the question is, well, I don't think there is a question. I was gonna say, like, how do I decide if it goes there or not? This is, it's happening as the first layer, basically, or the second layer. It's not like there's gonna be stuff in the way that it has to check for. The only thing it has to check for is that it's not out of bounds. So as long as it's not out of bounds, flag a cell. I mean, it can't flag a cell that doesn't exist, right? Yeah, this is the way. Okay, so if that's the way, how do I want to set up these flags? We already have cell content, so that would be where we're gonna get it from. So we have node, tile, ID, visited. In this case, I guess it would just be room. Flagged for a room. To be room. To be room. Make room. I think we're gonna call it. This would return a Boolean. So I'm gonna add it in here. Cell content type, make room, and it's gonna return false. By default, it is not gonna be a room. However, if it gets crawled over and it gets marked to true, then it's gonna be a room. I think this is gonna work. Okay. So I still need like a dice roll. We still need to decide what is the likelihood that it's gonna be a room. What is a previous game where I've had a dice roll? Because I don't want to try to come up with the logic. I just wanna reuse it. I almost want to say it was in a 1 hour jam. There must have been somewhere else that I used it. Volcano, there were gems that were, yeah, maybe that's where we want to go look for that formula. Because it would randomly spawn gems. In a blocky digging match, that would just pick a random piece to put down. I guess there would be a formula for deciding whether or not the opponent was going to drop garbage, but I feel like there was a timer. In Hungry Baby Rescue, this was like Bloons, so a tower defense game. I don't think there was any kind of like randomizing like that. And then in Frogger, I don't think there was any kind of randomizing. So I think I'm gonna go look at Volcano. This is something I really love to do, is go back, look at old projects, and oh, I'm not logged in. Cool. Go back and look at old projects and borrow code. So I'm going to pull up. This was in Godot 4.4, I want to say. I maybe upgraded it to 4.5, but I doubt it. I'm gonna literally pull up the entire project because apparently I don't save cookies anymore because I'm scared of saving cookies. So I'm not logged into GitHub. And to log in, I would have to go to my password manager, which is on my phone, and we're not gonna do that. Okay, Volcano 4.4, yes. I think it must have been because in Volcano, there are these gems that spawn, and there's also rocks that spawn. Part of the calculation that they make about whether or not they're going to spawn is if they are overlapping or not with existing gems or rocks. But there has to be some kind of percentage decision. So I love reusing code because then I get to like tweak it, see how I can improve it. So what I'm talking about are these gems that spawn here. This was my ski-free light game for the ski-free light game like jam. Ski-free game like jam. Now the gems I feel are constant. I don't think they'll ever change. But see the rocks, they're just now spawning in. And then the further down you get, the more likely it is that they're gonna spawn. I think that has to have some kind of like curve style percentage likelihood. And then it's just getting ramped up the further your distance goes. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Alright. Let's find out. Okay, this is volcano. That would be on the ground tiles is where I had that logic, because the ground tiles themselves, because they were all you still my score? I don't know. It's not an online leaderboard, so probably. I haven't ever seen anyone get a higher score than what you got. So it was actually made up of many tiles, what you just saw, and they just endlessly loop. And each tile, so you can see they actually have numbers on them. There's a tile, there's a tile. And each tile decides if it's going to spawn something on top of it. And I want to see what that code was. Request spawns, add obstacles. Whoa. Okay, stream. Margin, scale, min margins. This is basically the space around it, so it can decide whether or not it's spawning on top of something else. Ground obstacle spawn. This is how many it should spawn. Spawn entities. Will spawn if can. Okay. What determines if it can? Force update transform set spawns unique properties. This is checking for whether or not it's overlapping with something. That's all this is doing. Surely there was some kind of percentage chance. I mean, it's almost as if it was just making sure. I guess not. Wait, I guess it was just picking a random position. Huh. Okay. There wasn't a percentage in here. Wow. What was my other guess? Puyo Puyo garbages? Okay, so I think I need to come up with something new. There was definitely a 1 hour jam though, where I had... I'm trying to avoid looking up a way to do this, except from my own code. Let's see if I can come up with something. Because I need to wait. I basically needed to randomly pick within a certain range and then be weighted one way or the other. And I know a lot of y'all know ways to do that. Welcome back, Kazay. But I don't want to hear it, because I want to try to figure out myself, because in the past, I've borrowed that from y'all, and that doesn't help me. I'm gonna see if I can figure this out. So when it's deciding if there's a room or not, we first need to check whether or not, when it's on a cell, is it going to mark the next 9 cells in a certain range as being rooms. You kind of need to, well, it's a per cell basis. It's not going to be on a per 9 cell basis. It's on the one that it's on. Then it will do that. So we could say if roll, we're just gonna call it a roll. If roll, and then we could like put like a weight in here or something. So we'll say, I don't know, I guess imagine this is a 30% chance or something. So let's make a roll here. It's gonna call the weight. we could say by default it's 50-50, and it returns a Boolean. Okay. So if I wanted to be 50-50, we could randomize between, you know, like, could do random integer range. Float will give you more randomness. You should probably do float. Random float range between, you could do 0 and 1. You could do -1 and 1. You could say if it's less than 0, we could do that. Maybe like it could, I don't really know that I can figure out the weight specifically. It could be like just like vague, and then I just do my best. So this will give us a value. If we say return random f range, or here, first do variable float roll, and it gives us a random number between -1 and 1. Then we evaluate it. If float roll is less than 0, return true. Not all copaths return value, right. Otherwise, return false. Okay. So essentially, this gives us a roll. I don't know if you call that 50-50. I guess you could call that 50-50. Is there like a coin flip? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe. Yeah, because there's the same amount on each side, right? There's between -1 and 0, which is like -1, or -0.9, -0.8, -0.7, -0.6, blah, blah, blah. And then there's 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, leading up to 1. So I feel like that's technically 50-50. So I think what I'm gonna do is try to weight it. I want to have control over it, one fat pooch. So what we're gonna say is, if I were to just multiply this, all that would do is expand the range, but it would still be even on both sides. Again, please don't help me, anybody. I want to come up with my own thing, figure it out, do it myself. It's much more interesting and fun and useful that way if I do that. Just putting that out there again, because I know y'all is frothed. Some of y'all are frothing at the mouth to just tell me the answer. I swear I will time you out. Okay, so I don't want it. If I wanted that, I would just go to a chatbot and ask it how to do it. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. Bread rolls, but I know, right? Roll is so vague. If I want that weight, basically what a weight would be saying is I want it to make one side more likely than the other. So if I were to take that weight and say add it on, for example, it's not gonna be 50-50, but I were to take that and add it on to, let's say, the second value, well, now it's much more likely that it's going to be false, right? Because there's way less chance that it's going to land at a value less than 0, when there's way more likelihood it's going to be above 0. So that's definitely straight up a weight. Whether or not that mathematically works out to like 5%, 10%, 20%, I have no idea. You could just make it 50 by default, right? Make it 50. Hey, Neil. Make it negative always be 50, and then this can be weight right there. Now it's 50-50 if you pass in 50%. If I pass in 100, I mean, you know, it's like it gets a little ridiculous. It's not really a percentage, because if I put in 200, is that 200%? I don't know. I don't really care. I like this. I like this. I'm going with this. I'm gonna add a little something on here. weight of 0 will always return false. Okay. Or true. We'll always return true. Because if it's negative, that's what we get for true, which is kind of weird. But I guess we could say greater. No, don't do it. Okay, this is my roll. This is my roll function. So in this case, we could say there's a 20% likelihood that it rolls. So if it does, return true. Otherwise, return false. So just that by itself, I would expect to see a lot less blocks. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Let me add something extra on here. Weight. A higher weight indicates a lower likelihood to be true. So then the weight is actually representing false. It's kind of weird. Truth be told. It's a little strange. Here, make it 90 and then roll it again. I'm happy with this. See, that doesn't look like 90% to me. But then again, you're not saying 90% of them should be a room. The only thing I'm saying is every time you confront a cell, there's a 90% chance. I don't know if it's. I'm almost certain that it's not percent accurate, because I feel like there'd be a whole lot less of these. Because really, what it is it's -50 between -50 and 90. If you think about it, it's actually the okay. If you think about it, I feel like it'd be 90 minus 50, right? So that would be it. So I guess I'd want to actually add 50 onto it. Variable actual weight. Again, I don't know. You know, I'm just guessing and having fun. Let me do it. 90 plus 50. Obviously, magic numbers. I don't care. And then that goes in here. We can always make constants later. So does that look more like a 90% spread? I mean, it's less. It gives it a wider range. What if it's times 50? None of them are gonna be. 2 of them. I mean, that looks more like 90% to me. That looks a lot more like 90%. Although if it's ever 0, oh yeah, I can just keep re-rolling it. Okay, so what if I make this 10? Oh. That didn't look better. Yeah, I don't know. Did you save it and everything? Yeah, you did. Wait, are you not using it? Girl, you gotta put the... You gotta pass that in there. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, that doesn't... What did I put in there? 10? It doesn't look... Well, but you're trying to say 10% are true. Wait, what? You're saying 10% are false. I don't think this makes sense. What if I do 5? That's okay. It doesn't make sense. I'm okay with it not being accurate. As long as I understand what the hell's going on, I'm happy. What if we go back to plus? So most of them... I mean, that's almost looking like half. So then how would you go lower? What if you said negative... Do 0. Do 0 for me. I think that was wrong. 0 is not always true. That's incorrect. That's a lie. Wrong. A weight of 0... A weight of 0 is equivalent to a coin flip. I feel like that's wrong. I feel like you should not do it. This is incorrect. This is not good. This is not what you want. This is not what you want. You'd want it to be that 50 is the equivalent of a coin flip. So if 50 is the equivalent of a coin flip, it looks like Jeopardy. I see that. I see that. Yeah, we making Jeopardy today. Is that the sound? They probably make that sound. Like a daily double or something. Okay. Wait. So if it takes in 50, how do I make sure that 50 well, it defaults to 50. So that should be 50-50. 0 is going to, I'm kind of confused. Well, because you're adding 50, Liz. So that's your mistake. This is your mistake. Like, don't do that. So now it's going to be a 50-50 chance. So this would be param weight of 0 is equivalent to a param weight of 0 will always return true. So now that should be the case. So in this setup, in fact, if you don't even call anything, if you just do roll, it should be approximately half. If I put in 0, we should see them all be pink. Everything should be pink. Total pink. Nice. Okay. It's kind of making sense. Unstable bitrate on Twitch. Oops. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Twitch is not reporting an unstable bitrate. So if it is unstable, I don't know if it's on my end. Twitch says all good. Twitch says you're good to go. I do appreciate you letting me know though. It looks pretty stable. Oh wait. Oh no, it should show up. Yeah, it looks stable to me. Look at that. Look at that solid line. If anyone else on Twitch is experiencing that, let me know. Oh, there it is! You're right. I lied to you. You're right. Look, we found it. You found it. Now, why is that happening? We've had this happen before, and I don't remember why. I feel like the bitrate is being sent, like maybe it's too high. Let's bring down the bitrate a little bit. Okay, now I gotta figure out how to do that without starting a new stream. I don't know if I can pull that off. I feel like it's gonna be a part 1, part 2. I know some people have the trick where they crash OBS, and that effectively works, but Kazay isn't seeing a problem. What? Andrew's got the grid movement done? Nice. I did see that loading though. I did see it happen. I wish there was like an easy way to just like refresh the stream, but really it just has to be a part 1, part 2. Who cares? Part 1, part 2. What difference does it make? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So I'm buffering on and off for a little while. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know. Guess we're just gonna stop and start it. Maybe if I go really fast, I think it's still gonna register it. I'm gonna click it so fast. I'm gonna click it so freaking fast. Here we go. Start. Oh wait, it takes a second to stop. It's definitely gonna do a new stream. Okay, then start. 100% it's gonna be a new stream. But that's okay. Okay, we back. Oh, but it didn't change the bitrate. You what? How dare you? How dare you not change the bitrate? Thanks for the hydrate. Do you even understand what instructions are? right? Hey, I said refresh. Oh, it's on about.blank. Okay. Sure, you know what? I don't need things to make sense. Sense is overrated. Okay, now it's low. Okay, great, we got it. All right. Okay, so we'll see if that's better. Thanks for letting me know. I'll keep an eye on it. YouTube's like, yeah, we don't got any problems. We're YouTube. Freaking YouTube. It's still buffering for you? I haven't seen it yet. Let me know from this point on if it starts buffering. We can try different things. All right, smooth. What was I doing? I was trying to figure out this roll and make this make sense. Yeah, thank you. No, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Okay. So roll 0, it's always true. We got that confirmed. Roll 50, it looks like it's half and half to me. So what if I do roll 1? What does that look like? That's pretty low. After I did something else nice. Okay, well, let me know if it happens again. I don't know what that means. I gotta be honest. I don't know, but it looks pretty good to me. Like, it looks like it's doing things that are desirable and controllable. Like, if I make this, what if I make it 99? I guess I'm trying to figure out what is, see, that's still, what if I make it 1,000? I'm trying to, basically I want to flip it. I want to flip it so it's all false. That's kind of, I guess, the test. Is how do I make sure they're all blue and there's no pink? So 2,000, this is how you know my range is off. Probably, I bet you could do like a modulo. Oh, modulo. That's what I need to be doing. But how do I even use it in this situation? Well, find your, oh God, y'all, I have no idea. I mean, to be fair, I don't really need it to be 0. You know, I just don't. I wonder if there just is no, I mean, the only way you could do that, Lise, is if you started subtract, you would have to make sure you were also modifying the low end. You have to modify the low end and the high end in order for that to work. I don't know, my brain's not big enough for that right now. So I think all I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take what I have and now I'm gonna look it up. Now that I've tried, and I don't feel happy with it. Oh yeah. Now that I've tried and I don't feel happy with it, I'm gonna look up, not using a chatbot, but just some other suggestion ever made. I'm gonna just look up modulo. I'm not reading it, Strophium! But you're right, I am asking for help, basically. Take a breath. Alright, give me a second. Modulo random. I would rather, because I also would rather practice looking things up. Modulo randomize weights code. I'm not even going to look for a GD script. Weighted random numbers. Because I'd rather just enjoy some kind of interpretation. This is kind of stressing me out a little bit. For I in number of choices, increment, none of these use modulo. Not a single modulo. I want the modulo. I feel like a modulo could be useful here. Oh my god, Godot came up right away. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, how did Godot know? How did Godot know? How did it do that? It has a whole article on random. Why didn't I trust in the great and mighty documentation? Wait, there's a random number generator class? I don't have to make it? Let's go! Oh yeah. Okay, Godot. See, now if I had just taken an answer from y'all or a chatbot, would I have found this? I don't know. In Global Scope, you can find a randomized method. This method should be called only once when you're... Oh, this is different. This is different. Wait, this isn't the same thing. This is something else. Hold on. This is like... This is totally different. This is absolutely not what I need. Sad. But this is different. This gives you like something random to pull from. Okay, well, whatever. Oh, there's a modulo. The function rand integer returns a random number between 0 and 2 to the power of 32 minus 1. Since the maximum value is huge, you most likely want to use a modulo operator to bound the result between 0 and the denominator. Oh, we gotta do take a breath. Prints a random integer between 10 and 6. Yeah, I don't care about that. Weighted. Yeah, weighted. Random float. So that's why we're doing float, because we want to do weighting. Random float and... What? There's a random FN? You see? We're still learning things. This is why I insist on doing everything by myself. Because I can learn new things that I wouldn't otherwise know. Returns a random floating point number, and then by extension, y'all learn something too. Returns a random floating point number following a normal distribution. This means the return value is more likely to be around the mean, varying by the deviation. Hell yes! Hell yes! That's what I'm talking about, baby! I don't think I could hope for a better result. Okay, so let's dial this back a little bit. Get rid of this crap. And now we're gonna do random FN. Tell me about that. Random FN. Zoom it in so I can actually see what I'm looking at, because it's very tiny. It's itty bitty. It's too small. I love modulo too. Whoa. Oh, my zoom got reset. Yeah, sure. I didn't really need it. Okay. Random FN returns a normally distributed pseudo-random floating point value from the specified mean and a standard deviation. This is also known as Gaussian distribution. This method uses the Box-Muller transform algorithm. I bet that's great. Okay, a mean and a deviation. Do I understand that? Alright, actually, I'm going to use the loo, and then we're going to take a breath, and then I'm going to see if I understand that. I don't think I do. I don't think I understand that. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me a minute. I'll be super fast, because I'm very invested in this, and we'll take a breath. And then we'll figure this out. Discovery is a good way to enforce the memory. Yes! I agree. Okay, I'll be super right back. Thank you for the hydrate, Kazay. Cheers. All right, let's take a breath. Y'all are welcome to join. No pressure to, unless you want to. If you kind of want to, maybe you should. Let's do the box breathing. That's my favorite. If you want to check out this site, use it yourself. I will put a link in the chat. Okay. 10 more minutes? Okay. Let's see if my timer squares with that. It does. Yeah, my timer also says that. Yeah, first breathing. Okay, here we go. Stop the music so we can concentrate. We're going to start on the next breathe in. So it's like breathe in, hold, you're breathed in, breathe out, hold the breathe out. Okay, breathe in. Hold. Exhale. Hold. Breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. Hold. Breathe in. Hold. And when you breathe out, try to go completely out. Hold. In. Hold. And out all the way. Hold. Let's do 2 more. In. Hold. Breathe out. Hold. In. Hold. Breathe out. Last one. And hold. And then breathe normally. Nice job, everybody. Now, doesn't that feel better? I feel so relaxed. Thank you. Thank you for that relaxation. All right, 10 minutes, we'll play your game, yes. Only correcting. Do not correct. Let me be wrong. One of your favorite things in the world, when you pet your cat on her chest, and when I pull away, she gently grabs my hand. What? With her cute little paws? Oh. It's the little things. Tend to keep code that works and bring it with you in project. Yeah, same. Same. I love Modulo too. Apparently, it's not the tool for the job, or at least I don't necessarily need it. Relax and de-stress. Let's go. You thank Rosa for that. Oh, it was spelling. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize that. Okay. That's it. But that's the thing. I can't know. So I just gotta look at the chat like a little bit. Like, oh, that looks like help. I can't read it, so I don't read the whole thing. Okay. Heard, Strav, heard. I won't put my mental tally that you did what you're not supposed to. I won't do that. Whoa. Wait, why doesn't StreamerBot tell me about that? Was that a long time ago that Halloween Ghoul did that? I guess it's like too new of a feature. Halloween Ghoul, a 25 stream streak! Yo! Thank you, Halloween. It's so cool to have you here. Oh, let's go. 25 I don't think I've ever seen a stream streak that high in my life. That's so cool. Hello! streamer bot didn't tell me about that. Rude. I'm glad I caught it. Hope you've been well. Hope you've been well. Halloween Ghoul is an OG, an absolute OG. About to be 10 at 9,000 points. I gotta give you things to spend points on. The reason why I haven't added more point spending things, thank you for lurking, is because I want to get YouTube and Twitch to both the union work. I want to get both to good for it, honestly. I want to have both platforms have a leaderboard with points, so that way, not necessarily a leaderboard, but just a point system. Because I very much take seriously being on two platforms. I don't just think of it as, well, I'm mainly a YouTube streamer and I just do Twitch on the side. Well, I'm mainly a Twitch streamer and I do YouTube on the side. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm on both platforms because I take them both seriously. And so, you know, Twitch just has redemptions by default, and I added a couple of simple ones, but I'm only going to expand it once we have a global system. And then Twitch can use their redeem, not the redeem points will be useless, it'll just be, there will also be a companion system on YouTube that matches what's available on Twitch. That's the idea. You could say tomato, and you could throw a tomato at your face for XY points that tally on YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, how much time we got till game break? 5 minutes. Okay. So I gotta figure out what this mean deviation thing is. That is a bit over my head, but I'm sure I can figure it out. Returns a random floating point number following a normal distribution. Oh, and it has a link. You're the best, Godot. Wait, what did that open? Wikipedia? Bless your heart. Bless my heart, I guess. Okay. In probability theory and statistics, normal distribution or Gaussian distribution is a type of continuous probability distribution for a real valued random variable. The general form of its probability density function is fx equals 1. What the hell is that? The parameter, oh god, utorrent is the mean or expectation of the what am I looking at here? Can I get the TLDR for crying out loud? This is stressing me out. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna try stuff. That's how I'm gonna learn this. We're gonna type in numbers and we're gonna see what happens. Now, like, I have done something like this before, the mean distribution thing. So this, I think I do understand it. I just have to, like, I just gotta, like, think. I think I do understand this. I believe what this is saying is, I get this. I know what this is doing. I think. I think what it's saying is, if we do 0 as the mean, and we have it 1 as varying around the deviation, then the random number is going to be close to -1, or something? Here, let me pull up this. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to gdscript.live, which is an awesome site that's super helpful for testing out things just like this. We're gonna paste that directly in, and we're gonna see what it returns. In fact, we could even do like a for loop. Let's say for I in range 50. So we get 50 rolls here. A boob graph. So it's not going to always be between -1 and 1, but it's going to float around 0. So what if I increase, I know, if I increase this deviation to 10? Now I'm gonna run it. I'm just gonna look at what happens. Okay, so now it's willing to push it, the deviation, a little further. Cool. If I make the deviation 0.1, What if I make the deviation 0? You know? I mean, look, really close to 0.1. So if I make it 0.8, we might even get damn close to between -1 and 1. And then that becomes my, like, well, it's gonna be 50% either way, right? If I check if the number is under 0, this is probably about like a 50% chance, right? One way or the other. But, I got you, Squid, hold on. But if I increase this, let's say to 5, now it's more likely to be above 0. In fact, it's never below 0. That's so far. It never hits below that. Because 0.8 is so small. So now, with 0.8, it'll sometimes get under 0. Is that an 80% chance? What if I do 1? Well, it's not mostly negative here. It's actually mostly positive, because it's less deviation from 1, right? It's more likely to be 1 by, like, a maybe 0.1 difference. What if I make it 1, 1? Well, then it'll be like 2 or 0, between 0 and 2, kind of. Oh, we got negative, though. Because it could be a little less than that as well. I don't really know how to turn this into percentages, and I don't care. I don't need a percentage. I just don't care. I think what I should do is literally just use this. Okay. Cool thing about this is you can use it to simulate multi-dice rolls for things like D&D. Because combinatorics. Say you have 2d6, there's more ways to make 6 than anything else. That stresses me out. Squid says, make a gambling game with fun mini games such as Hot Potato. Players have to click the button just in time, and you got to click it faster. Wait, why? Wait, why? Why would I do that? Why would I make that game? Why would I do that? That sounds like a fun game, though. Squids, maybe you should make that game. Okay, I know it's game time. Just want to wrap my head around this. I think I've kind of got my head around it, though. So, like, the higher... Like, if I wanted it to go back to pure 50-50, after the mean is 1, and it still be under 0 sometimes, what if I made that 0.5? Nope. If I make the deviation 0, so it never deviates, and it's just 1. That's interesting. It's always 1. The deviation is crucial. It doesn't do nothing without it. Yeah, we got this. Here it's almost always 1, but not quite. I love it. This is my favorite way to do things, not reading formulas and learning how to be a mathematician, but plugging in stuff and seeing the result. Math.clamp? I have no idea. I'm trying to keep pushing it until it starts going negative. I feel like you would want to go like a lot bigger. There it's starting to do a little negative. What if I do 2? What is that like? Oh, now it's looking more like half and half, below and above 0. TI-83. The best Doom emulator I ever knew. Okay. So if we double the deviation, we now get half. So what if I were to make this 5? What if I made it 50? No. No. If I made it... Remember, you want to double. If I made it 25 and I made this 50, would it be kind of a 50% chance that it's under 0? Maybe. Maybe kinda. Maybe not, though. That's a lot of positives. I mean, 50-50 doesn't mean it's always going to go back and forth, obviously. It does seem to have a slight preference for positive. A strong preference for positive. Yeah, it didn't quite work out. So again, I guess I'm just trying to like put it into some context that makes some sense to me, to some extent. I don't have to. You would want to go the other way. So you'd want to make it like 20 or something. It's never going to be perfect, I know. I don't really care. Still very... Actually, that looks a little more balanced. Still seems kind of positive friendly. Again, I'm sure there's a way to just clearly set up a percentages based roll. I'm sure there is. Of course there is. But I'm too anti-intellectual for that. I'd rather just mess around. Okay. I think I feel okay about this. I'm kind of surprised the deviation can be so much higher. I do feel like now it's preferring negative more than positive, if I were to guess. No spoilers! Okay, I'll look at it. 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations cover 68%, 59% of values in meter space. Anything more than 3 is functionally worthless. That stresses me out. What I'm trying to do is disagree. See, this is why I shouldn't have read it. Just irritating. But it is interesting for people in chat. That's interesting. I feel like people in chat will appreciate that. But I don't want it. Because the reason why I'm setting it to these numbers is so I can type in something between 0 and 100. That's why I want it. Not because I think it's more useful mathematically for it to be a bigger number, but rather so I can type in numbers like 50, 20, 30, and relatively it'll function similarly as if I hadn't. Because that's what I want. Okay. You know what'd be kind of cool? Is if we also said... Okay, we're going to play the game, Derek, I promise. I'm ADHD, you know this is how it's going to be. Let's actually get small. Variable... positives... That's going to be an integer, and it's going to equal 0. And then we're going to say negatives, also an integer, and that's going to equal 0. And then I'm going to say positives if well, first you got to do another variable. So do roll, and that's going to equal this. Then we say if roll is less than 0, positives plus equals 1, otherwise negatives plus equal 1. Oh, other way around. Negatives plus equal 1. Negatives is positives plus equals 1. Okay. Then, after all that's done, could you print negatives and positives? Positives is positives, and negatives is negatives. Let's make it a new line. I'm not reading it. Honestly, Struff, you gotta pump the brakes. Come on, man. Positives. It's very thoughtful of you, but it's not, because please stop. But also, it's good for chat, so y'all can learn things. I should just, like, honestly, something I want to create is a command, and you just redeem it, and it's like, you know, called backseating or something like that. And then when you do it, I know to ignore it without having to yell at you. Positives and negatives. Oh, it's a hypothesis of what's going to happen. Okay. That's cool. Wait, I'll check it out after this then. Okay, run it. Let's see what we get. 50 positives, 0 negatives. Wait, what'd I do wrong? Wait, what'd I do wrong? I did something wrong. Can you print roll for me? Here, do what you did before. Because this function's only running once. You gotta put it in there. You gotta put it in there. Okay, do it again. Here we go. Okay, positives 32 and 18. Okay. Every time. Every time! It's exactly the same. That's crazy. I don't know why I found that so crazy, but I knew. Okay, I'm gonna make this 25 now. 33:17. It's like barely different. What if I make it 550? 23:27. This is very interesting. Math is weird. 26:24 if I bump it up to 6. What if I do 5.5? I'm trying to get it half and half. Whoa. That did not make it half and half at all. 5.8? What the hell? Make it make sense. So let me get this right. Wait, what is happening? Am I... Oh, it was 0.5 Lees. Not 5. I got mixed up. That's on me. Right? Yeah. Okay, okay. Sorry, y'all. Okay, 5.58. Too far. Bring it back. I'm gonna try to get it even. Look at that. It flipped so fast. Yes, Duck? Kind of. I guess I'm mostly right now exploring what happens if I do things. I think that's the name of this game. What happens if I do stuff? Bam! Half and half. Okay. Now, what if I make this, instead of 50... I know it's not gonna work. Trust me. I already know. It is Strove. It absolutely is. Which is also insane. $30.20. So it's not 100. It's not even close. But it is interesting that now it's divided. It's 30 by 20. That's very interesting that those are like such even, like 10 difference. What if I do 200? I'm just kind of enjoying myself. I'm having fun at this point. You are. But don't remind me. Just work with your actions. Don't be a smartass. Yeah, so now it's like, it doesn't even matter that it's bigger. It makes no difference whatsoever. So this is pointless. It's pointless to try to balance it at these numbers, because look, it's always the same. It's always the same. I swear to God, Strove, don't be a smartass. Wait, Keote, you made a color version of your drawing? It's crazy to me that that equals that. Okay, what if I make it 5? Is it still half and half? No. It's so weird to me. So I feel like changing the deviation is not that helpful. If I've learned anything here, the deviation is very subtle. If I switch this to 0 and then run it, we get a much different distribution. If I make this -10 and run it, basically what I want is to just like, yeah, on a curve. I want it to make sense. I feel like this is not the tool. I just have a feeling that this is not the tool. But look, the lower I make this, now the distribution is shifting. Look at that. Very clearly, it's going more negative. So I do think the mean, I mean, that's like almost 100. That's almost 100%. Okay, make this 100. See if it flips it. It does! Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. That's pretty good. Now, if I make it at 50, it's not going to be balanced. No chance. It's going to be perfectly balanced. Yeah, so it doesn't really work that way. For sure. What if I make it like 10? If I make it 1? I'm almost done. What if I bring this down to 5 and 1? Wow. Okay, so I think my takeaway here is this is absolutely, unequivocally not the function that I need to solve this problem. That's what I think. I think this doesn't help me for what I'm trying to do. So I just need to find something else. That's what I think. Because I think what's useful about, wait a minute, I said scroll down. I feel like what that's useful for is if you want a random number that's very close to another number. You know, not that I want to have control over how that curve looks. I love GDScript. But C# is good too, though. One day I'll learn it. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the normal distribution, standard deviation situation, this is good if you have a very specific area you want to hover around and you want it to like be something or another. Like maybe you have like a, I don't know, this is really a weird example, a chain chomp in Mario. And you want to like it to stay within a certain range of its anchor, and you know it goes like don't down here, don't, and then like when my hand is like getting the furthest away, like maybe a standard deviation randomization picks like a different, pretty darn close randomize value, but it's like stays within near that anchor point. To me, that makes more sense of a use case for that. Which now I know that. Now when I need something like that, and I don't have to think of it in some mathematical way that hurts my brain. Now I have it in like a plain language that makes sense to me. That's why I spend a lot of time on these things. Stats. Yeah. I don't even want to, you know. It sounds so stressful. Strofe, I'm just gonna assume that what you say I need to ignore. The rand f method returns a floating point number between 0 and 1. We can use this to create a weighted probability. This is what I want. This has gotta be what I want. And it's just gonna give me... What? There's rand weighted? No. That can't be right. Are you kidding me? No. I refuse. I refuse to do that. You can also get a weighted random index. This is different. Using rand weighted. You got to put progress in your jam thread? Oh, let's check it out. Okay, and then we'll play the game. So, but this is based on the random number generator, which I don't think I want. I don't think that's useful. Returns a random index with non-uniform weights. I feel like this is... Prints one of the 4 elements in my array. It's more likely to print 4 and less likely to print 1. Whoa. Wait, so that takes an array? More likely to print 4. Because that's 2 and it has... Oh, so this lets you weight one thing or the other. And you use this to give it something. That's really cool. Why is your brain breaking? This is really cool. I don't happen to have many... I mean, I could just have an array of 2 things, right? This is interesting. All right, let's go. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. This is very intriguing. Okay, Derek, we're gonna play your game, but since it's gonna be faster, let's check out. The ADHD is ADHDing. Fanny made a post. Don't feel like I have much to show for 5 days in. Me neither. But trying to remember you're doing this for the sake of learning and not finishing. Yes. Got grid-based movement working and collisions. Nice. Thank you, Kenny. Okay, so this is Fanny's game. Look at this. You got a character moving around. Look at that. Yes. I know, Rosa. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. And that's also why I'm like, chat, don't tell me things because I know you're going to nerd out and it's going to hurt me. So I'm just like, press button, see what happened. Yo, this looks legit, though. It is literally a start. You're learning dungeon generation? 2/3 of the way through this tutorial. Yo! Whoa! Wait, Fanny, this is awesome! Whoa! I love a press button, see what happened. Because, like, yo, like, I'm here... I'm not a game dev, I'm not a streamer, I'm not a coder who comes out here and I'm like, I have vast knowledge and you are here to witness it. Ask me anything, I will share the wisdom with you. Watch me god tier code and be better than you. Like, that's not where I'm coming from. I'm coming from, hey, I don't know, I'm doing my best, I'm gonna see what happens. Oops, I did a bad job, that's okay. This is awesome. I would never have even thought, is that called a map file? I would have never even thought of this. This is really cool. This is smart. This is so smart. Like, this picture explains everything. Like, it makes so much sense. We just have, like, certain probabilities that it's gonna fill out this array in different ways. And then based on that 2D array and how it filled it out, that's our freaking, that's so cool. That's our dungeon. That's really, really interesting. She relates to an enum in code. Oh, that's interesting. Keeps choosing a random direction and seeing if it's possible or not. Whoa. Okay, that's not what I thought, but that's very cool. Certain rando of a monster. I love that you also drew the path, Fanny. Like, this is educational material right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the path. It's counting up. I know, right? Fanny's kicking butt. Wow. This is so interesting. S is the start. It's kind of, okay. I was like, S, is that end? Is that, okay, that's the start. Got it. Wow. This is so cool. It's a sequence. Yeah, it like gives you like a path. It's freaking awesome. Once you click. Defining the end is your next thing to solve. Fanny, you did it. You were like not sure, but you were doing the damn thing. See, who needs to finish anything when you can learn these things along the way? And then maybe you finish things. What it doesn't teach you is how to set a goal room, which you're a little stumped trying to figure out, but sure you can do if you believe in yourself. I know you can. Branches. Whoa. Wait, how did these go missing? This is cool. It got rid of all the other ones. This is crazy. So there's like multiple. So like one, so okay, it goes opposite, right? 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then there's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoa! Wait, those blend with each other. This is nuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 4, 3. Oh, because it can go 3 this way or 3. This is tripping me the hell out right now. Blanking out anything empty. It does look like Minesweeper. I have thought about Minesweeper for a game like Jam, by the way. I've thought about that. But you know why I haven't chosen it? Because I hate Minesweeper. I think it's like one of the least fun games I've ever played in my life. But I feel like the mechanic is kind of, I feel like, this is why I'm not probably going to do Minesweeper for a game like Jam, because I feel like it limits, well, who knows? I feel like it limits the possibilities of iteration to a highly specific thing. It makes you rage. I love chess stack. Chess is another interesting one, because it's like, which chess game is going to be the theme one, you know? Chessmaster 5000. But like Minesweeper, like what are you gonna, like all you're gonna do is you're gonna think about how do I iterate on, you know, random places you click and might be bad, which just feels really boring. Chessmaster 3000 on SNES. Uno. Again, we'd have to have the theme game there. Solitaire is one I want to do so bad, but I feel like that's too boring. I want to do Solitaire like crazy. I almost did it, but then I didn't. But I feel like Solitaire, people are going to be like, that's what I set my grandmother up with at the nursing home. That's not what I'm going to do. My great aunt plays Solitaire, not me. But I think any kind of Uno, some kind of card, Uno's a really good one. Some kind of card game teaches us the beginnings of what like Balatro could be, or even Hearthstone, right? Like learning about cards and decks, I think is like an important skill. They are evil. I mean, if you played The Orderly, the overall winning game by Flip from our Granny Like Jam, you would especially know that. That's true. So I would love an excuse to learn how to make card games, but it does have to be like relatively simple. Sudoku, right? And so you're getting it, right? Like these games that are not like thought of as like a video game, but they're still games. They're like classic games, and because games are old, games are damn old. Yeah, maybe we do an ancient game next. Old people jail. Damn. I mean, I guess jail is old people jail, but I know what you mean. Hey, Anjack. Dragon Sweeper on Itch is a great example of how to make a Minesweeper late game. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's just kind of like, that sounds like it's probably a lot. I feel like it's I don't know. You're right. Maybe it is. Maybe there is. I'll take note of that. But I find Minesweeper to be just a miserable game, and all that it is one highly specific mechanic. You know, it doesn't feel like a game. I feel like being creative with Minesweeper is very limiting. Like, yes, you could find a creative way to implement the Minesweeper mechanic, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have the freedom to like come up with something very unique. I don't know. It almost ends up being like make a game and include the Minesweeper mechanic, as opposed to make a game like Minesweeper. I don't know. I can't explain it. But I'll write that down in theme suggestions. So I'll put in Minesweeper, which I really don't want to do, but you never know. Dragon Sweeper. Here, I'll put that there. Minesweeper. I hate this game, and I think it's too limiting mechanically, but adding it anyway. And Jack mentioned Dragon Sweeper as a Minesweeper like. Alright, so I'll check it out one day. Roguelike elements around flag. Oh, that's yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe there's more ways to be creative with it than I would have thought. It makes sense to do a game like for most established physical games. I kind of understand you. And so this is, but here's the thing, Duck, is like, I would want it to be a specific game. So like, if I do a game like Jam for pinball, I would probably pick the 3D Space Cadet pinball game that came with Windows, right? So the thing is, would be a specific game, a highly specific one. So if it was chess, I would want to pick a specific chess game. Chess is tough. Chess is a tough one, because, I don't know. There's the only ones that are chess but a little different are like big games that are really specific. Golf. I think a golf game. Golf is a good one because I'm sure there's some really good old golf games. Golf is a great one because you got that mechanic of like angles and like timing. I kind of like the golf, but it's a simpler one. I think golf's a good one, but it wouldn't call it golf, right? It wouldn't be Game Like Jam Golf. It would be Game Like Jam PGA Tour 1995 or something, right? Something like that. Spot Monk, you actually know it? Welcome, Spot Monk. Okay, you've heard of it. That's cool. Pinball number one? Yeah, there are a lot of good golf games. Make a top-down single player where you must try and find a way dodging ground obstacles to get to the end. Okay, y'all are making me think Minesweeper isn't such a bad one. Oh, I love Katamari. You're kind of right though. It's obviously too big. But what I like about Katamari is it's very repeatable. Like it's just like a room with objects that stick to your character. I guess where it gets complicated is like, you know, all of the many, many levels and all of the many, many objects. But I like that. That's a pretty good one because, again, even though the scope is massive, I think it's really easy to envision how to make a small scope version of it. Whereas I think some games are a little more, it's harder, I think, to keep scope under control for certain games if they have like a lot of levels and an arc across those levels or something. Yeah, definitely put it in here, but it's a tough, some of these are tough ones because I would, if I'm gonna pick these, I would have to really be like willing to let go of the possibility that you actually make the game in one. Could be easy to convey how to scope down, but also, wow, big scope, yikes. Suggested by Rosa. Almost called you Rossellini. Winning all for its multiplayer, but we each take our own client. Make our own client. Whoa. I've thought about that, like a multiplayer Game Like Jam game. That is unlikely. If I did that, I would have to give like a whole package, like provide like a multiplayer package for people to build on or something. You do chess, but you can give the pieces new abilities as you play. See, again, it's like such a highly specific. But then again, I feel like there are a lot of games that take influence from chess, even though they don't feel like chess. Lawnmower Simulator, Sims 2 game. Hey, Guy. Ancient game would be so interesting, right? The oldest one with deciphered rules is a real game of Oh yeah, I've seen that one. I've played somebody's remake of that. I thought it was unpleasant, but it was interesting. Yeah. That's a fun fact. 100% a fun fact. The oldest known game. Console game jam? What? A console game jam? As it be based around an operating game console? Miserable. But that would be, I feel like that'd be a cool game jam. Yeah, like a game jam. That's actually pretty cool. Like a game, I mean, I would hate that. I wouldn't participate. But I'm sure a lot of, it's like a game engine jam, essentially. You know? That would be really cool. Oh yeah, Megabonk. That's a game. Katamari Like would be front-loaded with making the Katamari part work. And feel good. Yeah, true. The sticking, the movement. I think Katamari is not a bad one. For an overscoped game, that one's pretty cool. Oh, I love Vampire Survivors. That game is so fun. I really want to. I would do Vampire Survivors game like jam if I could get access to the original Vampire Survivors, because originally it was made in like what, Java or JavaScript or something like that, and then it was remade by Punkel or something. I don't know, some studio. I don't care, something like that. But the one that we all know is quite a big scope. But I wonder if like the absolute first original version is like more doable. I love Vampire Survivors. Super fun. Oops, I scrolled too far. Yeah, UFO 50. People have mentioned that a lot. Some really good games coming out recently from classic games and their mechanics. Trying to capitalize on it, and you just don't have the focus, just the ideas. Capitalizing. I hear what you're saying. What goes around comes around. Take your time. Yeah, I found someone who made it. It was okay. It was like okay. I forget about demos. I don't remember much, but I remember being like, oh, okay, I get it. No, I'm gonna stop playing this now. Yeah, demos. SimZoo. I would love a sim. I would love to do a sim like. That's another one where scope is big, because, you know, like some of the earliest Sims were still huge games, you know. But I think it's possible. I was actually running into sim games when I was looking to see like the earliest farming game, and a lot of the earliest farming games are basically the same as like the earliest sim games. But the simplest ones tend to be pretty obscure and like pretty ugly. You know, like a lot of typing. Not like a nice graphical interface and whatnot. So it's tough because then the scope is so big. So it kind of comes down to finding the perfect game that's small scope. A lot of people are going to recognize it. I feel like I'm allowed to make it a game like Jam game. And I can ideally share it with you all without you paying money. Yeah, oh yeah, phaser JavaScript, yes. But I tried to find it. I couldn't find it. Which I guess makes sense, but if anyone can find the phaser JavaScript Vampire Survivors, that would be awesome. Okay, so Quixote colored it. One of y'all said that it should have color. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It brings so much life to it. The eyebrows being like white, they pop so much. It really emphasizes the like coy expression. Really, really nice. And I almost appreciate the mouth and the teeth more, just that little contrast of the tongue, as opposed to just looking like one big grin. I get more of that sense that its mouth is open. The color adds a lot of detail. Very nice. Nicely done. Also it emphasizes the like tuft, and like that the cheeks are different than the tuft and than the neck and the head. Really nice. I love it. I love it. It does look like a toon character. 100% agree. Nice work. Okay, Derek. So this game, I played it during our game feedback stream, which is a stream where we spend 30 minutes, an hour, sometimes longer. Hey, Murph. I actually never look at how many people are here. I don't look at the viewers, but... Heard? Sim game feels so scopy. I know. Spore-like. Oh my god, that's too much. If you go to the Discord and you look at the event up here, you'll see when the next one is. It's a feedback stream. Basically, you send your games and we play them for like 30 minutes to an hour. We just did one, sometimes longer. Really sink a lot of time into playing y'all's games. And it's an unlisted stream, so it's secret. It's not a public stream. So if you're like embarrassed about your game or something, you don't have to worry. We keep it pretty quiet. It's a fun time. So Derek brought this game to that stream, and I had some feedback, and as I understand it, Derek made some changes. So we're going to check out those changes, and that's the context. And you made a web version? Love that. I actually need to pull this up on Firefox. Then we'll get back to work. Populous. Is that an old game? I've never heard of it. Which is already concerning. Okay, here's a link if y'all want to play Derek's game, by the way. I'm so impressed that you managed to get it into the browser. I guess it makes sense. Unity has that capability. But still, you didn't have to do it, but you did. Whoa. Oh yeah, that's always a thing with Unity, is like zoom. There we go. It's full screen stuff. Embedded. Original God game where you have villagers and you cast spells. Interesting. Did you make the music? Or get it from someone who shared stuff in the community? Wait, what happened? Did I click something? Is it loading? Did I break it? I didn't mean to click something. I want to refresh it. Oh, look at that cache. Nice. I like it. It's Christmassy. New Year's Eve, 1971. Okay. These guys. I can talk to them through the window. Nice. Much more clear to see who's talking. I had a hard time knowing who was the one talking before. Nice. Hey there, enjoying the last day? Kinda. Fair. Yeah. I like how even the first person I talk to, even if I'm like talking to them through the window, it gives me everything I need to know. Want something? No, just asking how your New Year's resolutions are going. Well, I kind of hope for a better day tomorrow. Just counting the minutes until I get to sleep. Dang. Well, that is a good resolution, I guess. You found an early version? Intriguing, Rosa. Jesus Christ. Hey, got any smokes? Oh my god! A bit loud. No, man, I don't. Well, crap, out of luck. Do you have any New Year's plans? Well, I guess to quit smoking. Oh, man. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, wait, is this new? I don't remember the pizza. I like the pizza. Coffee tags. Hey there, what are you up to? Doing well, man. What are your New Year's resolution? Well, I wish I could make it to another. It's not funny. It's not funny. That's true, Rosa. Dabs on the porch. Sounds like your dad. That sucks. I am sorry, man. I also like, what is the player? It's almost like the player doesn't care. It is kind of unfortunate that the last message auto closes it, because then I don't have time to read it. Because otherwise you're like giving me plenty of time to read each message, which is nice. But then the last one, I've got to read it really fast, which kind of sucks. Thanks, man. Hope tomorrow comes. Like, what is the, like, the player just doesn't care. Oh! I waited too long. I think the world is ending. That was interesting. It, like, took my focus, and then as soon as I started moving, it gave it back. But I'm guessing you were trying to draw my attention to the TV before the world ended. Oh, there it goes. Goodbye, world! The end. 1972. It started with a bomb that destroyed half the United States. Oh my gosh. What a concept. What a concept. That's it. I don't think I can press anything. No, it's just that's the end. There's no more game because the world ended. So, that's... Wow. Wow. So what were the changes you made? I can tell that the text dialogue is a lot better. The coughing, I don't remember. That's new. You can still eat the infected pizza. The coughing is new. It was fun while it lasted. Hello, cat. You just phased in. Good to see you. Welcome. I still can't go outside. You got a new tablecloth. Happy New Year's! Hey there, man. Doing well, man. You sound drunk. It still doesn't make sense. He doesn't ask how I am, but I say doing well. Well, I did have one too many. Dang. Well, what is your New Year's resolution then? I don't know. Hope to make it to tomorrow. Yeah, pizza does look a little concerning, but edible. Very like I love the GoldenEye graphics very much. Bathroom still a bathroom. Toilet still flushes. Doors still don't open. Hickamy Man and the cat pitch changes when petting. Oh, his clothes do look different. I see. Nice, Derek. Hey, Gladys. Isn't Gladys a woman's name? I guess it can be whoever's name you want. Gladys can be a man's name, why not? Stop watching. Do something else. Yeah. Who's got the remote? Not watching this. Go party. Go dance. Oh, it's only after you speak to everybody. Oh. That's nice. I like that. I like that it gives you that time. That's cool. That's a nice change. Yeah. So I think this was just like a little fun game that Derek made just for New Year. Which I think is like a really good practice. Just like make a game for fun and finish it and see what happens. Telepathically. Yeah. I think I just need to talk to the coffer, which I really didn't want to talk to. Ugh. I'm gonna try to run away before the world ends. Did I talk to everybody yet? Actually, I don't remember. Oh no! Go, 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 go! You won't get me! Kinda wanna see the whole house explode. I will survive! Can't go too far. Nice. I like that. That's nice. Just to justify it. Whoa. Very nice. Very nice changes. Okay. Back to work. Right, so I found this weighted random numbers thing. I don't know if it's exactly the right tool, but it's super interesting. So basically what I can do with it is assign this number to a thing that also matches an array. And so 4 has a higher chance because 2 is a bigger number than all the rest of these. 1 has the lowest chance. And then 2 and 3 have an equal chance. So this, I think, could be used in a lot more effective way. Yeah, wait. But I kind of want to try it here. I kind of want to see if this gives me a result that I desire. So I'm going to go back to gdscript.live and see if I can't mess around with something that I like. So I'm going to do a very similar thing, except for the roll. As we have to do the random number generator thing, we got to create a new random number generator. And we do this just once. We don't do that multiple times. Just one time, we create a new RNG. And then we use that here. Okay. Sure. Variable random number generator. What do you do if the game you're making is bad? Keep making it or quit? I mean, it depends. Depends on what your goals are. You know? I think that's it. Depends on what your goals are. That's your own game? I mean, look, if I think the game... I think if the game is going to take a long time to finish, like years, or more than a year, and you somehow have decided that it's definitely bad, yeah, maybe move on. Or make it good. Find the fun. Iterate on it until it is good. Or, yeah, move on. It's up to you. Depends on your goals. Are you trying to learn? Or are you trying to meet a deadline? Pull Game of Thrones and tie it off. What's that mean? Create a new random number generator. Hey, code guy. Cheers. Thank you for the hydrate. Delicious. I'm experimenting with ways to randomize numbers. I'm spending a lot of time on it, but that's okay. something I'd like to learn and reuse in the future. You just want to get a game released? Yeah, then maybe if you... well, then the next thing I would ask would be, how long do you think it's going to take to finish? Maybe if it's a bad game, scope it down. Make sure it's smaller. Wrap it up and move on. Or try to make it fun. Yeah, you changed your name again. I saw in the Discord. I like your new username. You've gone from bad code guy to trying to code guy to the code guy. I'm incredibly proud of you. You're not trying to code, you are coding. Oh wait, didn't Duck make a clip like 10 years ago? I just realized. I forgot to look at it. Wait, how do I find it? Oh, there it is. What is this? God game dev.
I have vast knowledge, and you are here to witness it. Ask me anything, I will share the wisdom with you. Watch me God tier code.
You did not clip that out of context.
I have vast knowledge, and you are here to witness it. Ask me anything, I will share the wisdom with you. Watch me God tier code and be better than you.
How dare you take it out of context? The context was that I'm saying that's not what I am. Oh god. That's okay. I guess that's what I get.
God tier code, and I have vast knowledge, and you are here to witness it. Ask me anything, I will share the wisdom with you. Watch me God tier code and be better than you.
Oh, you monster. Thanks for the clip, though, I guess. Nobody watch that clip. Nobody share it. It never happened. What clip? Wow, ego. Godot script engine. Yeah, so this is just like this is just a nice way to test out code outside of the project, which can be useful. Okay. I gotta figure out how to set this up. So the role, wait, this is kind of hard. So we have an array. So in my array, we don't even need to do positive and negative this time. This time, all I need well, we would want to do like trues or falses. So we'll just say, we'll change this to true. Can we use Control D in here? You can. This is sick. We'll make these trues. I'll make these falses. I feel like you shouldn't do that. I just have a feeling that it's gonna parse that as booleans. So maybe don't. Yeah, so what this is useful for, this is gdscript.live. So what it's useful for is testing out code outside of my project. So this is code that I'm writing, right? I want to see how certain methods work. I want to see how Godot handles certain operations. And by using this site, it's no longer in my project. So I don't have to add some random script to my project. Make sure it doesn't interfere, especially if I'm in the middle of coding and my game is like broken at the moment. This makes sure I don't have to worry about that impacting anything. Right? It's like a separate container for me to experiment with code. Yeah. Really valuable. I love it. RPL, so you don't need to like boot anything. Yeah, it just does its thing. Okay, so I got my trues and my falses. And I want the role. Well, we have to create an array of possibilities. Taking notes on the what? Wait, taking notes on what? Oh, the link. GD script. Yeah. Yes. Possibilities. We'll make it an array of can I make it an array of properties? Probably not. It's a little annoying to set this up. Not really. Just make it whatever. It doesn't really matter. Make it a string. Make it a string. Make it an array of strings. And then you can have the first string. Yeah, I'm working on the dungeon game. Basically, I'm trying to figure out how I want to randomize whether or not the rooms are gonna spawn. So I'm experimenting with different random methods and stuff that Godot has to decide how I want to randomize the dungeon. So let's put trues and falses in there, which looks a little crazy, but it's fine. It makes sense. Because I'm just gonna pass that in to the variables. So we have the array, and then we say, what does that return? Wait, what kind of type is that? Of course they didn't type it. Oh, it's packed float array. Okay. Packed float 32 array. Yeah, sometimes it's a cute. Sometimes we put cute in the title. Depends. Feeling cute, put cute in the title. And we say packed float 32 array. I've never used this, so I assume I'm typing it right. I mean, I have, but not enough to remember if I'm doing that right. Then what I want that to equal is, let's make them equal. So we're gonna do 1 and 1. So in theory, they're both going to be equally likely. But I'm missing something. The output. So based on these weights, this is the array that we're applying the RNG weight to. This is wild. So it's I guess we're saying pick the one. What does rand weighted return? I'm not even gonna read that. I don't know what the hell that is. Does that make me accidentally say something bad? It returns an integer. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. So it's just gonna return either 0, 1, 2, or 3 in this example's case. 0, 1, 2, or 3. Got it. Okay. So then, that's not my role. This is my weights. So I'm going to say, and we want to check, let's say variable result, which is going to be a string, 6, 7, yeah. It's going to be a string. and it is going to equal, whoops, possibilities take a lap. All right, just a second, Matt. Rand weighted. Is that right? No, we gotta do RNG. So it gets, so okay, rand weighted is a function, is a method that exists on a random number generator. Got it. Okay. So we call rand weighted. I kind of love there's not autocomplete. It kind of like helps with learning in a weird way. Even though I'm just looking at the docs anyway. Rand weighted, and then weights. And then we wrap that. Okay. Okay. You can't do spaces. So that should give us a string, because it should pick an it's equal chance it's gonna pick either, so this one corresponds to trues. This one corresponds to falses. And since it's even, it is learning. It's true. Agreed. Since it's equal, it should be a 50-50 chance it's going to be trues or falses. Hey, Noya! Okay. Then what I want to do is we want to say get or set result, because set is looking for a string. So the string that is the variable is going to be trues or falses, which corresponds with these variables. I think the second parameter is where I put what it sets to, which is kind of crazy because it will say get. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. Wait, now I'm confused. I gotta look up set. And now I'm definitely wishing I had autocomplete. GDScript docs set. I'm gonna look this up actually on here. It's gonna be easier. By just pulling up this way. Set property value. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to check. Okay, so result. We're gonna get the results, and we're gonna say it's that plus equals 1. That's what I want to set it to. And then we'll print out the trues and the falses. Now, if I've set everything upright and it works, I would want to see 25 positives and 25 negatives, or 25 trues and 25 falses. Okay, we've done it wrong. Expected end of statement after variable declaration. Found that instead. Found a parent instead. On up here. What did I do wrong? Oh, right. Random number generator equals. So I set the result to the type. I'll fix these errors, then I'll take a lap. Line 10. Assignment not allowed inside expression. It's so hard without inline corrections. Assignment is not allowed inside expression. Oh, we got equals equals. Whoops. Why would I do this? I think you want to do that. Line 11. Expected end bracket after subscription index. You don't see the bracket? Expected end bracket after subscription index. After subscription Index. You are what I say you are. Oh! It requires the parents. Got it. It's so wild to not have autocomplete. It's so weird. But I kind of like it. 17! Assignment is not allowed inside expression. Oh. I find that actually a little surprising. But Lee's also, well, I don't know. Really? So I mean, it's talking about plus equals. But what I'm trying to do is get the number that trues currently is and increment it by 1. But I guess because set is technically an assignment itself, I'm now trying to assign twice. So I guess first thing I need to do is say result increment, make that an integer, and it equals get result plus equals 1. Well, it might also be a problem because again you're assigning. That should be fine, right? Result increment. I'm about to need. Oh my god. It's the same problem. Wait, this is breaking my brain a little. Alright, I'm gonna take a lap on this. I'm taking a lap, Matt. I need that lap. Okay, alright. What is it talking about? If I have an assignment, if I'm saying that it plus, if I have a value and I want to increase it by 1, in order to do that, we would say plus equals something. Because that is the assignment. It is the assignment. To do plus equals is to assign it. So if you don't need to assign it, it's already assigning it. That's what plus equals is doing. You know why it's confusing? It's confusing because of the get. The get kind of made me forget that that's what that's doing. Okay, I got it. Oh, that lamp. Wait, why did that lamp help so much? That was kind of amazing. I'm trying to get the dungeon, basically. Giving conference talks? Not yet. The weirdest freestyle. That's me, Lee's freestyler. Okay. I got it. I don't need this at all. That is incrementing it. That's what it's doing. We don't need to set it. This is all we gotta do. Okay. Only identifier attribute access line 7. Oh, I still did it wrong. Can be used as assignment target. Only identifier, attribute access, and subscription access. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. I don't know how to do this. Okay, I guess I am going to put this in here because I'm very confused. Let's put this in here. I'm lost now. That officially broke my brain. Give me the inline error checking. I can't take it anymore. I need the help. I'm sorry. I need it. I must have it. I simply can't do it on my own. What do you mean unexpected indent? It's a for loop. It indents. That's what it does. Oh, my bad. Here we go. So subscription access can be used as an assignment target. So I'm saying, do this. Do variable result. Yeah, it just came out of the oven, exactly. Result incremented. Make that an integer. Don't even do that. Just have it be result fetched. I don't know. Or not result. Existing val. That's an integer, and all we do is get the result, and that's it. Then what I'll do is say incremented val is existing val. You don't even have to do that. Here, get rid of this. Existing val plus equals 1. That increments existing val by 1. Now, I'm gonna do set result to existing val. This is what we do. So first, I fetch what the result is set to. It's either gonna be trues or it's gonna be falses, which corresponds to these variables right here. Okay. Then we randomly pick one. One goes to trues. We have a same equal chance that it's gonna roll trues as it's gonna roll falses. It's gonna pick one of those two strings. We use that string to get what the current increment value is. Then we increment that one that it got. Finally, we set the variable that corresponds to the result string that it got to the value now that it's incremented. Okay. I'm gonna call this ink file. Okay. Now let's try it. I am still gonna put it elsewhere because I don't really want to do it here. So slap that in. And hopefully the indentations and stuff are right. For the end of statement, found identifier instead. 19. Whoop. Okay, try again. Alright. So it's showing it gradually, which is not what I want. I want it to print it one time, so this actually needs to go back one step. 25 and 25! Alright, we got there. That was crazy. Does assigning the get to an integer convert result to an integer from a string? You don't know how Godot handles type assignments. No. Does assigning the get to an integer convert the result from an integer to a string? No. No. So what this is doing, the answer is yes. The answer is, I guess. I don't think the answer is yes. I mean, if that's how you want to interpret the word convert. But to me that's not converting. That's using the string to access the integer, not converting a string into an integer. But I mean, either way is, you can say that if you want. Because what set and get look for, they accept a string, right? They want a string, and then it's going to look at wherever you scope get. In this case, I'm scoping it to the overall document. So in the entire document, look for a variable that matches that string, right? And in this case, if it's trues, then it's going to match this variable. And what it's going to return is the integer. Yeah, exactly. And then sets the same way, except the other way around. Instead of fetching it using the string, I'm saying go find, if in this case the string is falses, go find the property that corresponds to the string falses, and then update it to the second parameter. Yeah. No, it's such a good distinction to make. Now that we got a 50-50 distribution, let's say I want it to be almost entirely true. It only is going to roll true. So we make false as 0. It should be 50 true, 0 false. Oh yeah, we're in control now. We'll do half, so it'd be half as likely to get one versus the other, or half more. I don't know, whatever, how to describe it. Anyway, this is exactly what I want. So it's 50%. Okay, but how do I get it? How do I still get it? Yeah. It's I kind of picked a weird name. It's trues and falses. So if I have a parameter that I pass in control of our code, if I have a parameter that I pass into or live, maybe to be alive is to relinquish control. Maybe you're truly living because you have no control. That was very empty platitude, if I've ever heard one. That I just said. So like I want to pass a value into this function to determine how likely you must be very alive, yes. The good conference talk stands. You see, to be alive is to relinquish control. Part of roguelikes is relinquishing control by random levels. See, y'all get it. Like, I'd love it to be like 10%, 90%. So if I wanted, I know I don't need this, but I want it. If I wanted 0.5, if I wanted 0.5 to lead to it being even, well then set this to 0.5. So now it's going to be 25 and 25. That is not 25 and 25. How does that happen? Is that because of the weight? Or like the random number generator? I guess that's not how it works. It has to be 1 and 1. Okay, so it must be 1 and 1. That's just endemic to this. Okay, alright. I let go. It's fine. Okay, understood. You make the rules. Okay. So really, it would just be, if I make it 2, we'll see 37, 13 flipped, 16 and 34. Okay, whatever. How do I make it? Yeah, it's the random variation. I mean, that's okay. It's totally fine. Let me remind myself how we got it. I already forgot. How I got it to be fully one or the other. Well, you make it 0. If you make 1, 0. So I think what I need to pass in as a variable is both distributions. I think that's the only way that this is going to work for me. The parameters are going to be how likely it is that it does spawn a room, and how likely it is that it isn't going to spawn a room. I think that's going to be the easiest way to utilize this. So that's what I'm going to do. All right. Now, back to the actual code. Finally. Even though it's probably just this anyway. Paste that in. Get rid of that. The RNG we do want to make at the start of the whole thing. I'm gonna put that in tile data, manage resets. No, I don't even know where to put this. Where the hell do I even put this? Second will be the inverse of the first year. What does that mean? Wait, where do I want to store this? My first instinct was putting it in the reset. So I have this reset script. And this reset script handles, this is doing this because I have that function I haven't finished. The reset script handles when I start the game, restart the game, or start the level or restart the level. And I guess when I start the game, that's when I would want to, yeah, just put it in here. I think this is the place to put it. I think you should put it in here. That's what I believe. It's a little weird though. I kind of don't like it. You want to roll it here, but I don't want to access it here. Like, obviously we could have some globals. I think you should make globals. It's not really a global though. No, you can't. No auto loads. That's a rule I have, so I can port it more easily. No auto loads. Which is fine. So, I mean, if you restart the entire game, I mean, but then you might want like a high score or something. I mean, you can have globals. It's just you have to store it somewhere else. You can have globals. I just have to store it outside of here. If I have a, well, no, if it's static, it's not gonna. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I need, this is an auto load I definitely need. Because I would love, you could have like a high scoreboard. Because remember, this game is going to be embedded in my other game as a mini game. And because of that, auto loads kind of become a little less convenient, because if I'm going to just drop it in, just copy paste this right into this game, I'll have to recreate all the auto loads and set them into this project's own globals auto load. So as long as I don't create a bunch of weird ones, it'll be fine. So like in this game, you'll notice, maybe if you can see it, it's kind of small, the score is 0 and the timer isn't running. That's because I had those set up in an auto load, which if I wanted those, I would have to put those, which I didn't. This is not necessary to be in an auto load. There's no reason for that to be in an auto load. Completely not necessary. So I could remake this game and keep these outside of the auto load. So what I want to do instead is only keep, so let's say there's a high score here. I could only keep in globals high scores. I could even like, you know what I could do in this game? I could have an array, and that array keeps track of all the high scores for all the mini games. And then the string is like the name of the minigame, because part of the way this minigame identifies itself, so it says video editor, the way it even sets that label is because in the code, it's stored as video editor, as a string, just like that. So I could have actually a dictionary. I should make a dictionary where the key is video editor, and then its corresponding entry is the high score. And that way I know for every mini game that I load in here, it'll always have that. It'll always find it in the base game, which will be here. I think that makes the most sense. So I guess I'll start making that here. So we'll create a globals. I'm okay with it. I have decided. Create a global script. And we'll auto load it. Then we're gonna open up globals. It all loads in the parent game and you don't want that. Yeah. Well, I do, but only if it's this, but nothing else. This is the only thing that's allowed to have that. Nothing else is allowed to have it. Only this. So in here, and I would make sure that in the host game, the parent game, that would be this, that it has a globals auto load that has exactly the same array or dictionary in it. So that way it automatically connects it. Take a breath. I'm gonna have to make that one more expensive. Or I need to make the... We just did that! I gotta increase the cooldown on that one. Hold on. I gotta increase the cooldown. That's too short. That's too short! But we'll do it. An hour is not that long. In the context of a 8-hour stream, an hour is not that long. I'll make it 2 hours. Maybe an hour and a half. Wait, where the hell do I even do this? Oh gosh. I don't even know where this goes. Oh my goodness. Community? Ugh. Why is this so cryptic? Impossible to search through. I don't know what it is. Jesus. I think you can go up here. There we go. This is the way. Searches Bay. Love that. Okay, I'm just gonna do the cooldown. We'll do it. But we're gonna do a cooldown. Change. 1 hour, 2 hours. 2 hours. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, because now I know. Now I know how I feel about that. I didn't know before. Thank you. Okay, we'll do that in a second. So what I'm gonna do... Oh, hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, Fanny. Cheers! What I'm gonna do is create a array. Call it... Now this is not just any mini game. This is like a computer game, like a program game. Program high scores, or high scores. High scores programs. Program. I should really call them apps. App high scores. Let's do that. Okay, that's gonna be a dictionary with a string as the key. Probably want to do a float in case you ever have like a time with like a fractional value. So we'll do float. Okay, that's pretty much it. And then it can be empty. But in theory, for this case, we would say script planner. I think that's what this mini game would be called. And we'd start off with 0 being the high score. So then this would be what we update. Why did I want this? Oh, because I was trying to think where we do the RNG. Hey, what's up, Sensa? I mean, the RNG... Why does it have anything to do with the RNG? I don't know. I'm not sure why I did that. Why did that lead me to that? I don't know. Well, that definitely doesn't need to be on an auto load. You need to just create a new manager. I guess I was trying to decide if it made sense to put on auto load, but I don't think it does. So I'm gonna call this manage game data, which is kind of different. It's not, that kind of sounds like saving and loading. I don't even know. Where the hell do I put this? RNG. I've never had to think about where I store something like that. Like, I could just put it on its own script, but I feel like you're only supposed to make one per project. So, like, if I want to use it for other things, I would hate to have to go back and find it in this one place. Yeah, chill. Give me a second. Chill. You're not being very chill for wanting people to breathe. Okay, so what I want to do is... I forgot what I want to do. Bring, dang it! Oh, I wanted to go look at the... Oh, that didn't work. And what the docs say about this. Oh. Okay. A class for generating pseudo-random numbers uses that. The underlying algorithm is to generate phone number. Tutorials. Wait, where does it say that we're only supposed to do one? Wait, I could have sworn I read that. Where did I read that? Oh, maybe it was in the tutorial. It must have been there. Requires more code to use, but allows creating multiple instances. It allows creating multiple instances, but that's like every... Where did I think that that was a thing? I guess I can just do a bunch of different random number generators. No idea where I saw this. Breathe now, relax. I know, right? Multiple random number generators. I could have sworn. Okay, this is like such a specific thing. I'm gonna ask a chatbot this. It's such a specific question. In GDScript, is it advisable site source to only have one random number generator new per like project, or is it fine to make multiple for different scripts / applications? I feel like for me with the chatbot, one of its great uses is as a search engine that's highly specific. And I always want to see the source, because often I go to the source and the answer is not in there, and it's like, why did you even think? Generally fine and advisable. Okay, cool. Great. I imagined that. I hallucinated that I can't do multiple. Great. Love that. All right, cool. So now I'm going to go back to this. I don't know. No, I'm not. No, I'm not doing CD randomization. But you're right. If I did, I wouldn't use this. Would I? I don't know. Maybe I would, but no, I'm not. Rogue doesn't have it, so neither will I. I mean, why not just create it when the function runs? Is that bad? That makes it even more random then, right? Oh. Okay. And we'll do the breathe after I finish setting up this function. So all it should do, we don't actually need to do the increment thing. That was just for testing purposes. All we need to do is return the result. I don't need trues. I don't need falses. Can I just like put like a true and a false in here? I don't think so. Oh wait, is it string just like bool? Can I do that? Is that allowed? And then just return result? Oh yeah, we gotta put this out here. We'll say false by default. Or let's say true by default. I don't know. I never thought of this, like, just like having like booleans in an array. I don't know. Is that gonna work? Certainly find out. Okay, then we return result. And then for the parameters, we would say, whoa, true weight, false weight. And that would be up here. True weight, false weight. And if I remember correctly, if we make them the same, it's 50-50 chance. So we'll say by default, they're each equal to 1. The default weights are result in a 50-50 coin flip. And then in this case, we'll just do roll. So let me see if roll return true. You could just return roll. Now. Right? So we have half and half. Nice. Okay, let's do breathing. That looks good. I like that. Sorry for the delay, Phaser. Thank you for your patience. 1 hour is too short. But today, we breathe a lot. Join me if you wish, no pressure. We could try this other one. Let's try this one. Okay. Here we go. Next inhale. And in. Hold. Exhale. In. Hold. Exhale. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. In. Hold. Exhale. In. Hold. Let's do 3 more. Exhale. In. Hold. Exhale. 2 more. In. Hold. Make sure you exhale all the way. Exhale. In. Hold. Exhale. One more. In. And hold. And exhale. Nice job. That one's different. It feels good too. It's a lot faster than the other one. I don't know, maybe an hour wasn't too short. I don't even know what I think about that. I like that one. I was kind of surprised since it was like faster. than the box breathing. I thought it might not relax me as much, but it did. It relaxed me. So that's a default coin flip. Now, if I say it's less likely to be true and more likely to be false. Wait, why are you... Wait, why is that a warning? Narrowing conversion. Oh, okay. Float is converted to an int? It is? Oh, my bad. Is that what it has to be? Is an integer? Oh, y'all, I didn't type it. For shame. Who am I? Not typing things. I don't even know myself anymore. Do I want input? Wait, what? What do you mean Python? Probably not. Okay. Now it's less. Good. Make it 0.1. So it should be almost not likely that it's true. I mean, that kind of looks like a 10% to me. 0.01. Maybe 1 or 2. Nice. Now I feel in control of this randomization. Let's go. So what do I want? I want something that looks good to me, as like it takes up not too much space. Now remember, when these put down a room, it's going to look for 9 spaces. This is my plan. It's going to look for 9 spaces around wherever it puts it, right? It's cool? Good. Now relinquish control. We'll have a whole like hyper meditation routine. It's like I don't want too, because this isn't going to reflect. It's not like these will be the rooms. Every pink square represents where it's going to try to put 9 around. So like, I guess I'll just like screenshot this and draw on it. I feel like that's gonna be easier. Oh wait, we lost Milanote. Okay, well let's go to Scaldra. So if we imagine this, you press F8 to quit a normal game. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, could you be using the function keys? I don't use them enough. I should use them more. That's badass, Fanny. That's how you know you've ascended. So that 13 is going to try to fill out this many as rooms, assuming there's enough space. I need to do that. I forget to use those. You know why though? It's because my keyboard doesn't have dedicated function keys. So I'm like, it's not worth using them. But I can get used to it. I can press a modifier key. We can do hard things. I can relinquish control. Oops. Is it Control G? There we go. So then here, it's also going to try to 5-9. So this would be more what it's going to look like. And the pink one represents like the seed or like the starting point. So it's also like, well, if it hits this one, Is it just gonna overlap it? Or does it remember that it was going to try and put one there? Well, here's the thing. It's gonna evaluate it. And it does on a cell-by-cell basis. So I think that means, indeed, there would also be some... Let's make these a little more transparent. It would also put them here, and there, and there. So I guess I'm just gonna like do this and decide if I think the room is a bit too big or not. And then adjust my values from there. Oh, that worked out really nicely. Love that. So again, from each of these pink squares, it's going to find 9 or 8 around that square to convert into what would be ultimately a room. And that's going off, so it would cut off some of those. It wouldn't do them all. It's not bad. It feels a little too dense. It feels just a bit too dense to me. I've given you an idea for a non-scanning dungeon generator. Ooh. What's the idea? You don't have to tell me, but that sounds really cool, actually. You're welcome. I expect credit and compensation. Just kidding. Okay, so now I'm going to fill all these in, or attempt to. So then that's kind of what it ends up looking like. So it gets a little weird here, because it's gonna have to convert some of these to walls. And that's gonna make this room not work right. This room's gonna be bad news. I wonder if I don't want an entire tile to be a wall anymore. I mean, I do. No, I do. I do. It's just gonna be simpler. But is it simpler? Because look, what would resolve to a wall would be these at a minimum. So let's imagine the green is a wall. See, this is not gonna work. This is not good. This is bad. Because it's just gonna close all those off. You know? I mean, I guess you just have to see that. It's not bad as long as you interpret them as two separate rooms. And then I think maybe there's a problem too, because it's not... Now I almost feel like there's not enough. Maybe I also need to randomize, instead of just being 9, it could be... This could be good for the standard deviation, where we could set it to the mean being like 11 or something, and then the deviation being like 3. And so maybe it goes a little below that, a little above that. Because otherwise we end up with a lot of one tile rooms. And it just looks a little repetitive. It's kind of weird. So I would need some way to detect if it's a room. That's going to be something else. How am I going to know that a room is a room? I don't know. But I need to know. I need to know how we're deciding that a room is a room. That's very important. So again, all of these kind of like don't end up being that good of rooms. So I think I need to reevaluate the strategy. I think I gotta come up with something else. And it'll be the same thing over here. Just like these 4 rooms. It's kind of obvious. It's like obvious what the algorithm is. And it's not. And that can be fine if I like the result. I don't like the result that much. Now, a room that is quite good would be like one of these. I think these rooms are nice. I like these rooms. I've just got a crazy amount of layers, though. Really weird overlap going on. But it wouldn't do that. It would make sure it never spawned a tile on a tile where it already existed. It just wouldn't do that. Okay. So this room would look something like this. Still a pretty small room. It's too small. It's only 5 tiles. Not a lot of room to walk around. Not a great room. Not a great room. And then I'm feeling like it needs to be a bigger grid, too. Or like smaller cells. Because if I wanted that to be like twice as big, you know, then we run out of space. This is kind of hard. And even this room, I have a feeling isn't going to be that large. So I think I need to get a more densely packed grid. Let's start with that. Yeah, this kind of tweaking is definitely what I've been expecting. But this is a little more tweaking than I expected. But that's okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I suppose I could also set up the preview of what it would look like when it sets the 9 around it. Essential. I mean, we must do that. Absolutely must do that. So right now the cell size is 80. I think it's going to need to be a lot smaller. If I make it 40, it's very small. Make it 60. Okay. It still seems a little tiny, but Rogue is tiny. For good reason, probably, apparently. But I also need to increase the width and the height. Now, I figured out the width and the height by guessing. So, I'm just gonna have to guess again and see what looks right. Not bad. It's a little, you know, we still see that goes 31 and then 32 in the next row. The centering's a little weird. It's like not centered. But that also makes sense because we changed the cell size. And I think it's basing it. Well, no, it is figuring it. Is that due to the position of level grid? level grid is currently at 40 by 40. So that needs to be 60 by 60. Well, actually not. Oh, 30 by 30. There we go. So we have to adjust that. There we go. Oh, that fits perfectly. Okay, good. Nice. That's what I want to see. Okay, so move. And that sets it. Wait, but that's supposed to set it programmatically. How does it do that? Level grid.ref. Offset vector. Cell size divided by... Oh, I guess because we haven't, like, reloaded it. Nice. Wait, but that's not... You have to come to local. Come to the manager here. Set the level to 32. Cell size to 60. Now restart it. There we go. Okay, cool. The character is a little too big now. So what about the height? I don't know, 16? I'm just guessing. Not quite. 18? Probably too big. Is that perfect? Wait, does that fit perfectly? We do get an overflow here, which is concerning, but... So basically what I want to see is 575 about the last node that spawns in the level grid. No. So it's going way beyond there. That is not perfect. So I might have to do 17. But even that might be too big. Look, I didn't expect it to be perfect. But sure would have been nice if it was. Okay, make it 17. So there it's like a little short. Make it 17.5. 18 would have been great because then that's divisible by 9. Yeah, I can't do a 0.5. That'd be divisible by 9, which would just be nice. All right, so that's the size it's gonna have to be, is that. So I also need the player to be that size. That is not the size of the player sprite. The player sprite is bigger than that, and I don't think I can reduce the size without actually shrinking the files themselves. So I'm going to re-export it so it fits. I probably should make sure this is the right size before I commit to that, but that'd be too easy. That'd be too helpful. I'm gonna extract all of those. Rename them all to be prefixed with idle. And then just replace the existing sprites. We should be good. Probably shouldn't do it while it's running, but whatever. Oh wow, that actually kind of worked. It's not quite aligned with the grid correctly. I think that's because we are not... I think we're manually placing the position of the player instead of letting the player land where it may. I don't think so. And that's 60 by 60? Oh, yeah, there it is. 40 by 40. That should be 60 by 60. you could set that through code, which I'm definitely gonna do now, so I never have to recalculate this again. So we already get the cell size. Let's say when it starts, it's gonna put the sprite transform to be get cell size, get cell size. Oh. Make sure we're getting that from the level. I'll be assigned to transform. Oh, yeah. Okay, can I just do position? Okay. So I reset that. Well, you can keep it there. So if I reset it, it should be in the right spot. It is not. Where is it? Well, cause wait. Oh, divide it by half. Can you just make this a variable? Variable starting position, vector 2, and it will be equivalent to this divided by 2. Like that. Then we just pop starting position in there. A little simpler. Okay. Now it should be in the right spot. Great. Now the character is where it should be. We have a lot more points to work with. I think the only way I'm gonna know what the right next move is for stuff is if we get to see how it's actually going to place tiles around it. I almost want it to come out from the middle instead of, I mean, it kind of doesn't matter, but maybe it does. I'm not sure, like, I mean, it could be nice if that was a parameter I could adjust too. So like, instead of coming from the side, have it blossom from the center instead. So like that. It's kind of interesting. I don't know that it really matters. I guess then we would always know which one a wall is, or which one a wall isn't. So I could like automatically, immediately make sure that's a room. But it doesn't really matter again because they're all gonna be rooms to start with. So I want to be able to parameterize and control, just like I tweaked the width and the height and the cell size. I'd want to be able to tweak how many rooms it tries to generate around these points. And I'd also want to control, well, let's preview it. So number one, parameterize how many spawns around it, get it to spawn around it, and let us see. I guess first get it to spawn around it, make sure we're parameterizing how many, and go from there. I think that's the next step. I'm going to commit because I feel like this is some very significant specific progress. So bigger grid, room role added. Cool stuff today! Yeah, Fanny, I feel like it's been cool stuff. I'm kind of just like, oh, it didn't turn out perfectly based on the values I guessed. Darn. Which is expected, you know, like. It was gonna need some tweaking. Cheers, also. It was gonna need some tweaking. Would have been nice if it was just perfect, though. It never is. Okay. Let's figure out. I'm gonna figure out how to get the rooms to have more space around them. I actually do think the random mean deviation is kind of correct. Again, why it's important to parameterize it so I can test that or not. This is exciting. I think this is gonna work well. It's just gonna take the aforementioned tweaking. Okay. So how do I want to handle this? We have isRoom, which currently does determine if generate tiles can generate tile in a given call. Right, yes. So that's what this does. Fully, completely what this is doing. I kind of think it... So I could here mark all of them. I think I should mark them here. I think this is the place to mark them. So we have the make room property, which I had set up previously. Here. Make room. And it's false by default. And so I would want to say, when we iterate over during the room phase, well, it's kind of tough. We got to make sure it doesn't go recursive. It needs to know, okay. Here's what we're going to do. If cell content type make room, so if the current cell that it's looking at is supposed to be made into a room, right away all we do is return true. So yes, make me a room. So that'll end this can be a guard, so we don't go further, because we don't need to roll anything. We know the truth. We know that it's supposed to happen. Okay. So then otherwise, if it hasn't been marked as make room, we now need to calculate a perimeter around it. And that perimeter, every cell within that perimeter should be marked with make room. Now, the reason why we can't go from the center doesn't make sense, because the iteration goes from left to right and then down. So it has to be blossoming from the bottom down. Otherwise, if it's marking ones above it or to the left of it, it's never going to iterate over them. So it has to be down. Let me think about what those would be. So if this is the one that it marks, let me just make them all one color. Get rid of this. Make that pink. We'll say this is the blossom point. You can be orange. Whatever this one is. I mean, in this case, it's 3, 3. Okay, so that's this one, 3, 3. Then that means the next one would be 3, 4. 3, 5. This one becomes 4, 3. 4, 4. Oh! 4, 4. 4, 5. 5, 3. 5, 4. 5, 5. So I would just want to calculate these. Now, if you have those, right, so you go through the level data and you find the row and the cell number that corresponds to that, and then you mark it. That's it. Now, how do I parameterize that? I guess it depends. Like, do I want it to be a square every time? Or do I want it to just be like a rectangle, potentially? Like, so right now this is a square. It doesn't look like a square, but it's a square. Because there's 3 on the top and 3 on the side. So do I potentially want it to be able to reach out here and become... I think I would like that option. So I guess what I'd want to parameterize are the, like, offsets. How much are we adding onto the cell number, and how much are we adding onto the row number from that point? And those are the parameters. So we can parameterize the offset. I think that makes sense. Or the row number and the cell number offsets. Okay. So in this case, yeah, like width and height, exactly. So in this case, the parameters would be 2, 2. Right? Because I want to say... I mean, I still got to figure out how to do that a little bit. But I guess we do it from every direct... I don't know. It's a little confusing. So 2, 2 would add on... It's still kind of hard, though. Because we'd have to iterate through... I guess I'd say... Looking at them separately, for every... I'm just gonna screenshot this. For every... We have 2 different things. Our cell number and our row number. Or our row number and the cell number. Cell number. Okay. And if our offset we could say row offset versus cell offset. If the row offset is 2 and the cell offset is 2, then that means I would want to iterate through for I in row off in range row offset for I in range row offset or you kind of want to do both. That's okay, you can do both. You can do both. Here, I wouldn't even put it next to it necessarily, because you want to handle them both simultaneously. It's very similar to the normal walking. We're walking through by going down each row and then going through each cell. So then we're also going to want to say in range cell offset as well. For in range cell offset. So it's going to go through 3 of them. For each of these, maybe I'll create like a variable called offset x and offset y. I might as well just write the code at this point. Or not even offset, like the offsetted. 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 And I'll say offsetted x equals row number. Or yeah, you could even plus equals. We'll say plus. Plus, I guess 1. I'm just incrementing it. Well, you could do I, but it's gonna be 0. So you could do I plus 1. Perhaps. You could still do 0 because it's like it's doing it on itself. Nah, because it's only gonna iterate through it one time. So I plus 1, so that way it's skipping 0. Then we say offsetted y, same kind of thing. Except this time it'd be cell number. So within each row, it's gonna go into each cell. Something about that seems weird. It's gonna go to each cell in that row. That seems wrong. That's gonna make it a lot longer than I want it to be, right? So the first one, the result would be the first one's result would be 3 or 4, 4, which is this one. So that would be going diagonally. So it kind of needs to do both. This is kind of hard. I feel like you need to make an array. I don't know. This is kind of like confusing. I bet there's like some math thing that would just do this. So that would give us 4, 4. The next iteration, it would give us 4, 5, because it's going through each one in the row. So it would just start doing that row. So then we kind of do 1, 0. Actually, we do 1, 0, right? Now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm on the right track. Because we want it to do 3, 4. Or, wait, but that would be 3, 4. Wait. If it was 0, it would give you 3, 3 again, which we don't want. So that makes me think but we need the other 3s. Lise, I would say try not to think about each cell. I think that's the mistake here. So just like, forget the cells. Start with the rows. Just the rows. If it iterates through every row in the range of 3, then we're going to get, and it's plus 1. Then it's going to cover 4, 3, 5, 3, and 6, 3. Oh, it's only 2. So actually you'd only do those 2. Because the row offset is 2. So that's what this would handle. Sleep well, Noya. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. 4353. Noya's so nice. I mean, that's it. That's all it would do. It wouldn't do anything else. So if I have a parallel for loop, or a for loop that runs after that, what would that do? And just out of curiosity, what if we do +1 here, just for now? And if we just did those raw values, it's only going to go through there twice, which will give us 3, 4, and 3, 5, which is correct. So we then have covered 3, 4, 3, 5, 4, 3, and 5, 3. Now we're just missing 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 4, and 5, 5. Because we're only incrementing 1/2 of it at a time. So, but this is not the full story, of course, because technically all this would give me for the offsetted X would be 4 and 5. There's no 3 tagged onto the end of that yet. I would need to somehow tag that onto there. So we could say for each one, we have our offsetted vector, which can be a vector 2. Probably don't need to type it for this. Vector 2. And we'll say offsetted X. And by default, it's 3. And what does that do? That can... We don't want to return it. So I think we need to put it in an array. We definitely need an array. 100%. So we'll say variable cell assignment array. I don't know, something like that. And that will be an array of vector 2s. It doesn't have to be a vector 2. Probably shouldn't be a vector 2. I mean, it's kind of convenient to bundle it in a vector 2. Actually, we just have to parse it into something an array understands. I mean, at that point, why not just go find it and mark it? You know? Just like in that moment. No, you should put it in an array, and then all at once it marks them. I think that makes more sense. Like the array is good. The vector 2 is convenient. What would be the alternative? I think it would actually be easier if you had 2 separate arrays. An array for rows, thank you for the hydrate phaser. An array for rows, and an array for cells. So like, then I can write something like, so this is a different function. This is like func assign cells in level data. I don't know, something like that. Some function like that. And if we have, we could say level data, row number, cell number. We'll do it like this. So like, yeah, row number, cell number equals, you know, make room, basically. And this would take the row number and the cell number. Oh, goodbye. Okay. So this would need to get called. We wouldn't even, you could do the array. Well, these are 2 separate arrays. So in fact, we'll say row numbers, cell numbers, make that a different color. This is an array of integers. No. Yeah. Yeah, an array of integers. It's kind of hard to fit all those in. But it's important. An array of integers. Right? And at the end of this function, which is find offsets or something, which we'll call with row offset and cell offset, which we'll get from the parameters wherever we deal with that. At the end of that function, we would call assign cells in level data, and we'd pass in row numbers array and cell numbers array. And that's what this would be. Row numbers. And then for this down here, for the assigned cells and level data, whoops, I would want to make sure that we are saying iterate for I in. Ooh, how are you gonna iterate through that? Ooh. I don't know, actually. Ooh. We'd kind of need to know. I mean, there would be the same amount in each. There just would. Because we can imagine them as pairs. So it kind of doesn't matter which one. So for I in range row numbers size, and we could say that the iteration so which row numbers? I. Which cell numbers? I. So it pulls from that iteration as it's going through here the index of each of these, and it goes through all of them, pieces them together, and assigns them to make room. Okay, I'm still missing, we still only have these four, which is not enough. And that's not actually, again, plugging that in, so we have to sort that out. So instead of doing this vector 2, we don't want that. Well, because all you have to do, you don't even have to think about. It's kind of confusing. So let's say for x, this gives us 5x. Here, this will give us x4, and this will give us x5. So if I put these in the same places, and I don't even have to necessarily say offsetted x, I probably do, but technically, for the sake of me understanding where I'm at, cell numbers, we know these are arrays of integers. Like, I could just say row numbers I equals now what is this row number? Where does that come from? I don't know. I'm not sure. We need to know from the cell data. So where's find offsets being called from? It'd be here. If it manages to pass the test of not being a room, Starview must proud of themselves. You figured out how to double blind stitch and fix a tear in your couch that had an Edward same. Let's go. Literally can't tell it was ever torn. Poggers, that's awesome. What? Such poggers. That's really cool. Let's go. Yes, learning some new things. Making our lives better. Self-care. Damn, that's cool. We achieving things. We can't be stopped. Life may be relinquishing control. To live is to relinquish control, but you haven't really lived if you haven't controlled. I don't know. Take control. Life is relinquishing control, but taking control is life. Okay. Very nice job. Very nice job. So here is where I would run this find offsets. Wherever that lives. And right here we already know. Well, we don't know much. We don't know the row and the cell from here. We have the cell contents dictionary, but cell contents dictionary does not contain the row number and the cell number. The row number and the cell number is inherent to level data, which is a little chaotic, actually. It's actually a bit much. So I could store it. That would kind of make my life a little easier. I think you need to store it. We can put data in here. It's okay. Do it. Row. It's going to be an integer. Cell is going to be an integer. It's just going to make my life easier. I'm sure there's other ways I could figure it out, but it's just going to be easier. And I'd like it to be easy. Fun fact, you got this couch. It's like $3,000 sectional for $300. Learning how to fix it is just free real estate. It's free real estate. Nice. I love getting deals on furniture. Very satisfying. That's kind of the deal with this chair. This chair is a Herman Miller Aero and very similar kind of markdown. Although, I mean, it was refurbished, so that's why. But furniture markdowns are key. Is it leather or is it fabric? I guess it's not leather if you did a double stitch. Because you can double stitch leather. It doesn't matter, I'm just curious. Okay, so this becomes row and this becomes cell. So this should be pretty easy to mark down. We can't really make those integers or null. Integers do not like to be null. It makes them very angry. So let's be 0, 0 to start with. And then whenever it where do we assign it? As in log cell contents in here. But this doesn't bring it with it. Well, you gotta send it along. Just send it along. That gets called In here, we got row number and cell number, baby. Okay, pass that in. Row number, cell number. It's getting a little long. Bit much, really. Then we add these onto here. Also, a bit long, a bit much. Row number, fabric. It takes up 60% of your living room. I bet it's awesome. It's an 8-foot section, a 7-foot section, a 4-foot long ottoman. That's amazing. We need to get a couch. We have a Shea lounge and a chair. It sucks. Okay, I should be looking for couch deals. I need to look for couch deals. They're out there. I don't know what your secret is, but I need to prioritize finding those deals. No, I think it's worth having. If it's super giant, like, why not? That's cozy. That's what that is. Okay. That's nice that it's the whole... I thought it was going to do the whole line yellow. I don't know why. Now... assigns the index of the cell and its cell array's ID number. Yeah. No gen, child of gen. Maybe do that last. I don't know. Cells array, append cell contents. Let's do that here. We'll just put this there. More of a look for estate sales. Ooh, smart. It's next of kin trying to clear out a house in a weekend, so they'll take any offer. Heard. It's beautiful. Morbid, but beautiful. Giving things a second life. I love that. That's even more nice, somehow, than just someone who was trying to make some money. Carrying the torch. Love that. I was gonna ask you how you got it so cheap, so I'm glad you offered it. So I didn't have to ask. Yeah. Facebook Marketplace, exactly. That's usually where we shop for those kind of things. I don't have a full amount, but I can bring my own truck and I'll bring it. Oh, nice. I like that. Use the whole bison. Yes. Nothing to waste. Row. And that will equal row number. Pretty simple. And this one will equal cell number. So now that data will be in there for all of them. So down here, when we're parsing cell contents, and we're going to find the offsets, I'm going to want to pass in, so let's make that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The IKEA stuff falling apart. I know, that's right. Gets wobbly. Chips off the particle board. Good for cheap things you don't care about in that way. Want to be a studio game dev? You move a lot, apartments all the time, without a couch? Alright. Okay. I guess that's a fun fact. Row number, integer. Cell number, integer. Pass these right along, except this time it's going to be cell contents. The first thing that it wants is the row, and the next one will be the cell. Okay. So it'll pass the row and the cell data in. Now wait, but the roll is kind of important here, because we need to roll it first. We have to say if the roll is true, then find the offsets. Otherwise, return false. And then at the end of that, return true. Okay. So it's going to go to find the offsets. Glamour. I guess we're typing it out. Well, I just wanted to make sure I knew where we were getting this from. So I said I was passing in the offsets. Well, I think that should be a different kind of roll. I think it should be built in to find offsets. And what I would allow myself to modify here would be room size mean, which we can have be 0 by default. No, make it 11. Room size deviation, I'm gonna make like 3. So now all the way back down here and find offsets. We decide on, and we could do each one. Well, that's the thing. Are you talking about row? You don't want to 9. You want it to be 3 because you're adding the same one onto both. So more like 4, the standard deviation of like 2. Maybe we can go a little bigger. Let's do 5 and 3. Probably does it. Well, that's about the same. Just do it. You can fix it later. That's what the parameters are for, or the exports are for. So we'll have our row offset integer. Well, that's going to be a float. Oh, it's going to be a float. Boo. It doesn't have an integer variant? No, I guess that makes sense. The mean, yeah. Okay. Well, that's a little unpleasant. Row offset, we're going to say it's an integer, and it's going to equal, it's going to be tricky because you have to round it. It is what it is. Row offset integer equals rand float n. We put in the room size mean and the room size deviation, and then just say be an integer. Just be an integer. I'm surprised it didn't even yell at me here. That's kind of crazy. I'm just gonna use it real fast to see if there's still a warning. There's not a warning! We'll see what happens. I mean, Lise, I think you should do more than that. First do, like, math.floor. Wait, that's JavaScript. Do floor. I can't believe I just typed JavaScript. Who am I? Floor and then that. Okay. Then we do the exact same thing. I could make this into a function. Roll. What the hell is this called exactly? Normally distributed. Roll normal distribution. Distribution. And this can return an integer, and we just put all this in there just to keep it a little simpler, a little neater. Variable roll integer equals that, return roll. Then we can pop this right in there. Roll normal distribution, get another one for cell offset, and we roll that as well. Okay. Now, we have our offset, and we need arrays. I think that's a good idea. And what are you gonna do with this array exactly? Pass it along into assigned cells in level data after the loops. Okay. Row numbers, an array of integers. Same thing with cell numbers. Empty array of integers. Okay. Don't think I need this offsetted anymore. For I integer in range what exactly? Row offset. Oh, right. Okay. Well, you have to do it for each one. If you're gonna have them be different, you have to do it for each one. We know that. Okay, just making sure. So, for whatever this comes out to be, we iterate through each of those. On row numbers, in the 0 index, I would like to assign the index plus, oh god, I don't even know. Wait, this is wrong. The row number, oh, sorry. The row number plus the index plus 1. I guess we could just immediately put into, I guess we could start filling this out. We could say that the actual 0 position, now that I think about it, if we're gonna skip it, we could say the 0 position is going to be row number, and this one is gonna be cell number. That way it's already in there. Although I don't know that I really need it. I feel like we could like match them up. Right? Like have this as the root and iterate through every cell number. So have it put in 0, have it put in whatever it puts in. 3, 4, 5 at the end of this, and then do the same thing here. Have it put the row number at the end of each one. Does that make sense? I'm thinking I might not even need this array, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It's kind of hard. Because again, I don't really need to mark the ones that it is. Yeah, I don't think you have to do that. I don't think you need to do this. I don't think this is... Don't do this. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Because we can just use the row number and the cell number, which will make more sense. So I don't... We do want to do plus 1. We do want to do +1. That's correct. So in our example, this now becomes 4 and 5. And this 2 will become 4 and 5 if I do it correctly. All right, so if we do another one, except for the cell offset, and we switch this to cell, it's going to be exactly the same result, 4, 5, 4, 5. Which, if we look, is not going to be enough. I mean, it is. They're all 4s and 5s and 3s. That's what they all are. 3s, 4s, 5s. 3s, 4s, 5s. That's all there is to it. I just need to match them all up with each other. That's it. I really don't know. Well, you do, because you do have to do it. Because if you're going to have them potentially not be the same, you have to do them each separately. You just discovered the online docs? It's all over. For Godot, Rylan, Godot's docs are so good, right? They're so good. It's all over. So all this does is gives us the rest of the numbers. So now what I need to do is I need to pair up all of those numbers with each other. All of the potential ones. Now, if it's not the same, what happens then? So let's say, I have a feeling this is going to be way more complicated and I might want to keep it a square or my brain's going to explode. But let's just see. Let's just see what happens. So this would be 6, 3, 6, 4, and 6, 5. So that would mean only for the rows, we'd have an extra one, a 6. So would I indeed still want to match them all up? Yeah, but no, because we don't have a 3-6 or a 4-6 or a 5-6. So I can't just say match them all up. So I need to be a little more methodical than that. Unless I just want to make them all be a square. This is kind of crazy. This is kind of intense. This is intense. I like it, but it's intense. So, what I'm gonna do... I mean, if I'm looking at a pattern here, we have the row number. That's the first number in each of these vectors. It's got the row number. All you have to do is look for each cell number. So iterate through every row number. I mean, what if it's the other way around? Well, check which one's bigger. Okay, let me check the other way around real quick here. Let me see what that feels like. Let me see what that feels like. Again, just imagining here. Can you just go away? Can you just clear these? Don't delete them. Okay, I guess we just do that. Okay. So then these are pink. That's 3, 6, 4, 6, and 5, 6. So if you were to iterate through each row, I mean, no, it works either way. Because you say for each row, which is 3, 4, 5, just match up all. Yeah, no, so you have to check that. How is Watch My Cat Sim? It's good. This is what this is for. So this is, we have a new game jam. I don't know when you were last here, but we have a new game jam. Every other month we come up with a new one. I come up with a new one. And this is Rogue. We're making games like Rogue. And I'm making a rogue-like game that is a mini game in my cat game. So all the progress for that is happening here. I have a bit of a ways to go, but I'm working on the procedurally generated dungeon. That will be part of that game. Y'all have been redeeming hydrates like nobody's business today. So I actually have to use the loo again. So I'll be right back. I'll be super right back though. I will be right back. Oh, I will be right back. Hold on, while I'll be right back. And we'll continue. Oh, we'll continue. This game is a big deal. This game is a big deal. It's a big deal to me, yeah. Yeah, I basically want to make it like an entire long-term project, yeah. Because I like it. I like it so much. I bet. Okay. Back to it then. Right. How we're gonna iterate through and match all these up. So just, we can just say whatever the length of the rows are, take that row number Yeah, but no, you have to do the bigger one. You have to do the bigger one. Because otherwise you'll miss one. No, you have to do the bigger one. We gotta see which one's bigger. I'm pretty sure that makes sense. Isn't there like a min function? Yeah, from an array. Wait, the minimum value contained in the array. Put them in an array? Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright, okay, no problem. So I guess first we fill out the arrays. Yeah, but it's gonna be lacking the first one. Right, so you just make sure that you just make sure you don't pass in row number, cell number. I think you do want this, because you want to make sure that it matches them up. But just don't do it here. Just don't do it here. And I'll do it here. So whatever that comes out to, I'm going to create a new variable, and this is going to be rows and cells. Row and cell array sizes. It's going to be an array of arrays. And into that array, I'm going to place we've been multiple things. I don't think so. Row numbers and cell numbers. It's just an idea. It's a crazy idea. Row numbers and cell numbers. Append them both in there. There's probably like another way to do that, but it's fine. Then we get which one is bigger from that array. So I'm going to call it a matching array. I'm just going to move this down here. Sometimes I like that better. Matching array. And this will just be a single array of integers, and it is going to equal row and cell array sizes maximum. Whichever one is the bigger array is what we're going to use to match with. So now I say for I in matching array size I mean, it does raise the question again of eliminating. Well, you can find it. You can just delete it. You can use the clear. You can do this. You'll be fine. For I in matching array size. Remember, we need the overall array. Are we returning an array here? Isn't that the idea? Because what we want. We just go straight to level data where you were gonna assign the cells. I'm just gonna put it in one big function and split it up later if need be, just to keep me sane. So you just want to directly put that in there? I don't know how I feel about that. I guess so. Something about this isn't right. Something about this doesn't make sense. Something about this isn't clicking for me. So if it picks, let's just do this one. If it picks the rows as the bigger one, and in the cells there's a 4 and a 5, it's gonna go 3, and I want it to match it. I want it to add the 4 on the end. So it'll have 3 with a 4 on the end, 3 with a 5 on the end, 4 with a 4. Well, that's what you have to. Yeah, that'll work. 4 with a 4. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. No, this is good. This is good. This will work. This will work. This will work. For I in the matching array size, I'm just gonna call it bigger array. Can we literally just say level data? Did I type this out at all? Did I imagine this yet? Row numbers, cell numbers, oh. Yeah. Wait. Well, you'd want it to be bigger array I, and well, but it depends, because that's going to be cells versus, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It does matter. It actually does matter. We need to know if it's a cell or a row array. Otherwise, we're not going to know how to piece it together. Yeesh. So I do have to know which one's which. I mean, if it's 0, it's going to be row, and if it's 1, it's going to be cell numbers, which feels a bit messy, obviously. I don't think I give a crap. I just want it to work. I just want it to work. But Lees, Max returns a variant. So this is just gonna, all this is gonna be is a 0 or a 1. That's all this is gonna be, is an array with a 0 or a 1 in it. That's all that this is. That's wrong. This should be row and cell array sizes, with that being what it pulls out of it. Will make more sense here. So it'll be an array of integers. So I'm gonna actually do this. I'm gonna say bigger array index, which I'm gonna make an integer, and it's gonna equal this. I know it's crazy. I'm just gonna make it work. I don't care. It's gonna equal this. I guess I could do an enum. I could make an enum if I wanted to make it more readable. I think it's self-evident. And then in here, we'll pop in bigger array index. So if it's 0, we know it's rows. If it's 1, we know it's cells. Kinda crazy. This is nuts. I know there's gonna be an easier way to write this. I gotta do it crazy. And maybe the regular version will, the more sensible version will present itself. If bigger array index is set to 0, rows are bigger. Hey Flip, it's going good. I am trying to build out an algorithm that decides how many spaces around a space that's determined to be a room should have spaces around it. So like right now I've got it set up so I can randomize with a really nice weighted roll that I can control completely how many cells are going to be rooms, or the seed for a room. That's all these pink ones. And then this was kind of an example of what it would look like if I then generated 9 cells, 3 by 3, around each of those seeds. And I don't like the way that looks. We've got these little single rooms in here. Room seeds are going to grow them out in random directions, kind of. I don't know. I think so. Yeah? Yes? And I didn't really like how this turned out. So I need to parameterize the width and the height of the space that's going to come from that seed point. And because these green represent like the walls, and it just doesn't look good. And then I also made the grid a lot bigger too, because I realized this wasn't going to be enough space to hold a reasonable situation. You're not seeing it done like that? Let's go. So now what I'm doing is I'm puzzling out how I'm kind of just, I think I have the puzzle solved. I just have to like do the solve, like type it out. How it's going to make sure it lets all of the nodes or all the cells around that seed point know, hey, you're one that needs to become a room. And how it's going to distribute it across all these values. So like, they potentially, it's going to be using that mean standard deviation randomization that we learned about earlier to make it either wider or taller or the same if it works out that way. So I need it either way, whether the box around is going to end up being wider or taller. It needs to be able to match them all together. It's a little complicated. It's going to be able to match them all together. So that's what I'm kind of figuring out right now. And yeah. So the rows are bigger. If the bigger array index is set to 0, we're just going to let that be okay, even though it's a magic number. I could make it an enum. I don't care. Look, there's a comment. We get it. If the bigger array index is set to 0, then we set up the iteration like this. And again, I'm sure there's easier ways to do this. I am not looking to be told what those are. I am just going to let it be what it is. And then if it'll be like, oh wait, I see how this can be simpler, I can make it simpler. The way you made rooms is really wasteful, but it gets there eventually. Nice. Hell yeah, it gets there eventually. That's all there is to it. Love that. Wasteful of what? Just like not optimized or something? So when the rows are bigger, we want to make sure that we know that the bigger array, I mean, you could make it a little more readable. You could say that variable rows array, your variable called tries, and it's set to 1,000. Oh yeah, I've done that before. That's reasonable. That's not that wasteful. That's like normal. That's very normal. Rows array, we're going to set to an array of integers. But I see what you mean. Depending on if it actually gets through all, I mean, it can get pretty high. Yeah, I do see what you mean. Still, that's a reasonable approach. Rows array integer equals bigger array duplicate. So we'll just have that so it's just a little bit more readable here. That's all. That's the only reason I'm putting that into a different array, to make it more readable. So then conversely, if it's not 0, cells are bigger or wider, rows are longer, rows are longer than cells are wide. Cells are wider than rows are long. In that case, we would have a cells array, and we would do this a little differently, because we wouldn't want the cells array to be first. We always want the rows array to be first. So this would actually stay as rows array. Oh, I guess we still want a rows array either way. Well, yeah, I guess I do. I mean, you could just do cell numbers at that point, right? I feel like that's what that would let me do, which is kind of weird. Give me, well, yeah. You could feel like you don't even need to do the 0 and 1 thing. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. We're just gonna do it. Again, I don't want to try to optimize it right now. I just want to make it and make the logic a function. That's more important to me than making sure it's the cleanest looking thing. So this is just gonna be cell. This is row. It always needs to start with the rows, except in this case, it's row numbers, which is like hard to even tell the difference. Like, what makes this different? Don't worry about it. So row numbers, and that will be the first thing that it looks for. Your Twitch player is being awful. It's not the stream again, is it? It is yours this time. Oh wait, is it buffering for everybody again? I'll keep an eye on it. Oh, it is. Oh, it was an ad. You were just in an ad? Wait, I think it's buffering again. I can't tell. We just Twitch failed. We just Twitch failed today. You got an error. Oh, that happens to me sometimes too. I guess what we can always do is just be like, go to YouTube if it's not doing a good job. Go to YouTube if stream weird. Twitch may be being janky. Yeah, it's Twitch. I've had that happen a lot. I don't think it's. I think it's not. I think it's okay, but we'll see. We'll put it here anyway. Well, y'all let me know if you're on Twitch and you see weird things. You just let me know if it ain't behaving. Set it right. Okay. It's been kind of a weirdo today. Most of the people are on YouTube anyway. I posted it to YouTube. Oh! That is funny. Wait, that is very funny. Go to the YouTube stream. We live a funny life, us. Relinquish the control. Relinquish the control. That's life. Okay. Right. Chaos. So we first want to find the row number, and then I want to find the cells array value, which we also iterate through. But this doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? It doesn't. Because there's going to be more of these than those. So you're going to get to an iteration that's much bigger. So that's not going to work either. Whoops. Because it's going to get out of range. The iteration will. Should I have done it the other way around? The minimum one? Or is this just like the wrong strat? Asking myself, of course. So if we do the shorter one, if it iterates through 1, 2, 3 of them, this is kind of blowing my mind a little bit, like how I match all these up. just gotta think about this. If we have one array that has 3, 4, and 5 in it, and another array that has 3, 4, 5, and 6. I feel like you need to like add them together. This is very confusing. This is so confusing. I feel like you need to iterate on a per row basis. So, well, this would be, but it's all 3 down the line, right? So the row would stay the same, or this is the cell. The cell would stay the same. We update the row, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 3's all the way down. We know that we have 4 values in the rows array. We have 4 values in there. 0 through 3. 4 values. In this case, 3 through 6. Then we would want to fetch from level data, or assign on level data. Oh, it's totally being goofy on Twitch, isn't it? Wait, I see it. I see it goofing on Twitch. Damn, it's been probably happening all day. How are y'all? How could y'all ever forgive me? Genuinely don't even know how to fix it. But I see it. I see it happening. I see it right there. On other streams too? You think it's not me? Yeah, because usually it would show that the bitrate is bad. You know? Okay. I'm gonna take your word for it. 3, 3, 4, 3. So it would iterate through each of those. We need to iterate through it 3 times. So for every, oh, it's so confusing. It's like I need to iterate through the rows array. I keep thinking I'm saying rosary. Iterate through the rows array, which will be 4 times. 3 times. I need to iterate through a range of 4 3 times. In this case, I need to iterate through a range of 3 5 times. So you don't, or 4 times. You don't need to figure out which one's bigger. Not necessary. I keep saying rosary. You don't have to do that. You simply don't. Just have a for loop that represents whichever one you want. Pick one. Cells. So for the cell size, I usually do rows first. So think of it that way. I can't. I gotta do it. It's breaking my brain. So for I in range Or, yeah, we could probably just do, I feel like range is not that necessary. I feel like we can just say for I in cells array or cell numbers dot size for I in row numbers dot size on that cell number of the current iteration. Always have that cell number at the end. And then you could simply just increment. Just simply increment. I don't know if I need to even create that initial array. Simply increment the row number. Okay, I gotta try this again. Thanks for the hydrate, Fanny. It's breaking my brain, but I know I'm gonna get there. Okay, I'm actually gonna comment all of this out. I'm gonna do this again. Well, you do have to iterate through the what's the row offset? That's the size. So I don't know that I even need this at all. Like, I think what we say, Kirby, I think what we say is shower thoughts. You had a literal shower thought. Wait. Can't you just try it and find out what happens? What's the consequence in giving it a try? What's the risk? For I. The word offset throws you off? Yeah, it is kind of weird, isn't it? I guess I'm imagining it like. There's no risk. Give it a different word to understand it better. What word would be better? I don't even know. Because, like, we're starting with, in this case, 13, and we're offsetting by 1. Offsetting here. Then we're offsetting there and offsetting there. A better word would be cool. I don't know what it would be, though. But I hear you. It's always weird. I feel like you can never code in a way that makes sense to everybody, which is always a good thing to remember in terms of like explaining what things mean, like comments and documentation and things like that. Because just because that like seems readable to me doesn't mean anyone else will necessarily make instant sense of it for a variety of reasons. For I in. Now we do have to do range for this one, I think. Probably. Maybe. It is a normal coding aura. Go to an internet cafe. Pay for 3 hours. Oh, you must commit to dev. Oh, yeah, that is smart. That is so smart. Fanny, that is a brilliant idea. Yes! That honestly, Fanny, oh my god. Okay, I actually need to like remember that because often people like ask me like how can I concentrate as long and as devotedly as you do? And why can I concentrate? Because I stream. Because I show up right here. And so it's like, we're doing this stream. I need to concentrate on my task. I need to get it done. If I wasn't doing the stream, I'd be all over the place. So like, that's my like extrinsic motivation, external pressure to stay on task. Fanny, that is such a great idea for creating an extrinsic motivator. I love that. Oh my gosh, I'm writing that down. This should go into the Hyper Game Dev wiki when that ever exists. I feel like on the Discord there should be like a. And that's another thing too. It's like if we start adding things to the wiki, we have to like credit everybody or be like, hey, can you add it yourself so you have the credit? No. I love this. This is so great. Or where do I even... Where the hell am I even gonna put that? I guess it'd go in like game... Creative art programs, game engines. Like, there's really nowhere to put it. I'm making a new category right now. Look what you've done. You've inspired a new freaking Discord category. If there wasn't enough already. I'm adding another one. For the wiki. Is there like a wiki emoji? I don't think so. Book. Give me a book. It's for the hypothetical future wiki. Okay. I love that. I just love that. Because the wiki, so the idea of the HyperGameDev wiki, it would in theory be wiki.hypergame.dev. And it's when I'm going to get my, whenever I get a new GPU and a new motherboard, I'll have enough things to build a new computer. And I'm going to use that to host a 24-hour stream. That is to say, just it's always going to be a stream that's active on YouTube that has the old live streams playing all the time. Maybe except when I'm live here. And then I was like, we thought of another use for it, which is, or you gotta create a channel in there. I guess I should call it wiki. I guess I should, wait, we should call this wiki. And the other use for it would be to host a media wiki, which is like what Wikipedia is set up with. Because there's a lot of things like in the Discord, we out here like pinning like a bunch of code and stuff, and it just kind of gets lost. And so a place where we can just like save the things that we've thought of and wanted to have around. I think this is a great one. This is gonna be a regular channel. Extrinsic motivation example to get dev done. Courtesy of Fanny Slam. It is done. It is done. Thank you. Thank you for your inspiration. I was better go in the library or something else. Yeah. Oh, nice. Portable Godot and GitHub desktop. There's probably a portable GitHub desktop, right? For I integer in range. We said we're going to iterate through the number of cells one way or the other. Then for every one of those, I'm going to iterate through. You have to do something other than I. So we'll say I cell, I row. In range row offset. You don't even have to, you do have to increment something. You absolutely have to increment something. You could do it here. You could say variable offsetted row get dev done needs to be on a shirt. Get dev done. Get dev done. You think I'm playing? I'm gonna freaking add that. I'm gonna add that to something too. Yeah, I got a place for that. We got a merch thing. Get dev done. Rosalani / Fanny. I got for everything. You have stuff for everything. Okay. Bug don't. Isn't that a good one? Okay, I'm gonna have to say +1 from Fanny on that one. What the hell? No, like an actual. Can you do like an escape +1 Fanny? Okay, that'll have to do. It did cause a bug. Whoa. My shirt is actually a bug itself. The offsetted row will be the row number. Oh, it's going to be integer. And it's going to be the row number plus. You could just do +i. Then you don't even have to increment it, if you think about it. Whoa. It's tripping me out. Variable offsetted, but you want to do cell here, I think. Offsetted cell. Cell number +1. Or +i. I know offsetted is unhinged. I could just do offset, but I don't know. I'd just do offset. Just do offset. That's unhinged. Offset row integer equals row number +i. Oh, sorry. I cell. I row. Uncle I row. Okay. But we don't want it to do it on the first. Well, it'll be 0. The first iteration is 0. So that'll be perfect. Great. So if that's a 3, first offset cell will be 3. For I in row, the first offset row would also be 3. Good. And then in that iteration, I can't believe how much code I was writing. That's crazy. It's not crazy, but it's amazing how I had to write all of that to eventually arrive at something that's going to be so much shorter. Trust the process, y'all. Trust the process. Level that. Let yourself do something wackadoodle to get to the point that is like literally perfection. Level data in this case, right? In this case, it would be offset row, always row first. You don't even have to do I. You would just do offset row, offset cell. Bob would totally be your uncle at that point. But we have to be a little more specific than that. We have to make sure we set the content data, the right content data. Because the cell is going to have a dictionary in it. Bob is so many people's uncle. I know. I know, right? I like literally have an Uncle Bob. Like I genuinely literally have an uncle who's named Bob. This Bob. That is a fact. Bob is our uncle. Your mom does too? Oh my god, the Bob's too. I mean, is that? I mean, I know it's like just like an old British phrase, but like maybe it also comes from the fact that so many people just have Uncle Bobs. I have no idea. I looked it up once, I forgot. Level data, offset row, offset cell. What this is going to give, what level data contains, it's an array of arrays. myself what this has in it. The array that goes in there is the cell contents. So are we seriously about to say right now? Please, just have it be a dictionary. Do not immerse yourself in the chaos of adding yet another bracket to the end of that. Don't do it. So we're gonna say variable cell contents, a dictionary, and that's gonna equal that. Because we love ourselves. Brackets, so many brackets. You're like logic for doing before something. I love the ever-evolving puzzle that is me understanding why you do it when you do it. I enjoy it. Don't even tell me, because I enjoy it. Puzzles. Variable. But I feel like that's not the way you use it. I feel like you use it for things that are like messy, but like so satisfying to get to do. I don't know. I haven't cracked the code. So now we have a dictionary. But this doesn't make sense. No, this doesn't make sense. Cell contents. Okay. Alright. You're consistent with making badass games. Cell content type. Make room. And we want to set that to true. That's it. What is going to happen if I run this code? What is the error it's going to give me? Out of bounds, get index 17. Uh-oh. What? Wait, what? Out of bounds 17. Okay, let's see what we've got here. I know there's things wrong, and now that I have some code down, we can try to troubleshoot it and just nudge it into the right directions, hopefully. Okay. Row number 9, cell number 27. Okay. Can we see like where it is now? Row number 9, cell number 27. 927? What did it roll as the offset? 9 and 5. Okay, that's wrong. That's super wrong. Because those should be the maximums. So it should have created, like... Oh, but 27 is the cell number. Wait. So this is correct. 927 is absolutely correct. 9 rows down, 27 over. That's the seed point. That's the starting point from where the room will get built. Okay. The row offset that it found was apparently 9. Which is a little shocking, but that's okay. That's a lot. It's quite large. I might need to adjust that mean deviation a little bit. Adjust that mean deviation a little bit. Mean deviation bit a little bit. Oh, be safe, Fanny. Just a great idea. Good luck. Thanks for inspiring something for the future wiki. So that means it should try to do 9, 28. 929. No. Yeah. 9. Something like that. And then 17, it should also get to that. Why would it ever be 17? Well, the row offset is 9, so that means it will go up to 17. Oh, it's out of bounds. Oh, right, so it's going off the edge on the right. That's why. So we have to make sure, so I think I understand what's happening. I believe what's happening is it's trying to create a room or mark a room like off the edge here. I believe that's what's occurring, if I were to guess. So we need to make sure we put a check in that doesn't allow it to extend beyond the grid. Okay. How do I want to do that? Well, I think all you have to do is get the grid width and the grid height. So we could avoid even iterating through in the first place. If ISO is greater than grid width continue. If I row is greater than grid height, continue. Maybe? Out of bounds 32. Okay, that was not right. That was incorrect. You might want to do -1, because 32 is right on the end. I wonder if we do -1, because the grid width and height doesn't necessarily match the numbers. I could be wrong. But that doesn't make sense. Does it make sense? I might be misdiagnosing what the issue is. Also, I mean, this is definitely something that needs to be considered. I don't know if that's what's giving us our problem. Out of bounds 32. Are you sure continue is what you want? I don't know that we want a break. Like, that seems weird. It's interesting that it's always been 32 and 17 so far. It's very interesting. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to investigate a little more closely before I try to diagnose what the actual issue is. It's always 32 and 17, which I guess makes sense because 17 is the full height. 32 is the possible biggest width. So it's definitely something like that. It's definitely something like that. Seed RNG? I mean, I'm using... The only thing I'm doing with regard to that... So the grid is a fixed size every time. But the only thing I'm doing there is this random number generator, which does create like a thing of some kind to reference back to of some sort. So that way I can do the rand weighted, which comes from the random number generator. But that's not really the same thing, although it does have a seed. Oh, my trackpad went crazy. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, yeah. All right, stop helping. Stop it. Hush. I will time you out so fast. This is GDScript. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It might not help. All right, then never mind. I won't time you out. You've been forgiven. You have told something interesting that is unrelated to my problem. GDScript. So I'm making a game in Godot. Godot's built-in engine language is GDScript. Very similar to Python, but different. That's what it is. Okay. So assuming it is, so this is what's got me tripping. So what, did I mix this up? IRO is 0. Offset cell is 32. Oh, we're on iCell. iCell is 2, okay. Offset cell is 32. Yeah, because I feel like that's gonna max out at 31. Right, so it's just 32 in the array. So we would definitely, I feel like we must do a -1. But I don't think this I don't think this guard is guarding anything. Regardless, it's just it's just not guarding a damn thing. I wonder if we just, I mean, I would like it to not even get there. We could do equal to, but I don't think that's the problem either. I know I'm so close. I just gotta poke around till it makes sense. Oh, this one also had the same problem. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Because if we're in this for loop, I mean, to me also, it should be continue, not break, by the way. Like, I don't know, to me that just makes more sense. Like, break is just gonna stop iterating, but it shouldn't totally stop iterating. It should go to the next row or whatever. It's interesting, is it if I switch it to continue, it gets to, it maxes out, it hits 17. Oh no, never mind. Okay, it's different every time. Just kidding. Okay. Sorry. If I understand things correctly, which obviously I don't. If I understand things correctly, then when we get to an iteration that is bigger than the grid width, do we need to do it -2? I mean, that we already tried that with the equal to, so that would have gotten around that. So it's not even that either. But that does kind of make me think you do want this to be greater than or equal to, and then make that one. I don't know, I'm not sure yet. But anyway, if it's greater than or equal to the grid width, it should stop going down here, and it should then go to the next iteration. So if this is at, well, I guess then you definitely want break. No. Because if the I cell is 1, okay, if it's at 1, right, but that's not going to be greater than you're checking the wrong thing. You're guarding the wrong thing, I believe, is your problem. It's the offset cell. That's what you need to be guarding. But that is what I'm trying to guard. But you're guarding it, but you're basing it on the wrong value. So first, you find the offset cell. then you guard against that. Or based on that. And same with the row. Still not sure I got my guard set up right, but hopefully we'll at least avoid that error. Maybe. Oh yeah! Oh! Ooh! It look like something! Wait, there's something there. Okay, do it again, do it again, do it again. Oh, oh, we procedurally generating. I don't particularly like the rooms, but it is generating them. It's huge progress. It's huge progress for 2 hours. I'm just gonna marvel at it for a second. Wow. The rooms are too big and too small at the same time. I don't even know how to sing that. Generate good times, come on. Oh, generate good times, come on. Okay, we got it, we got it. Wow. That wasn't first try, but it was damn close to first try. That was very nearly first try. I'm just trying to like take a moment to be a little proud. Okay. So now I need to adjust the value. We got there. I need to adjust the values. I think I made these. It does look cavey. I think one thing I'm noticing is we're gonna need to set a minimum size for rooms. I'm honestly, one thing I'm very confused about. Thanks, Anjack. I'm completely confused how there are possibly single. I don't know how there are single ones. I don't even understand that. That's not making sense to me. That was not supposed to be possible. So that tells me something weird is happening. Something a little weird is definitely happening. I will say, Lise, you did not exclude the room that it currently is when you're marking them as make room. I don't think that should matter other than just being cruft, but how did this, how was that even possible? What is the, okay, let's look at manage level. So our mean room size is 5. The deviation is 2. Let's make the deviation 1 or something. And then try it again. Okay, it's like roomier. And I feel like you can see a lot more clearly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It seems to be sticking to something more normal. What if we did like no deviation? You know, like let me see something really obvious. And let's make it 3. That should be like the original, in theory, maybe, I think. Possibly. Nice. Nice. So now they're all 9. 3 by 3. See, then what's this? How does that happen? So it's pretty damn good, but there's some oddities. I wonder if something is getting marked or unmarked somehow? So somehow I'm gonna need to investigate what the hell's going on with some of these rooms. Yeah, so what I've accomplished at this point is I can adjust some parameters and get contiguous rooms in random positions on this grid that are pretty good room size. Hello, Willow. Welcome back. Let me just make it 1. Morbid curiosity here. So it just goes back to just doing 1 everywhere. Or I guess it's technically doing like up to 2 or something. What if we do 3 standard deviation of 1? Yeah, it's pretty good. There's simply the issue of those stragglers. Now I could say like there's a minimum width, a minimum height for the rooms. Like they have to at least be 3 by 3. They can't be smaller than 3 by 3. And if so, just remove it. So that's kind of tricky because they might have these little like peninsulas, these little like, you know, dangly bits over here that need to be cut off because that's just going to be all walls. And it's not actually going to be a room to walk around in, which is kind of not great. So then this would become, it's almost like a path. Then this would become not rooms. This would all get removed in there. Which is kind of tricky because like how can I find that? But it shouldn't do that. That's the thing. This should not be possible. Well, it is, Lee's, because you have the mean, because you have it. I feel like that's the deviation. You need to set a minimum. Try that. Try setting a minimum. See what that does. Okay. And you can have it be an offset on top of that. So I'm gonna do constants up here. Constant minimum room size. And that's going to be 3. You can do warning ignore. Yeah. Yep. Isn't it great? Isn't it so good? And you can also do this warning ignore start and warning ignore restore. So I only wanted to ignore these ones because all of these are like concatenated, like they're created based, or they're referenced through like set and get, and a string like builds the property names and finds them. So the references aren't in the actual script. So by saying restore, it's like after this, allow the warnings to happen again. Before this, the warnings allow them to happen as well. Yeah, it's nice, right? Very useful. I guess I should make a short about that, even though I haven't made a short in over a year. That's actually a pretty damn good short topic, now that I think about it. Guess I will do that. I have the longest list of shorts to do, but I got scared away from making them because the last one I did freaking exploded in viewers, and I couldn't handle it, man. I was like, look, I'm a live streamer, okay? And look, the shorts helped people like recognize the stream when it was on. They'd be like, hey, you're from that short. So like that was good. But it's a different kind of pressure to like deliver information that's like accurate and stuff rather than just live streaming my process. And so I've just kind of like been, I don't know, I just feel different about it. It's fine. It's all fine. But still, I haven't been ready. And it's like editing. It's like a whole other thing. One of these days I'll do them again. I will. But it's like, it's, I guess what it came down to was I was dealing with that pressure of, should I make sure that the shorts I make are held to a certain level of academic scrutiny? that everything I say is completely correct, totally true, so nobody can possibly come through and critique me. You know, be like, well, actually, that's not true. You know? But at the end of the day, no. The answer is no. I shouldn't worry about that. That's the correct answer. But so I tried to make a short after that one blew up, and I just got stuck in this loop of like trying to make it like the perfect tutorial, and it was getting too long, and it was dense. It was just like not entertaining to watch. So I feel like I just kind of had to like step away and cleanse myself of the expectation that I inherited, that I needed to make them like technically sound in terms of delivering information. And when I'll feel ready to do that again, I don't know. Warning, ignore, start/restore stuff is cool. Alright. Anyway. So I set a minimum room size. So no matter what this gets, we're only gonna set the roll normal distribution if it is greater than 3. If it's less than 3, it just becomes 3. Hey Hilden. Dungeon generating is hard, even more so if you want walls between rooms instead of having room size walls. Yeah, okay. You're still in the middle trying to code that, but you might have a wrong approach, trying to include complex maze generator in the same code. Whoa, that does sound hard. You said a complex maze generator into generating dungeons. Well, welcome. That's pretty cool. What? So you're making a roguelike or some kind of dungeon crawler? I'm not sure I understand walls between rooms instead of having room-size walls. I guess it depends on your approach. It's interesting. It's interesting to hear about the struggles y'all are coming up against. Willow hasn't been able to work on theirs in the last few days. Work has been overwhelming. You have a list of things you want to do, though. The list is important. The list means that when you sit down and do it, you'll be ready. Someone should make a maze game of a brain cell going through a brain maze. A maze game of a brain cell. That's super funny. Like, what is it trying to do? Is it trying to like remember something? That's how it feels when I'm like, what did I come into this room for? What was I gonna do here? Then just like zoom into the brain and the cell, like trying so hard to navigate. I love that. Hey, insane. A brain cell. Wait, what's that? Oh man. Oh yes, Monsters Jones. That was a game or a movie. Probably it was definitely in games. Absolutely. What have you clipped? What have you clipped? What have you clipped? Yeah, 3D dungeon crawler that got 3D room frame with no walls, roof or floor, and then use the script to populate correct things in correct places. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm planning to do, is to populate the correct things in the correct places. My plan is that it's gonna check to see, because mine's grid based, so yours might not be grid based. It's 3D. That kind of complicates it potentially. So it would be, for mine, it's gonna be if a cell is surrounded by rooms, then it's not a wall. If it has something that isn't a room around it, that is to say it's off the grid, or it's, or it's not, or there's an empty space next to it, then it's a wall. And I'm not even gonna bother about if it's a left wall or a top wall or a bottom wall or a right wall. It's just gonna be wall. Multi-degree has to restore the wall info, custom data fields. Smart. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, what is this? What has happened?
Also do this warning ignore start and warning ignore restore. So I only wanted to ignore. Also do this warning ignore start.
Oh,
and
this is
warning
useful.
Ignore restore.
Is this
So
to help me get started on the
only
short?
wanted to ignore these ones. Because
Did you
all
just
of
make my
these
short?
are like concatenated, like they're created based, or they're referenced through like
Genius.
set
Thank
and
you.
get, and a string like builds the property names and finds them. So the references
dope.
aren't in the actual script. So by saying restore, it's like
Okay,
after
I'm gonna take this
this,
down
allow
as a
the
note.
warnings to happen again. Before this, the warnings allow them to happen as well. Yeah, it's nice, right?
Okay, let me put this in here. Because you know I'll edit the hell out of it one way or the other. Rosalani even edited the short version. Noted. Thank you. When I come through here, I'm gonna have this. You just made my life so much easier. Thank you. What the hell? Are you a collab? Are you a hyper game dev collaborator at this point? Contributor? Thank you. Fleekuda has been dipping their toes into the dungeon generating aspects with an article you found on Game Developer, former Game of Sutra, just trying to wrap your head around the ways people do it. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I kind of was just like, I'm just gonna come up with my own way, because reading other things is gonna stress me out. And then if I hit a struggle point, I'll look something up. But that is beyond your clipper. That is beyond a valid way to do it, Fleek. Is it helping? Like, does it feel like kind of overwhelming, or like you feel like you can handle it? Why am I saying hey to you? You were saying hey to the first time chatters. You've been here. Did I say hey to you? Well, hey. I don't know. Why did I say hey to you? I don't know. That's a good question. Streamer brain broken. Not enough, apparently. Oh. Got multiple 2D green mats. Then the script turns that into a 3D world. That's awesome. Sounds cool, Hilda. One custom data field is the floor number. Nice. Sounds like you got a good system. Ducks Clipper too. Thanks for being a clipper. Thank you for being a clipper. You are. Best maze generator. Realize that none, and you need to incorporate multiple of them at the same time to dungeons that backtrack floors by a set amount. It's kind of a brain mush. Coming up. I think I said delved, like a delve. Nice. I see what you maybe didn't mean to do there. Okay, so I need to make sure there's a minimum. So first what I want to do is say if row offset is less than min room size, row offset becomes min room size. And I'm just gonna do the same thing for cell offset. Probably other ways I could do this, but I think this is totally fine. So the reason why I'm doing this is I'm hoping to not have little straggler dangly bit rooms that don't make any sense, that are not useful. I'm attempting to diagnose and resolve the problem. Let's see if it works out. Okay. Alright, we still have this huge long strip that is not good, but I feel like it's more balanced. But what the hell is this? The other thing too is I wonder if my like this is weird. Like I did this weird -1 thing. Was that wrong of me? Okay. Okay. This looks better. Nice. Now the only dangly bits are on the edges, which makes sense because it doesn't try to... Yeah, this is better. This is much better. this is good. And then we can just say if it is greater than, so there's one of two things we could do. We could either say if it falls out of the range, it's such progress. If it falls out of the range here, either we bulk it up, which sounds hard and annoying, or we just say screw this room. This room dies. I think I like that one. So just that whole room doesn't happen. I think that makes the most sense. So whenever this is true, I mean, what I do, I wouldn't do a break. Would I just do a return? Like, just never mind? Never mind. Just kidding. No. Not quite. Somehow that's worse. Okay, I'm sorry. I take it back. Forgive me. I'm actually a little shocked that that didn't work. Why not? Well, because it's getting to this iteration here. You would need to make sure there's something that keeps that from setting at all. And it would have to know it. That's the thing. It would need to find out. So okay. So I needed to adjust it a little bit because it's going to have to do that entire room first, or the entire full section that it's adding. Then review those numbers and see if any of them are too big. And if they are, don't set any of them. Because as it is right now, it'll start setting 1, 2, 3 of them, right? It'll start setting some of them and then get to the one that it's skipping. But I needed to not set those because it doesn't know yet. I guess you could instead of that, the other idea I said where it checks it before it marks it true, we could like simulate what the biggest one would be. And if that's out of bounds, don't bother continuing with it. Don't even start this for loop. That kind of makes the most sense, doesn't that? So how would I deduce that exactly? Asking myself, of course. I would deduce that by... Because the thing that's too big is the offset number. This is what ends up too big. So I think you would just want to immediately check it as soon as it rolls the normal distribution. If row offset is greater than min room size, is greater than grid width, it can be equal to. No, it can't because the index is one lower. If row offset is greater than or equal to grid height, just get out of here. We're done. And we could even say or make sure I'm doing this right. Backslash or cell offset is greater than or equal to grid width return. Setting the rooms layout randomizes certain rooms to be rooms for exploring. What? Also, we then don't need this at all. In theory. Because it'll never get that far. It got that far. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, whoopsie. Oh, offset cell, my bad. Not row offset. I did the wrong thing. Thanks for the follow. To Sehov? Sehov? How do I pronounce that? You don't have to tell me. But if you want, I'll do my best. So we actually would want to do that. Because we don't calculate offset. So that's going to actually be the iteration range cell. But that's the range! No, it has to be in cell offset. Okay, I'm a little confused right now. How could the offset cell? Because, Lise, look at the cell number. Oh, I have to add... I'm still not sure what you're asking. If you're asking me, maybe you're asking someone else, Derek. Maybe you're asking Hilden. Cell... This is what we have to add together. Cell number plus cell offset, row number plus row offset. That's what we guard against. Got it. So we'll say row max offset will be row offset plus row number, and cell max offset will be that. Then instead of checking these, we check the max offset. What is that like? Well, there's no error, but we have little dangly bits. What are they doing? But like, at least there's no error. Oh, there is an error. 16, the row number was 16. Yeah, if you add the row offset. How did it even get there? Row max offset 15. How do you get... Okay. How do you get 16 plus 3 being 15? And 7 plus 3 being 7. 7 plus 3 being 7. That's... What am I doing wrong? How... Wait, what? Wait, what? You what? What? Rosen says organize the rooms. Yes. What the hell? Like, am I bugging? I'm asking myself for now, but who knows? Who knows where this question will go? In this code right here, I'm saying row offset plus row number. Row number is 16. Row offset is 3. If I plus those together, that equals 19. I'm not great at math, but I think I know that. Okay. So then, so it's not even first of all, it's not even doing that. It's saying it equals 15. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you... How can you say something like that? It's not even that it's negative, because it's going down only 1 instead of 3. I mean, this isn't even confusing room generation. This is just nonsense math. What? What am I missing? 3 plus 16. I have no idea. Let me try refreshing. Maybe it had something to do with the way I reset it. So what if I keep doing it this way? So you're telling me 5 plus 4. Okay, it actually got it right this time. It said it was 9. Cell number 31 plus 3, but now it's saying that's 29. I'm so confused. I simply do not understand what's happening. Somehow it got the row number right because it added 5 plus 4 and it got 9. That it did correctly. I mean, I can just figure this out a different way, but like, why? Plus. Plus means two numbers. You increment one number by the value of another. That's what plus means. I'm just making sure it's a sanity check. Yes. So, what am I missing? You smush him. This is deeply concerning. Very confusing. I don't know if this makes sense. That's what it's doing. What if we put this over here? What if it needs to go below the offset calculation? You know? What if that's messing it up? Okay, no more errors. I'm guessing that was the problem. Is the adjustment. I'm not exactly sure why, but I'm sure it makes perfectly logical sense. That it, because if the row offset or the cell offset is less than the minimum room size, which is 3, yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense. Then it's going to modify the number, which will change what it equals. Now, if it increases it, right? That makes perfect sense, because it'd be increasing the number that wasn't already that size. So, okay. Why are we still getting dangly bits? Hey, Optic Fusion. Not a lot. What's up with you, nerd? How does this 11 happen? How does 219? How does 175? How does 210 happen? How do those even happen? I don't know. That I am not quite sure of. There's definitely something strange going on. I think what I'm gonna do is I am going to print out all of the seed numbers, and that should be telling. Hey, Danny, so many numbers. Welcome. How you doing? I'm gonna comment this out because it's taking up a lot of space. Welcome. And then every time we get a seed number, I'm going to print it so I can examine which ones are the seeds. Because if those aren't showing up as seeds, that's very interesting. And if they are, turns out that's also interesting. Right? Just like put a band-aid on it, Hilden. I know, right? Thanks for the follow, Optic. Eating and procrastinating. Hey, maybe hanging around will inspire you. Watching other devs helps inspire me. So where do I want to print it? I want to print it back when we do this first roll, right here. I'd want the ID number. So when we do find offsets, well, we probably shouldn't do it there. We should do it here. Oh, you just do it right there. So when it rolls it, we say print, and I'm gonna highlight it. Print room seed ID. And that would be this. ID. And then we just have to stringify it, because it's going to be an integer. Okay. Very curious what this outputs. Okay, 205. Is that one of the seed numbers? Let's just type in 205. It is not! Okay, that's interesting. 224? It is. Wait, 224 is? 223 is not. Okay, this is very interesting. Some of them are, some of them aren't. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have the seed colors be different and see if I notice a pattern happening. I wonder if somehow it's like not the ones that it marks as what should be a room. I wonder if that isn't blossoming a room off of it when it should. A lot of literature and even academic papers, Fleekuda says, on dungeon generation and procedural generation. Right. It's helping you, but you get that it can be too much for others. Yeah, it's a little much. It's a little much. It's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot going on with all that. But like for my Puyo Puyo-like game, which had grid matching, which needed a flood fill algorithm, which is kind of what I'm doing here. I tried to make it myself from scratch, and it was just like not working. I could not figure out why. And so then I looked at like, you know, algorithms and academic papers and things like that, and I found what I was missing in my algorithm. So I feel like that's kind of the way that I go about it, is I start guessing, and then based on my guess, go look what the real answer is, and then adjust my guess to be correct. But if I start like what you're doing with the academic stuff, I think I'm just like, I'm gonna go get some candy. I'm gonna go play a game. It just like stresses me out. then I need to self-care. Academic dungeons often deal with dungeons that got walls that are room width. Oh, so they don't help as much. Interesting. Rosalani enjoys when moments happen you can capture it. It triggers you deeply when Twitch's clip thing doesn't work, or if it messes up the timing, or it gets the steam blowing. Thank you for doing it, and thank you for having patience with whatever issues Twitch's clip system might have. Setting up the room's layout or randomizing certain rooms to be rooms for exploring. So the way this is working is my script iterates through, so I see my little character. It starts on the top left and it iterates through each cell. I mean, imagine there's no pink here. I mean, I could make it be no pink pretty easily. Let's say that the room size mean and deviation are both 0. That was 4 and 2. Save it. Oh, that didn't work. Did I save it? No, you didn't save it correctly. Let's just restart it. Oh. Wait, room size mean, okay, I did this wrong. I totally did this wrong. It's also interesting, isn't it? That it still picked them, even though I made those both 0. Like, that's weird. Like, that's definitely weird. Wait a minute, I was gonna answer your question, but now I found something. I found something interesting. Yeah, that goes in there. We floor it, which means we round it down. It should never go negative, so we could round it up instead. But that doesn't make sense. Okay, now I actually... Print fancy. Room mean. Room size mean. Did I forget how this standard deviation thing works? Probably. Very good chance the answer is yes. I know I'm distracted again, but it's okay. Room deviation. This is important. So I'm just curious, like, what those are at that moment. It's 0. Yeah, it's 0. Did I forget how this works? So this was my like test setup originally for puzzling this out. And when I did 1, 0, they were all trues and no falses. When I do 0, 0, is it not no, it is supposed to be a float. But it is 0. Oh wait, that's wrong. Oh. Is it if they're the same? But above 0? Wait, I don't remember how to get it to be nothing. Is it possible to make it nothing? Well, you'd want them all to be falses. You want them all to return false. So if you do... I don't know if it's possible. Because you're not doing a true-false thing anymore. Are you? I think now what we're doing... Sorry, it just took me on another path. It'll help me learn things. Rolls a normal distribution, and what does it do with that? I just learned about normal distribution today, so I'm trying to make sure I actually understand it. All we do is we just get the numbers. Ah, I see. So it's making them 3. It's defaulting them to 3 because we said if it's less than that, I see. So I actually didn't give myself a way to tell the rooms not to spawn. I see. Okay, that makes sense. Well, then... let's say, let's just give me a little something just for the sake of this test. At export variable spawn rooms boolean equals true. And then I'll just say if spawn rooms do this. That way I can just check it off if I want to. Okay, we're back. We're so back. 4 to spawn rooms off. Okay. So, Derek, the way that this works is it's going to iterate through each of these one by one. So that little brain is the iteration. Except it's not going to because I'm going to have to walk all the way over here. But in theory, it goes from right to left. Here, you can imagine if I restart it. So it starts at that row. Then it goes through this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It goes through each one. It crawls, it walks across each row one by one. So then it'll go through the third row after it gets through the first row and the second row. So now it'll go through here one by one by one. And then it rolls like a random chance based on this mean. Actually, it's not based on that. It's based on a weighted. Well, that is what. No, that isn't what that is. It's based on a weight. How likely it is to spawn a room there. Which did I even parameterize that? Now that I think about it. How would I parameterize it anyway? Wait, why 50? Wait, what the hell's going on here? Wait a minute, why is this 50? Thank you for asking the question. You rubber ducked me into figuring out the hell's going on here. The default weights result in a 50-50 coin flip. True weight, false weight. So that comes from roll. And where do we call roll? Oh, I didn't parameterize that. I didn't parameterize that at all. Right? Look at that. That's magic numbered. Wait a minute. That's interesting. So the first value is the likelihood that it's going to be true. The second value is the likelihood that it's going to be false. So I don't even need to do that spawn rooms thing. I would say room or export variable room per cell. That's going to be very long. Chance cell is room. Boolean, or not Boolean. I might even want to do a range here. No, don't do a range. Well, no, see what happens. Do whatever you want. Float. And then I think we said, what was the 50-50? Default weights. Default weight is 1-1. So we'll say that that's what the default is. This is crazy. I can't believe I wasn't changing that. I forgot. I got so sucked into everything else. Chance cell is not room. or chance cell is base, we could even say. Chance cell is base, also 1. So an equal chance that it's going to be a base or it's going to be a room. Then I come down to the role. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot to do this. This is great news. The power of rubber duck chat. Chance cell is room, which is true. And then this will be false. Chance cell is base. Let me pass that in here. So I certainly don't need spawn rooms anymore, because we just make sure it's always a base. Then that's irrelevant. This is very interesting information. Whoa. It was 0.1. That was the default, not 1. 0.1. Very interesting, that result. This is the 50-50 chance. I ain't no 50-50 chance. Was it? Wait, I screwed up. Hold on. I forgot what the defaults were. Let me go back. It is 1-1. But wait, now wait, why is it iterating through it 50 times? Why is it iterating through it 50 times? I think that was something from a previous, that was from like my example of trying to just test what happens if you do. You don't have to do it 50 times. That is no use anymore. I can't even fathom what the hell the point of that is. Unless I just forgot something. I don't think that has any purpose. Although, obviously, we still have... Wait, aren't I just... Wasn't this 1-1 a second ago? What was it, like this? Oh, was it 0.11? This is what it was. Oh my god. Okay, flip this around. Chance that it's a base, of course, it's more likely that it's a base. I still think things are a little confusing. I don't think it's 50-50 by default, but okay. Now it looks like it has. Okay. So if I say the chance that it's a base is 1 and the chance that it's a room is 0, now all base. And if we switch this to 0 and we switch that to 1, oops, all rooms, right? Right. Okay, we got there. We got there. Anyway, Derek, sorry. Anyway, so that's what it does. Now you see what it does. When it lands at every cell, it rolls the chance, or a dice, a very heavily weighted dice. In this case, it's weighted way more towards being a base tile. And it's weighted less towards being... Now you might look at this and say, well, look at how many of them are rooms. That's why... Okay, so it's actually... I'm going to add in the visual component here. I'm actually just going to do this. I'm sorry, chat. I need to just do this. So I want to say the seed room is a different color. I need to do this. This is imperative for my debugging purposes. So I'm gonna say, I'm gonna create a new tile. Are you quite sure? How do you want to handle this? I'm gonna say on each room, I think I'm gonna use this one. Don't use that one, use a new one. Oh, this should be tile room. Duplicate this. Call this sprite seed. Make this unique. And can you put this underneath the pink void? I'm sorry, chat. I gotta lock in. This is hella inspiring. So what color do I want to make the seed? Could you make it like similar to the pink actually? Just like maybe invert it. Okay. So those will be the seed colors. How does it know to set it to a seed color? That's a great question. Assign seed color. Oh wow, I never even made a unique room tile. That's crazy. Wait, that should be on the base class. I just realized. And then we're gonna make a new script. I'm locked in, chat. I'm sorry. Tile room, yeah. Scripts. This is class name tile room extends tile. And then we'll grab this. So tile base literally does nothing special. But tile room does do something special. We assign the seed color, which simply will refer back to its sprite seed, and it'll just make it visible. So sprite seed visible equals true. That's it. By default, it is not true. Oh, I didn't make the gradient unique. Gag me with a spoon. Okay. Here, do it over. Make that unique as well. Make that unique as well. Switch these around. Okay. Put this down here. Make it accessible as a unique name. Great. Okay. Now, I need to make sure I run that function on the seed. So how do I run that on the seed? That's a good question. I run that on the seed by you could keep track of all the things that are seeds. That's probably going to be the easiest. I think that's the easiest way to go about it. So we have logged cells room. Let's get a logged cells room seed. I don't know if that's a good idea, if I'm being honest. I think it's a bad idea. At least I think instead what you should do, and yes, it's getting to be a lot of properties in here. I don't care. Room seed boolean. Because if I add this, this is for tiles that are generated. That's different. That's different. This is where this belongs. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna make it is. Okay, is room seed false? Then when we go to log cell contents, we say if cell contents, this is after everything is generated. When any cell is generated, it goes to log various information and do various stuff on that cell. Basically. Oh, here's get cell ID and assign label. Yeah, you should make that actually a separate, make that a separate thing. Make that a separate one. In fact, I would say apply debug properties. I think that makes more sense for this. Because that's what those what this does right now is it applies that number that you see, Danny, that you mentioned, a bunch of numbers. That's what this does. This applies that. Apply debug properties. So that's fine. But then we want to do another one on the generated node. Now that's assuming it's a base, which it's not necessarily. It used to always be a base, but it's not true anymore. It's certainly a tile. So that's different. Can you make this a extends a node 2D? Can we say because now that's not going to be there. If generated node is tile room, variable room node, room node, which will be typed to a tile room, equals generated node as tile room. If room node, no, wrong. Incorrect. Literally, it's in the generated tile data. You can assume this is a tile. If the generated tile data cell content type is room seed, then we're gonna say room seed node. We type that to a room tile, and it's going to equal this same thing. And now I say on that room seed node, assign seed color. Okay, see if that works. It did not. I wonder if it's getting overwritten or something. Is it finding any of them? Print fancy, it found, we'll say it's ID. Here, you can put ID first. That way we have it. It found generated ID as a room seed. See if it's finding any. No! Okay, so this condition is wrong. Because, Lise, you're not setting any as a room seed. You're just saying it's true. So where do we set it as true? That's a good question. I set it as true. As soon as we hit that roll, we don't need this anymore. As soon as we hit that roll, not that one, but this one. This one. When this returns true, now we know which one is the one. So we'll say cell contents is room seed becomes true. Trying to assign a value type of tile base to a variable of type tile room. Oh, you made all of these by default be tile base? Wait. Oh. What? What do you mean? You didn't get... Are you not setting it to a room yet? Are you not updating the tile? We have to be. Because it starts out as empty, and it's saying it's base. They all become base, and then when room goes over top of it, it's supposed to override that. Are you running it too soon? Where do we update? I know it gets kind of crazy. I'm sorry, I have to bear with myself here. Where do we update the tile? Here. Log cell contents, which happens before apply debug properties. So how is that should make it? Yeah, but just because you've done that doesn't mean that the type Oh, look! I didn't put the script on there. Ha! Okay, detach this, put the script on there. Bam. Okay. Show me the money. Damn! Invalid assignment of property or key visible with value type of bool on a base object of type nil. And what are you? Tile room. And you're saying you don't have something called sprite seed? Are you quite sure? This one is 82443. Search the remote for 82443. Okay, that did not work like I thought it would. Wait, which one is this? Sprite seed null. Wait, why is it null? Oh, maybe it's like an on-ready thing? Here, don't on-ready it. Just get this and do that. I think it's an on-ready issue. Here, get rid of this. Try that. We got there. Anyway, Derek. So these darker ones, whenever it's iterating through from left to right on each cell, it will roll each time it lands on a cell. Am I going to be a room? Am I going to be a room? Am I going to be a room? On 0, right here, and 5, and 9, it rolled true. Right? Yeah, we know, there's seeds with no room. Every single one of them. So that says, I'm gonna be a room. And then it generates, and you can see very clearly, 9 rooms around that. So to the right, bottom, and that. And then that's how it makes the rooms. That's it. And now, indeed. Now here it makes actually doesn't make sense on that. It makes sense on this one that it would get cut off because it doesn't actually, you know, it's like cut off on the edge. This one, not so much. I'm not exact. I wonder why. I wonder why it does that. That's really interesting. Why are you doing this? Well, here, so all of these down here should have canceled themselves because their room would be out of bounds. So it's correct that all of these got canceled. That's what should have happened for these on the bottom. Now, what should not have happened is it shouldn't have left the dangly bit behind. All of these look totally valid to me. 113, 195, 214, 215. All of these look totally valid. 70 not valid because it would go off. 60 should be valid. So it'd be interesting to see which ones are deciding that they're invalid and why. And if they do decide they're invalid, it needs to not spawn the seed, or it needs to despawn the seed, because I have a feeling that we check, I'm almost certain, we check after it spawns, but we don't. I don't know. Apparently, the seed is spawning first, and then it's deciding that it can't use it, or something. Very interesting! Wow. Great. We're getting somewhere. Thank you for your question, Derek. You helped me a great deal by asking your question. It's the most rubber ducky question I can imagine. You need to make a dynamic dungeon loader that loads cells in mushed ball shape. Just as a performance test? Hilton, it sounds like you're making a cool game. I hope you share your game progress with us in the Discord or somewhere, or come back here and tell us about it and drop a link. Because that sounds very interesting. Sounds like a fun game. Oh, I got lost. I got lost. The trackpad betrayed me. I need like a special scroll wheel just for scrolling. What? Right. Yes. That makes sense. It's interestingly fun. I agree. You gain vertigo and tons of unexplained fatigue as reward for that. Your latest ADHD blunder was to accidentally take antihistamine instead of your blood pressure meds for over a week, just because you were 100% sure you had put the blood pressure med pack to where you had put antihistamine instead and never double checked when taking meds. They look similar. You got vertigo and tons of unexplained fatigue as reward. Oh my gosh. 6 out of 5 stars would do again. Wow. ADHD. I mean, it's the ADHD tax, isn't it? Is sometimes we accidentally have to spend money that we didn't mean to spend, or we incur some other damage. We're more accident prone in all kinds of ways. What a trip that must have been. I'm glad that you're okay after that. 50s, 50s, 500. There was no reason to do all the 50s. You hear more in the stream? Looking at a Godot plugin that adds comment types like to do or hack, so you find something that was left unfinished if you remember to comment those in, that is. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen those. Those are kind of nice. I usually avoid plugins, but ones like that are intriguing for sure. I think I'd still probably try to make it myself though. You have projects, but you don't want to do them. You made a simple command line interface log analyzer in C++, so you can analyze logs for a different project of yours more easily. Was that like a distraction from something you're supposed to be doing? It's a nice tool though. It's still a nice tool. To be fair. Sometimes it's worth it to get distracted and make a tool. Sometimes. Resident Evil Requiem comes out next month. I'm playing Resident Evil 2 Remake. Nice. And a video of your guy running around, not able to pass through the evil goblins. You're gonna redo how you're checking for a collision. Okay, let's see Flip's progress. Whoa. Say, this is cool. This is beautiful. That's some DOS rainbows. Love that. Got your little guy moving around and he can't pass through the goblins. Oh yeah, you're doing the @ symbol. You're going classic there. Luna, I think people are making good progress. That is a very nice sentiment. Nice. Yes, collision. Oh, and it's got the little raycast. For me, raycast is the way. That's how I think I'm gonna do it too. I'm certain I'm gonna do raycasts. I feel like for grid-based, it's so good because you know exactly how far away the player's gonna be. Oh yeah, diagonal. I totally forgot about diagonal movement. That is the rogue way. Well, I'm actually glad I watched this, so I remember to do that. It's crazy how like the @ symbol isn't rotating, but the raycast is. It makes sense. But it's somehow kind of surprising. Nice work. Oh, but you're gonna do it differently, the collision check. Why? Oh, good night, Derek. Good night, Derek! Yeah, it was my pleasure. Put on going ham on your jam. Let's go. Ham on my jam. Shappy a t-shirt, going ham on my jam. Going for that Binding of Isaac like. Nice. This stream was informative? We inform people. I come through here and I bumble through code I barely know how to write, and it informs people. Thank you for saying that. Let's go. It all makes sense. Hell yes. Can't wait to see what you come up with, Derek. It makes at least a 3x3 room to each seed to single direction. But if seeds collide, it does the same thing. I don't know about that. Don't help me. Ironically, I have the exact... Don't help me! But I understand your curiosity. It's intriguing, right? Ironically, I have the exact opposite good thing of having one of your meds coincidentally also being an antihistamine, so it helps lessen the severity of your... So it's like a good thing? If you accidentally take an antihistamine, all the better. Nice. Severe dairy allergy. That's a sneaky one. Like, ingredient-wise. Oh, good night, Hilden. Good night, Hilden! Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for sharing a bit of progress about your game. I hope I get to hear more about it. The analyzer is literally just being lazy and not wanting to read the actual log file. So instead of just modifying the other project to clean up the logs, you went out of your way to make a separate one-off project in a completely different language. Wow. Good for you. Good for you. You know what? Sounds fun. Hope you can post something cool to show in the next few days too. Yeah, show something cool. I'll be here in the next few days. Try hard to not procrastinate. I know. Well, if it motivates you at all, if I don't see something from you, I'm gonna be disappointed in you, Lunatic Edit. I'm gonna remember Lunatic Edit when I'm not streaming. That Lunatic Edit has still not shared something with me. I'm very disappointed. Does that help? I think I'm gonna change it to polling the location, and then things at the location will respond. Whoa! Like say look at every cell around me, and whichever one says I have something there. That sounds more performant. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Same possible side effects as unstable blood pressure, so double profits for mixing them. Oh my god. I am so glad you're okay. That's scary. Good night, Derek. You realize how context sensitive the movement is in Rogue. Oh. Oh, so you, right. Oh, that's smart. I see. That makes more sense. Because it's, collision isn't always going to be based on you bump into something that a raycast sees. Sometimes it's something else that causes a collision, and if you pull, you can have a whole list of things that it potentially would collide with. That's smart. Okay, that's really helpful. I haven't started tackling that yet, but when I do, now I get to remember that. That's really smart. Wow. Neat. What's going on with these seeds? I'll be damned if we're not so close. So here's my question. My question is to myself and to the project. Has everybody on YouTube hit the like button? And I don't know if the project can answer that, but I think I can. Has everybody who's here hit the like button? I see a few of you haven't pressed the like button yet. Yeah, missing a few likes from some. I see you. Oh, I see you. You didn't press the like button. Look, hey, if you don't want to, I respect. At least press the down if you're not happy with the stream. At least say you didn't like it. You know, it's engagement for the channel either way. Thanks if you're willing to do that. Appreciate it. But I'd also like to ask. Thanks, Luna. I'd also like to ask. Yeah, I see. Very good. Luna is covered. I would also like to know from the project and myself, why are some of these considered invalid room locations? Let's at least eliminate the ones that I completely understand why they would be invalid room locations, and make sure that it doesn't put a seed down, or at least removes that. So that's gonna be interesting. I'm actually gonna queue free it. That seems crazy. Why does it do that? Okay. I almost wanna see the timing. So like every time, tell me this, every time a room tile goes down, in your ready function, can you tell me that you exist? I'm gonna get rid of the other highlight that we have for the seeds. Room seed, I don't need all these. These are all, I don't need these anymore. It found, because it's just getting to be a little messy. Why did I do this? Oh yeah, we don't need this. And then the other thing, which is room seed ID. That is useful. That is pretty useful. So I'm gonna just not highlight it. That way it's just easier to not notice. Then in tile room, I'm going to add in a severe dairy allergy. Oh, good night, Flip. Good work today. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, you're still sick. Get better soon. Get better soon. Get better soon. That was an incantation. It might work. Tell baristas at restaurants, hey, I'm hospital allergic. Oh, smart. Right. Not like, you know, I think I have a dairy allergy. Yeah, right. Some people just like think they do. I'm lactose intolerant. No, I'm not lactose intolerant. Okay? I'm lactose intolerant, but like really bad intolerant. I don't know what the worst word is. Because I saw you. Because I saw you, Fleek. I saw you. Optic said, wow, indeed. Procrastinating, improving user experience for +1 project. You lose once a month instead. Well, you know. Even the little things deserve some celebration, maybe sometimes. So I don't know anything about this tile. This tile doesn't have data associated with it. But let's say tile spawned. And then we can even say we could do tile name spawned. And then here we'll say tile name. Take a breath. All right, Fusion. Tile name assigned or colored as a seed. I just want to kind of see like what the timing is like. It spawns all the tiles at once. So first, wait, how is that possible? How could it color the ones that aren't spawned yet? Okay, this timing is kind of useless. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense! How could you set them as a color before they've spawned? I mean, I know sometimes the timing doesn't actually reflect reality. Well, that's useless. But we can see here the room seed setup. So that timing is maybe interesting. I find that a little shocking, but whatever. Room seed ID 459, and then it colors it as a seed. So the spawn information is just wrong. It's just lying. It's quantum tile. It's just lying. It's poison to you. Yeah. Damn. I didn't know that at Fleekuda. So at some point it's getting generated. Then it's identifying it as a room seed. It is Schrodinger's tile. Then it's coloring that tile. So somehow it generates it before. I don't know how, but it generates it before. Assigns the ID. Assigns the color. Wasn't that helpful. It was not that helpful. Unfortunately. Why not? Sorry, I just gotta think. Yeah, I don't think this gives me any useful information right now. Except that this isn't a good way to get useful information. I mean, we could... Well, yeah. Alright. Nope, not useful information. So I think what I would do next is try to identify the moment or have every seed, so not just say what the room seed ID is or something, but every time it says, I found a seed, every time it does that, I want it to tell me how many blocks it thinks it's supposed to generate next to it. That's my next curiosity. Still kind of shocked. Honestly. Very confused. Alright, but then we'll breathe. Of course we'll breathe. Let's breathe first. Wait, where do we write that? Spawn. Oh, we got rid of that. Yeah, because that was useless, apparently. I wonder if that, you know what I think? I wonder if that's adding it to the tree later. And that's why. Like, I wonder if it's logging it first, then adding it to the tree. Is my theory. No, it adds it right there. Okay. Nope, doesn't make sense. Okay. But remind me where we check. Real quick, then we breathe. Remind me where we check. If it's gonna be a room, that's on roll. Here. And when it does room seed ID. But we haven't figured out the offsets yet. So that would have to be in find offsets. Really, this would be assign offsets. Whatever. So a little trick here, but I think right here, I would say, and we could bring the ID in here as well, just for the sake of studying it. So actually, I'm gonna pass this in here for debug purposes. Let's make this a variable. Who's the follow? Reese? Variable ID, which is going to be a integer. Oh, that's horrifying, lunatic, when that happens. I hate when that happens. I'm gonna do the breathe, I promise. We must breathe. I can't breathe right now. I must suffocate. You could just make it a string. Save yourself an extra thing. Only crash when you weren't debugging? What happened? Like, what ended up being the solution, if you remember? That sucks. But also, it's like, I feel like that's a good laugh. That's like a good, like, moment. Which can be fun. Okay, we're gonna pass the ID along. And find offsets. Just so I can print it right here. So room seed ID, cell ID. Will spawn stringified row max offset rows. Let's make that a new line. And tabbed in. Oh, we want to do it over here. We'll spawn that many rows. Do another new line and a tab. Stringify the cell max offset. This will be very interesting. Well, we'll see. Intertribute string? Oh, yeah. Sorry. String. Be very interesting. Oh, highlight it. Definitely want to highlight on this. Okay. What you got for me? So let's look for 278. It doesn't even show up in there. What about 211? Wait, that's not showing up either. Now I'm very confused. What? How? Okay, first 4. I see 4. How could some of these not be in there? This is not... I'm not gonna breathe. I can't breathe. Wait, why is it no... Oh, wait, the numbers are wrong. Wait, it's assigning the wrong ID numbers. Wait. Why? When did that start happening? Wait, what? What? Wait, when did that start happening? All right, I just gotta breathe. This is crazy. All right, let's. Oh god, I broke the debug. All right, we're gonna do box breathe. You're welcome to join me. No pressure. Just if you want to. Put a link in the chat. Could help relax us. Stuff like that. A little paste. And a little paste. What the heck? I really need to breathe after that. Let's see if I just like miraculously can solve it after a little breathing. All right, here we go. We'll start on the next in. When we breathe out, we want to exhale as completely as possible. All right, here we go. In. Hold. Exhale. Hold. Did you push it all out? In. Hold. It's going to fill up all the way to exhale. Hold. In. Hold. Exhale. Hold. In. Hold. Exhale. Hold. In. Let's do 3 more. Hold. Exhale all the way. Hold. In. 2 more after this. Hold. Exhale. Hold. In. Hold. Exhale. Hold. One more. In. Hold. And exhale. And hold. Nice work. Okay. Now that I feel very calm, very zen, very relaxed, I would like to inquire. What in the hell is going on? And when and why the numbers started changing. Who's done this? I mean, obviously I've done this. Why have I done this? And how do I fix it? Wait, now the numbers are correct. No, they're not. Wait, some of them are. Wait, none of them are. Did they just change in front of my face? Wait a minute. Isn't this weird? It's like reassigning IDs to them. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. But then it says 9, 10, 11, 23, 24, 25. Somewhere, I'm reassigning the ID. That's it. That's all there is to it. We have a equals happening in another place. But that's the only place. Okay. The only place that it happens is log cell contents. That's the only place. Log cell contents runs in one place. That's in generate a tile. Generate a tile runs if a tile is allowed to be generated. Then it will run generate a tile, which will then give us the log, which will assign the number. I guess it'd be interesting to check the ID there too. Cheers, code guy. Pointer logic and missing memory allocation or deallocation is such a nightmare sometimes. What the hell does that mean? It was an uninitialized pointer. Oh. When you had your debug caused fix. Debugger made it null, so the code saw it needed to be initialized. But without debugger, it was just whatever the memory value was previously, so it wasn't null. That sounds confusing. So it pointed to a random place in RAM, giving yield access violation. You like remembered. You did not even miss a beat to remember how that happened. These days compilers don't make pointers something like that, so it's immediately obvious, thankfully. Debuggers, not compilers. Fleekuda understood that. Fleekuda understood that. Why are you changing the number? How many? Okay. I'm gonna copy all this code, put it on the clipboard, and I'm gonna Control Z my heart out right now. We're just gonna undo a whole bunch here. Okay? Back. Hope my computer doesn't crash and I lose what's on the clipboard. That would suck. What's the Yoda numbering system? Back. All the way back. Keep going. You can keep that. Okay, run it. I hope I actually put that on the clipboard. I'll be really upset if I didn't. I did. We went back too far. I went back too far. I was kind of hoping I could go there. Numbers in reverse order. Got it. Why is that like Tyrum GD? Oh, because I... Yeah. And that's actually when I switched around the order of this a little bit. I feel like something in here is how I broke it. So like, I kind of hate having to add this back in, because I'm pretty sure this is where the problem arose. So I guess I need to go back further. Yep, because look, 3, 4, 5, 14, yeah. It's further back than that. Oh, I need to go further back than that. So much undo. Okay, this stuff. Okay, that stuff definitely has nothing to do with it. This stuff is safe. Okay, right here. Oh, because I fundamentally changed. Can we just make it? Can we just make a tile for now? Can we just make a tile? I hate to do that. Now I just lost my undo history. Hope this is right. Okay, it is right. Wait, it's still doing the numbers wrong. Even back that far, I lost my redo history. Wait, how long has this been? Okay, now I need to look at the stream. That is way longer than I expected. Thanks, Easy. Okay, I'm rewinding here. Hello, Elise. Oh, it's wrong. Okay, it's definitely wrong there because we just started looking at it. So I gotta find somewhere else. Okay, here. I lost it. Oh, is it not accurate? I hate when that happens. Like, didn't process it right. Great. Alright, let me just refresh it. Let me refresh it. I think it's not like showing the egg. Oh, you're checking right now? It was wrong 4 hours ago? It's just been wrong this entire time. How did I not notice? I guess I wasn't like carefully looking at the numbers. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense that I wouldn't have noticed it. And also kind of doesn't make sense. Okay. Hopefully this will be the reality. Nope. Ugh. Stupid stream preview. Why you lie to me? Okay, so it's gonna be considerably harder to find this. So I'll just click through kind of randomly here. Because it is not an accurate little thumbnail. Now back here, we were just doing these. Look, that was wrong. Yeah, look, it was wrong way back here. All the way before I started generating the whole rooms, it was wrong. Wow. Check the previous stream. Well, only today did I start doing the rooms. So it definitely happened today. So I guess my question is, did it happen as early as any rooms being generated? Okay, so there I wouldn't say so, no. Back. Look. Zoom out. Okay, but do a different one. Do a different one. Change the numbers. Back. It's so hard when I can't see the stream preview. I live by the freaking thumbnail pop-up down there. It is my lifeblood. Without it, I am nothing. I am nobody. I have no point of reference. I have no compass. We're simply clicking in the world of chaos. Jesus Christ. Riddler Shatter in the first episode of Futurama? Nibblers. Wait, the first episode, it was always there. Oh, like the hint about about how Fry ended up in the Futurama world. Yo, this is so hard to scrub through. Here, drag it, drag it! This is the way, this is the way. Still really hard to search through. Oh, there's one, there's one. Oh my god, don't be wrong. You are not wrong! Y'all, how am I supposed to search through this? All it's doing is lying to me. You see this, right? You see how it says it's one thing and it's not. I mean, it's gotta be just YouTube's stupid processing. Yo, I literally have no idea where to find anything here. Ah, I found something! Okay, it's wrong here. 2 hours, 47 minutes in. It's wrong. Okay, now I'm trying to find an earlier time where it's also wrong. I have to literally click on exactly a frame where I had this up on screen. Yes, it's worth it. Now here this isn't that useful because it's the whole damn thing. But I'm pretty sure right around here. YouTube, 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 YouTube. This is the least helpful stream debug has ever been in my life. Okay, we're back, we're scrolling. We're looking through. I'm happy, all positives here. I'm positive. I'm very optimistic. Okay, there's a number for a second. Basically, Perma, I found out that I have been numbering these wrong. And the, you can see the pink ones aren't numbered the same as the blue ones. I'm trying to find at what point this happened so I can fix it. And so I'm looking back at the stream, but unfortunately, the YouTube preview pop-up down here is inaccurate with what actually happens when I click on it. So I have to painstakingly tap through 5 seconds at a time of a freaking... Oh, I know why, because look, I see, YouTube rounds it up to 10 hours. That's why it's off. But really, I've only been live for, like, 9 hours. So it actually adds an hour. So just go back an hour. Okay. So whatever it says here, hold on. We can do this. Whatever it shows up in the preview, I just have to go back an hour from that point. But this might be so far. This is probably after the problem showed up. Okay, that's at 6:30, so go back to 5:30 or 7:30. Oh, damn. Ahead? Other way? Damn, that was useless. My theory failed. Oh, there's one. Okay, but that's all. But that's the full screen, so that doesn't help much. Y'all, I feel like I'm going in circles. I think I just have to, like, figure it out. I don't think I'm going to get to benefit from the stream rewind. I mean, if y'all can rewind and find it, I will definitely... Maybe your player is more up-to-date than mine. I guess I should go to the player on the page. I bet that one isn't messed up. Oh wait, look at this. Oh, look at this. Oh. Okay, right there. Numbers look good. It's 180 underneath and it's 180 up. Okay, between 2 hours and 47 minutes and 1 hour and 18 minutes, something went wrong. Now at this time, they were doing one after, so it would do, at this time, it would spawn the 0 one. I see what's happening. I see what's happening. I get it. I know what's happening. Okay. I got it. We solved it. I solved it. Okay. So originally, it would spawn 0 base, then it would spawn 0 room, then it would spawn 1 base, then it would spawn 1 room, and it would just keep doing that back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then the numbers were correct. Now it's doing 0 base, 1 base, 2 base, 3 base, 4 base, 5 base, all the way till the end. Then after it does those, it goes through and it does room 0, 1, room 0, room 1, room 2, room 3, and it does like that. But those don't happen on each one. So it's like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we just have to not update the number. If there's, we need to inherit the base ID, don't give it a new number. That's the way, that's the way. It's still kind of weird, but I don't care. We want them to match, just for the sake of consistency, and I'm not gonna lose my little brain. Okay. So only if it's a base tile do we assign a new ID. After that, we inherit, if it's anything but the base tile, we got there, then I need to inherit the base tile's ID. Wild. Okay, ID equals, should take me there. Okay. So right here, it's assigning it. We say, oh, also paste everything back on there, please. Put it back to the most modern version before your clipboard explodes for some reason. That is frightening to think about. If cell content type, if cell content type tile is set to cell content or manage tile data dot tiles, if the tile is base, assign a new one. Well, but here's, for that's number 1. That's the first step. That's number 1. Number 2 is when we come through to log it and do assign debug label. Rosa, I'm making a great point. Hit the like button on YouTube. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Thank you, Rosa. Representing on, even you're on Twitch. And if you're on Twitch, you're doing just fine. You're watching, that helps a lot. I'll say Prime sub. I guess I should always do that. I should just say Prime sub. That's something you might have and not realize you can use. Okay, so let's do we get the generated node type, which is kind of weird. It's not that weird. It's not that weird. We don't have cell contents here, actually. Oh, we do. It's called something else. YouTube Premium, you think premium viewers help too? Oh, they do. Very true. Premium viewers help a lot. I mean, and those who watch entire ads, which, who wants to do that? So, thank you, Luna. Thank you. Thank you for spending your premium time here. This is premium time. It's a little verbose. I don't care. I just want it to work. I just want to fix it. The generated tile data is set to anything but base. So if it's a not based tile, well, you still need to do, no, you need to do both. Here. Hey, YouTube sucks. Here, put this up here. What a name. Good for you, honestly. Bless your heart. Power to you. If it's anything but base, instead of assigning it to generated ID, we would want to pull... Okay, now how are you going to do that? How are you going to find the existing tile? I have no idea. Do we have the cell number here? No. I don't even know how I'm going to find it. How do I even do that? I would need the cell number and the row number in order to figure that out. We have it in the function before, in log cell contents. Kind of. I mean, just pass row number and cell number in there, you know? That's it. Just pass it in. Just do it. If you need it, get it. And then variable cell ID or base cell ID is going to be an integer that is equivalent to level data, row number, cell number, that's a dictionary. We'll say base cell dictionary. Let's say that. Base cell contents. Separate this out a little bit. That's a dictionary. Then figure out base cell ID, which will be the integer that we want. And it can equal base cell contents, cell content type. If I can type ID. Yes. And then finally, that's what we send in as the ID. What is that like? Doesn't work. What did I do wrong? Help me out. Oh, we got numbers. We got the right numbers. Okay. Now that I got the right friggin' numbers, let's proceed with debugging the other thing I was debugging. I'm trying to set up dungeon generating rooms, and I'm trying to debug at the same time that I've kind of started to work on it. The main thing I'm debugging are these dangly bits, these little boop, 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 boops. Why aren't these rooms? I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out. And in trying to debug that, I realized my numbering system was completely off. So now I fixed it, and I can go back to debugging the other problem. I'm gonna do a little bit of a GitHub commit after that, though. Room spawn good except for dangle bits. That's my commit. Okay, so how am I going to? What was I doing? Did I? I feel like we were outputting something. I don't know if I ended up removing it or adding it back in or what. Do we have anything highlighted? We sure do. Okay, so this is what I was trying to debug before I realized the numbers were all wrong. Okay, so I want to find what is 194. So I'm going to search for 94. There's room scene ID 94. And interestingly, it doesn't have rows and cells. Okay, now that one makes sense. This one makes sense because currently in this version, Well, it's always going to have at least 3 updates over and over. Hey, whatever helps, or if it's more help for you just to get it committed and move on, nice. I think sometimes maybe that's part of the reason I wait too long is I'm like, well, I have to be able to call it something. But maybe that slows me down and I don't commit as often as I should, you know? If you think about it, your way might be the right way for you. Maybe I'll try it. I can't. I have to make it mean something. Okay. So this one makes sense right here because the minimum width and height for every room has to be 3. So this has got 1 and 2. It doesn't have 3. So that's going to cut it off. And so this is one we have to despawn. It's spawning it first and then calculating where it will send out the room. Because there's not enough room, it doesn't spawn the rest of it, but it leaves the seed behind. So we just got to clear that out. I mean, or ideally not spawn in the first place, but it seems like it's going to be easier just to clear it out. So that's what we're going to do. Now, what about this one? Let me pull this down. Or I guess push this up. This one, right here. There's plenty of room on every side. 405? Look at that. You can totally fit anything in there. Unless its width is somehow greater than that. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just like a super long one. I doubt it. I doubt it very highly. I guess it could be a super long one vertically. Well, let's find out. So now I'm going to search for 405. Wait, it too didn't have... Okay, so maybe it was just like a really big one. So I guess it's possible then. As long as I just despawn the ones that were too big, we'll be good. Let's try it. Let's try it. Okay, this is optimistic. So how do we despawn it? Well, I don't know. The place where it decides not to have it be a full room is right here. If the room size is, or not there, sorry, here. If the room size that it's going to be is too big, then it never minds. It never minds. But we need to do a little bit more than that. A little bit more. So don't only return, but also we want to clear what it is. Do we have the cell contents? Well, you have the row number and the cell number. That's all you need. That's everything. As long as we have that, it's going to be easy. I'm going to make a despawn tile or something. It's a keyboard that costs $350. Oh, yeah. It's got a stream deck included. Shh, what is that? Send it! Wait, send it! Put it in the Discord! That sounds awesome! What? That sounds awesome. I love my keyboard dearly. And I never want to stop using them, but they're not in production anymore. And they're harder and harder to find. And the eBay prices are just going up and up and up. So at some point, I'm going to need to graduate to something different. $350 is too much. Wait, I'm not going to pay $350. That's too much. But I'm curious, but it sounds interesting. Okay, despawn tile. You don't have to post it if you don't want to. I think that was about the price of this one until it went out of production. Now it can be up to $100, which is just super annoying. But I do love this keyboard. It's my fave. I feel like we get attached to our keyboards. Rightly so. We use them a lot. Galleon. That's crazy. Oh, it's Corsair. Corsair has some expensive stuff, but nice stuff, but expensive stuff. But nice, but expensive. And nice. A little bit of both. Ooh. You loading some JavaScript? It's not bad, it's fine. Show me more. Tell me more. Whoa. There's a screen on the keyboard. I know that's not what this is saying, but it's a very strangely communicated. Stop this. What the? Get out of my face! Why is your website like this? I'm sorry, I'm not a complainer. I'm a very happy, positive person. Jesus. I feel like they're showing me everything but a keyboard. Okay, that kind of looks like the keyboard. It's so traumatizing. What I need in a keyboard is I need it to be able to hook up to multiple devices. That's the most important thing. And one of them needs to not be Bluetooth. That's why I love this keyboard. It is incredibly difficult to find that. I've only found 2 keyboards, this one and another one, and the other one sucks. And that was me checking, like, you know, a year ago. So it's possible there's new ones. Yeah, it's awesome. That's really cool. It's super useful looking. Yeah, a Steam Deck anyway, you can do that. Stream Deck. But, like, having that on your keyboard is dope. Like, you don't even need to be a streamer for that. Like, that's just sick. Every time you buy a $100+ keyboard, you spill something on it every time. When you buy a $30 one, you never spill on it. What is that? Something about being overly careful makes you messier. By not Bluetooth, I mean a dongle. So, what this keyboard lets me do... Oh, you like the numpad? I would if I had one. I guess I've kind of gotten used to not having it. This keyboard lets me switch between 3 possible Bluetooth devices. Except, one of those devices gets to be, a wireless dongle. So it's not Bluetooth, but it's just like a little USB plug-in that I put into the back of my computer. Which lets me, because on my Extreme PC, I didn't pay for Bluetooth. I just didn't set up Bluetooth. And the Bluetooth dongles are slow and they suck. And they use up my computer energy and I don't like it. So I like having, and maybe I just need to get over it and just use the damn dongle. Bluetooth dongle. Yeah, maybe I just need like a better Bluetooth dongle. Or, oh, is that what that is? Oh, is that what that is? The wireless one? It's called a 2.4 gigahertz dongle? Okay. So yeah, or it's like a unified receiver kind of thing. So it lets me, and what this keyboard is made for is for televisions. I love this keyboard. I swear by this keyboard. It's fine, but it's the one I like. But they don't make it anymore. You can only get it through secondhand. Which is just the worst. What is this? You got some trackers in there? Of course you do. Of course you do. I don't want to set it up. I just want to learn. I just want to learn about it. It is made for... Yo, they don't even have a page for it anymore. Dear God. They got rid of it. They're like, look, we'll, for people who stumble on it and need to set it up with their TV. We'll leave that up. See if I can find it. No, it's gone. Wow. Can't even find it. That's nuts. Wild. Huh. Look at that. Crazy. It's never coming back. It's gone forever. It's dead. No, I can't even find a picture of it. Wait, what do I need? What am I doing? I have it right here. Yeah, right, way back machine. That's too much. That's too much. Wait, I have it here. There it is. I've got it right here. Okay, this is the keyboard. So like, I don't remember why I was showing it. Oh, I guess because it's made for televisions, right? Because televisions often, if not always, very frequently, don't have Bluetooth. Or at least at the time this was popular. It didn't have Bluetooth. So this would let you plug in this to the back of your TV. So I could use it as like a media center keyboard was the idea. And that's why it has these arrows over here. So you could like navigate menus and stuff. It's useless. It's literally just arrow keys. It does nothing for me. And then it's got like some extra little things on it, which I tried to use these as like a stream deck, but unfortunately, because it's just crappy, sometimes it forgets what I assign, because you can reassign these to other things, but it forgets. And then sometimes it does the original action, so it's useless. But that's the keyboard. And you know what else I love? Y'all, you know what I've gotten really used to? Left click and right click are on the left side. I love it. I love it. So I'm like over here clicking left and right all the time over here. It's so nice. It's actually become a can't live without feature. So now I'm just adapted to like a weird ass keyboard that I can't find anywhere else in any fathomable fashion. And this is just what I have, is to find secondhand ones for the rest of my life. All right, let's get this done. Isn't it weird to have the left and right? I would never have even thought that's something I would want, but because it's there, I love it. Because otherwise, I'm having to take my hand away from the movement of the trackpad. It pairs nicely with the trackpad. Otherwise, I'm clicking with the trackpad, which is iffy. Or I'm tapping with the trackpad. Or I can just come over here. It's just nice. It's really nice. Okay. Enough about keyboards. I'm getting tired, can you tell? That's okay. We're gonna finish this. Despawn tile. It's gonna be a new function. What this function wants is, of course, going to be the row number. So we're gonna pass that in. It's gonna want the cell number. I guess I want to tell it like what tile. Probably should know that. I'm sure this is going to be like a really useful function, actually. So which tile? In this case, it's the base tile. So now we go find this function. Well, we create this function, I should say. This was all trash. Func despawn tile. Yeah, it distributes the workload, right? I'm not doing all this. Yes, it distributes the workload. Okay, despawn the tile. We need, well, I want to specify the types. In this case, this is going to be that type. Tile to despawn will be that. Now, we're going to say variable cell contents is going to be a dictionary. I feel like this should be a damn function. Why isn't this a function? Make it. Do it. Oh, I don't have a helper function region. Okay. No, I mean, that's fine. Wait, I kind of want to do this, though. Oh, these are definitely helper functions. That's literally what these are. Region, miscellaneous helpers. Oh, I do have a function for that. I'm just not using it. No, because this is looking for a... Wait, this is useful. This is looking for a highly specific thing. Wait, why am I not using this? Oh my god. That's really useful. Because then I don't even have to do that. What does it want? Wait, what does it want though? But that wants the dictionary. So that's actually not it. I actually don't have the function. I lied to myself. That's for after we already know what the dictionary is. So func get this is a little confusing. Because normally I would say this is cell contents. Get cell contents. Get cell content. Where did we use this? Okay, bring that down. It was like one place. Okay. So get cell contents. We'll be looking for row number, an integer, and cell number, also an integer. That's it. That's all it does. And it returns a dictionary. So I've been doing this all over the place, and it's getting pretty annoying. So what it's gonna be is level return level data, row number, cell number. That's it. Now every place that I'm out here, which I'm gonna go look for this real quick. Here, come find this elsewhere. Every place I'm doing this, I can replace it with get cell contents. It's not necessarily that much shorter, but I feel that it is just cleaner. I know there's other places. Oh, here, right there. Right there. So here we would say get cell contents. And we would pass in that offset row. And the offset cell. And Bob is our entire uncle. Same thing here. So for this, what we're trying to do, I'm not sure. How do you want to do this? So we know what the row number and the cell number is. How do we find the one? What does this even look like? I don't even know what this looks like. Can I just for a second pass this? I'm actually not sure how this looks in the scene tree. Level data size 17, so 17 rows, 32 columns. We look in any one of these. But what about, and what type does it say it is? I guess it's overwriting the data. I did not realize that. Well, that's not very helpful. That's not helpful at all. We do not want to overwrite that data. Whoops. I mean, it's like, what am I gonna store? Because basically what happens is when it puts down a base tile, it's going to store into this dictionary the information about that base tile. Then when a room tile spawns on top of it, both tiles are still there on the grid, but the room tile data overwrites the base tile data, which is, I can see why I thought that would be fine, but now I need to actually access that. I mean, I could do a lot of different things. I do store every cell in its own separate array. So, for example, there is a level tile or a room tile array and a base tile array. So I could search through that array. That's where the ID numbers come from, in fact. I could take the ID number. Yeah, I guess what you do, despawn the room. I want to say, Lise, this might not scale well if you end up wanting to remove things in the future. So keep that in mind. Because for the ID, the number is going to be known and the same for every base cell. Because just in its, so what I'm talking about is this right here. So see this base logged cell, let me zoom it in. This log cell's base. Okay, I'm gonna make that a little bigger. Okay, in log cell's base, there's 544. In log cell's room, there's 236. I guess I could. That would even be ooh. Because remember when I went to solve the problem of having the right debug number appear on here, I was basically having that number, that ID, inherit from the base on that same square. Well, I wouldn't even have to do that if I added in like placeholder values here. So if I made sure that it was 544, that it had the exact same size as the log cell's base, and wherever, so it would be like, well, what are you gonna put in there? I don't know, something. empty, or yeah, put like empty in there. But you're still overriding it. Because what this is holding is the dictionary with all the cell contents. You could put empty in there. It worries me a little bit. What is backseating? Backseating means that you are offering help to solve my problem that is unsolicited. That is the minimum definition. It can go further than that. Advice, help, explaining my problem, not letting me sort it out myself. So, if it's getting a little good, because if I put empties in there, then it's gonna mess up something else. Oh, it gets a little confusing. How do I want to do this? How do I want to deal with this? But if I were, so if I did add in a way to make sure that this had 544 as well, it'd be a lot easier to despawn and replace the data. Much easier, considerably easier. How about this, Lise? Crazy idea. Well, wait a minute. But are the IDs... Wait. Wait a minute. This one's ID is 72. No. It's hard to tell because it doesn't show me the number or the word, which is super annoying because it's an enum, which I think is the worst thing about using enums as dictionary keys, is then I can't tell what it is when I look here at the remote tab. Ironically, considering it's an enum, which is supposed to make everything more readable. 0, 1, 2. Yeah, 2 is, so it's 72 is that ID number. Is that... Here, come back to the game. 72. And that is a... 72 tile type is... Tile type... No, tile type 1... Tile type 1 is indeed empty. Wait, what? Wait, what? That can't be right. How? Wait, why would that be empty? Okay, this one is tile type 3. Tile type 3 is 0, 1, 2, 3, room. Okay, this one is a room. Maybe I just counted that wrong. I'm gonna go with that. It has to be a base, otherwise things wouldn't be working correctly. So can we just find a room? Okay, this is a room tile, number 61. So 61 is indeed a room tile. Okay. Got it. So, actually, they already share the same IDs. I guess when I put them in their arrays, I don't know, that's gonna complicate it. I'm not gonna worry about that. It's too much. And what's the point where we're observing when to despawn? We don't want to despawn a base tile. This is wrong. We want to despawn a room tile. No. Don't despawn a base tile. Despawn the room tile. First of all. And that happens when it's too big. At the moment, it'll have created a room tile, a seed. We know the row number and the cell number. If I get the level data, we can check. It's gonna be room. It's gonna be a room, which is okay. Okay. I guess it also raises the question is what do I want to replace it with? Not only do I want to despawn it, you could run it like multiple times. Give me like an array. Make this like an array of tiles to despawn. Thanks for the follow, Foot Internet. I think I'd rather this be an array. So I'm gonna say this is an array of possible tiles. Okay. And then in here we pass in, because that way, what if in the future? I'm trying to think about how it can be used down the line. So, because a room on top of that can be a wall. On top of that can be a door. That's probably the deepest, but who knows? So let's say for some reason I want to despawn the door and I want to despawn the wall. I can say despawn all of those things, leaving behind only the room and the base. So in this case, I only want to despawn one thing. So we're gonna say for tile type tiles, manage the tile data tiles in tiles to despawn. To despawn. Just gonna iterate through all those for everyone in there. Something about that still feels kind of weird. Because there's only going to be one, Lise. There's only going to be one. Oh, this is kind of tricky. This is kind of tricky. Here's what I think, Lise. I think what you need to do is fetch that tile's ID number. So we're going to say variable tile or cell ID. From there, or to get that, that's gonna be a, let's make it an integer. And I'm gonna have that equal get cell contents. We put in the row number and the cell number. And I wanna put that inside a specific content. Don't do that. That's a cell contents. Don't do that. Variable cell ID. This is not integer. This is dictionary. Cell ID integer equals get cell content based on that cell contents. What content? In this case, I want the ID, so we say manage level cell content type ID. So then we fetch that integer just like that. Now I want to pass that integer. Actually, what we're gonna do is we're gonna look for the requisite array. Okay, so for everything that spawns, in this case we're only checking rooms, but for every tile type that spawns, this is automatically built in whenever I ask to generate any type of tile. When any type of tile is asked to generate, it is going to fill up this logged cells array. Remember, this is the one where the base, it does all 544. With the room cells, there's only 236 of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to iterate through, and these are all dictionaries with cell contents. So it's kind of crazy, and I gotta tell you, this would be a lot simpler. It'd be a less expensive operation. Again, this isn't going to happen constantly. It's only going to happen when a new level is generated, so not that frequently. Use a vertical mouse? What does that mean? Oh, I mean, I do know what that means. It's kind of like a trackball, but different. Is it like it's on the side or something? Yeah. Nice. Love that. I've thought about this. Heard. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna iterate through every dictionary in that array and check to see if the ID number matches, and if it does, it's gonna despawn it. And then it needs to find the so then that was gonna be it's kind of crazy because we need to replace the cell content with the one that's left behind. So what's left behind? Well, in this case, we know it's going to be a base. Oh, not quite a trackball. I'm not thrilled with this, but I gotta just make it work. because I could have it infer, okay, what was the lowest, which is just kind of crazy. Yeah, you can do that. That's not that hard. Because guess what? Enums, the values of them are integers. Interesting. I see. So is it like you like move it like this? Like a whatever, a little shoot down laser? You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Tiles to despawn. Which one is it gonna despawn? For tile type, manage tile data tiles in tiles to despawn. We need to find the array. So where it says logged or log cell contents, right in here, we already do this. Get logged cells array. There we go, right there. Bam. Okay, so this function, wait, why is that a public function? Do we use that elsewhere? We sure do. Okay. Pop off. Do you? We need to find that array. So cell array is going to be typed, or yeah, it's going to be typed to an array of dictionaries. I think. Yes, an array of dictionaries. And that's going to be equivalent to get logged array, and all that I have to do, don't stop the flow, all I have to do is pop in the tile type, and that will give me that array. Helper functions for the win. Now that I have that, we're gonna iterate through that until we find that cell ID, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of a lot. Because that's just an array of dictionaries. So that means I have to do for dictionary in cell array if dictionary has, well, not even, if dictionary cell content type ID no, cell data type, cell content data, wait, isn't that an enum of stuff that's useful? Oh, that's the dictionary. I see. No, you want cell content type ID. That's correct. You got it, you had it. Cell content type ID. So it's gonna find the key and thus the entry associated with that. So we could even do a variable ID integer equals this. That will give us the integer. If ID is set to cell ID to what? Despawn? To despawn. finally, now, we actually need one more thing. We need one more thing. I need to get the cell node. Although we might as well wait until here. So the cell node, which is going to be a node 2D, and that equals that dictionary, except instead of ID, we say node. It's kind of crazy. I'm sure there's better ways I could do this, but we'll do what I can. No, I don't know nothing about that. Maybe someone in chat does. What are you on about? Dictionary type ID. Type node, and we're gonna say cell node. I'm gonna add 2 despawn on the end. 2 despawn Q free. So that should get rid of, I hope, the tile we're trying to despawn. Now, one more thing is I need to now remove that dictionary from level data, and I need to replace it. Well, just replace it. I need to replace the level data dictionary with the tile that's below it, which is kind of crazy. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So once we find that, how am I going to find the one below it? We find the one below it by use the enum value numbers. So not like find key, but we want to return the value. So we could just do get, and that'll give us the value. It's corresponding value. I probably don't even need to do get, but let's just do it. So now we know exactly the one that's being removed, and we know that one is found and is supposed to be removed. I don't know that I need to do it here, but I'm going to. Because at least then we're not doing it when we don't need to. I think this is the right place. Because if it doesn't find anything, I don't want to remove anything. I think this makes sense. So when it finally finds it, we say, I could probably put it like one step out, but it's just not. So I'm going to say variable tile type left behind. Tile type new tile type now on top. It's verbose, I don't care. This will be typed to manage tile data, tiles. And it will be equivalent to whatever the tile type was up here. So I'm actually going to call this tile type 2 despawn. I'm going to refactor that just a little bit. I know it's verbose, but it just helps me to actually be able to navigate and see what is what, which is nice. Okay. Tile type now on top. It's going to be equivalent to the tile type 2 despawn. Can I put this on a new line? Tile type 2 despawn. And this is already an enum, set to an enum. But wait a minute, is this... I feel like I'm making a mistake here. Wait, it's typed. Why aren't you giving me any autocompletes? I guess it's just an integer. Wait, what is it? I mean, this is fine. What if I make it an integer? Does it get mad at me? I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. I mean, I would do like, I guess like -1. This seems wrong. Something about that seems wrong to me. The only thing is, I'd have to make sure I put them in order, which is also kind of crazy. So like I would need to sort, oh my god. In case I don't put them in order, just in case, variable sorted tiles array. Which means array of managed tile data tiles. That would equal tiles to the spawn. Sort. What does that do? Sorts the array in ascending order. The final order is dependent on the less than comparison between elements. So if you have 10, 5, 2.58, it'll put it in 2.558. I mean, that's okay. So unfortunately, I'd actually want it to be the opposite. Sort custom. Jesus Christ. Do I have to do like a function in there? Oh my god. Sort descending using a lambda function. Yeah, give me that. Give me that. I'm snatching that from the docs right now. That belongs to me now. Thank you for your contribution. Clear the closing bracket after collection type? Oh, yeah, my bad. Can I get return value of call sort custom because it returns void? Oh, because it's not going to return anything. Yeah, that makes sense. So we would need to put that. If you print my items, it's going to have sorted that. This is crazy, by the way. This is nuts. So it's gonna, but it shouldn't it return? Who says I'm trying to get? I guess it just does it. Like, it's doing the thing. It is the thing. It just does it. Okay. Well, I still think we should do the sorted array first. Something about that just feels weird. Maybe it'll work. I don't like that. So let's do tiles to despawn duplicate. And then run this on sorted tiles array. It just feels safer to me. Okay. So I had to put them in descending order. So that way, as it keeps going down, the one that's one less than that will be, it'll keep replacing it. Assuming I'm doing this math right, which I have a feeling it's not gonna like this, and I'll have to refigure that out. But for now, let's just see what happens. I do have a feeling this isn't gonna work. Well, you can test it. Here, go to gdscript.live. Whoa! Oh yeah, I've seen this. Okay, so it is like it has this thing on the bottom. Got it. Nice. Okay, let me go here. Hey, good night, lunatic. Post the main menu. Ooh, not worth checking out on stream. Okay. All right, I won't check it out if you say so. I was like, ooh, let's check it out. And you were like, no, don't check it out. I know, I'm grinding too hard. But it's just, I just wanna solve it. You know, I just wanna solve this. Thanks for hanging out, Luna. It was a pleasure. Thanks for your positive vibes. It means a lot. Sounds like you're doing good work. We are game devs. That is exciting. Excuse me. A main menu is very exciting. No, wait, where is it? Do I know where it is? There it is. Harvest-like? What does that mean? Whoa, this looks cool! Wait, this looks so hype! It's got that, like, CRT effect. Oh my gosh, this looks like a Game Boy Advance game. This looks cool! I love that, like, ligature, the, like, T. This looks cool. I like the way this looks. PS1 dither. Ooh. Ooh. Fancy. Look at that pattern on the back there. Wow. It looks so good. I can hear it. I can hear the in like a reverby kind of way as you select the different options. Fantastic. Even the like copyright at the bottom just like hits that nostalgia perfectly. Engine is trying to be as PS1 as physically possible. When you say my engine, do you mean the engine that you made? That's 2 people right now participating in this jam who are submitting an entry using their own engine. That's badass. It's badass as hell. Oh yeah, I just wanted to test to see if I have an enum. So enum, some things, you're gonna do it in C, but you ended up just making it as JavaScript. That's even cooler. Absolute cinema. What? I'm definitely gonna have to look into what the hell you're getting up to. That is super interesting. I love JavaScript. That's so cool. Okay. I'm keeping my eye on you, lunatic. This is fire. This is fire. This is how I know I'm keeping my eye, because it's fire. Thanks for the follow. Sauce. Yeah, you too, Luna. Some things, we're gonna have something. Thanks, Luna. Oh, look at that. Is that a fire? Is that a booty shaking fire? Fires have booties too. Something 1, something 2. I know it should be capital. I don't give a crap. Okay. So what I want to try, if I print, you know it. At first I thought it was like maybe like a turkey, but nope, it's fire with a butt. Anything can have a butt. If you teach it how to twerk, anything can have a butt. Print some things dot something 1 minus or something 2 minus 1. I would expect this to equal 0, assuming it works, but I feel like it's not gonna work. We're gonna get an error. But let's see. It worked! Okay, dope. Let's go! Okay, cool. So this will actually work, and this will give me a number. Now here's the question. Can I then put this back into an enum? Okay, so not only do I want that, but if I say some things, first get this, set it to a variable, enum val, I don't care, integer equals that. We know it's going to be an integer. Now if I pass that back into some things, I'm going to do this. I guess, no, do it like this. No. Do it like this. Make this typed to some things, right? Type it to that. Now, let's do, here, I'm gonna do this so we can see it. Now, I'm going to do print, I guess enum val? Can we do like enum val find key? Or something, sorry, some things. This should print the string. If I've done this right, what this should output is something one, if I've done this correctly, as a string. Okay, dope. Okay, cool. So we're good. We're super solid. Nice. Okay. Title type to despawn -1, so this will be fine. This will be great. This is gonna work. It's gonna be exactly what I want. I love that. So this is the tile type now on top, which means I want to pass that, or I want to make sure that we find that. Okay, wait, what do you want to do with this now that you have it? Now that you have it, I think you want to say get, well, but it's going to be different. No, just do it. Do get logged cells array, assign this to cell array now on top, new variable, assign it to array dictionary, that equals get logged cells array, with our tile type now on top, chaos, that equals that, for dictionary now on top. I guess this, if I wanted to be really specific, I would say this is dictionary to despawn, cell array to decelery, celery to despawn. Yeah, I'm being verbose. Dictionary now on top, dictionary in cell array now on top. Same thing here. This is ID to despawn. In this case, variable ID now on top. I mean, really, it's the same ID, so it kind of doesn't matter, but whatever. Dictionary despawn cell content type ID. Now wait a minute. Are you sure you're doing this right? If ID despawn set to, yeah, you're doing this right. You good? You got it. Except this isn't despawn. Dictionary now on top. This is crazy, I know. I just need it to work. I can make it better later someday. Maybe. I know, this is nuts. I know. I don't care. It's gonna work. If ID now on top is set to cell ID to despawn, then we want to assign that to the level data at, hey, Impressive Fire, it's going great. I'm deep in it. Give me a minute and I'll show you, assuming I don't have an error. But it's going great. I'm generating tiles and stuff. Oh, I guess you can see at least. I guess you can only see how this is working. It's already running. So this is for my dungeon crawler, my roguelike, my game-like rogue. I'm trying to make my own special algorithm that generates rooms. Specifically now, I'm trying to solve this problem where these little dangly bits that are not rooms. And to do that, I need to despawn them. So I'm making just an absolutely unhinged function that that despawns them, and it's also scalable for future despawns. So I can despawn anything and rely on the system adjusting accordingly. I'd say it's going well. You know, I haven't added enemies or collisions, but for a few days in, I'm happy with it. How things going with you? Welcome. I need to know on top, cell ID to despawn. So if it matches, we need to find in-level data. The row number and the cell number, which we have right there. So variable I don't think you want to do that. I think what you want to do is actually say, you actually want to do it for real. So say level data dot or level data row number. It's super fun. I'm loving it. Equals dictionary now on top. Wait, why is that? What's up with this? Oh yeah, it doesn't like that. Oh, it doesn't like the integer to enum. It hates it. Okay. Yeah. So it works, but it's like, please don't do this. Please stop. Cast it. Oh man, I've had bad luck with this. Let's see if we're in good shape here. All right, now I fully expect this not to work. We'll see what the problem is, and we'll deal with it. Okay, so actually we don't have any errors, and I'll tell you why, because I don't think I actually used the function that I made. That's what I think. Okay, so for despawn tile. Wait, I actually kind of did though. Look, it's right there. Okay, let's see if this is running. Print fancy. Let's give it a highlight. And we're gonna say despawning. Actually, you could probably make this a little bit easier if we at least wait until the ID comes in. Despawning tile and then cell ID to despawn. So let's see if that's doing stuff. So it's identifying all the right ones. That's good. This is great. So it says despawning tile 61. 61 is indeed one of them. Let's pick another one. 450. 450 is one it's supposed to despawn. So it's identifying the right ones to despawn. There's 450. But it's just not doing the despawn. All right. Good. A little bit at a time, baby steps. This is pretty severe. Let's just do one line at a time. So I'm curious. What is the sorted array? I'm just gonna make sure every step of the way it's looking like I expect it to look. So I'm gonna put a slash in here. Sorted tiles array. Or a new line there. And now I'm gonna search for sorted. Well, that's actually not that helpful. Okay, 3. Oh, okay, there's only one. Yep, so that's correct. There's only one tile in there right now. I guess I could add more to test it to make sure it scales correctly. just for the sake of testing, although things are probably gonna break, maybe. But what the hell, let's test. So if it was out of order, this is absolute chaos, but let's just try none. That's one of them, right? Isn't it? Never, sorry. And just to see if that number, yeah, it doesn't like that. But let me just see the number, if it sorted it correctly. That's all I care about. Oh, it just doesn't even get there. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, what the hell is this? Oh yeah, I copied this from the documentation. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have just copied it from the documentation. That was a mistake. One is greater than one? What the hell, documentation? You said it was gonna sort it into descending order. Size 2 array, 0 and 1. If A1 is greater than B1, wait, how the hell am I supposed to use this? Oh, it's 0. I see. So if you look here, you see it's got apple 9, rice 9. 1 is referring to the number there, not that. So we would actually do 0 here. Okay, great. See, now I've helped future-proof it. Oh. Well, technically it's not even an array. Also, it's not typed, which is disgusting. Can't stand it. Okay, so let's make sure it sorted it. It did. 3-0. Nice. I can't stand that it isn't typed. It's making me sad. So would this be integer? Because these aren't arrays. Yes. Dope. Okay, great. So now I make sure that in the future, when I start adding multiples, it's going to work fine. But I don't actually want to do multiples here. So this is if I wanted to despawn a bunch of tiles at once. This allows me to potentially do that. Keychron makes a 2.4 gigahertz keyboards in a variety of sizes, switch types, silent or not, and prices. They do have remappable keys, but unfortunately I haven't found extra. Does it have a Bluetooth as well? Does it have that and Bluetooth? Because this is what I like. So I use this because I can have one that, first of all, Fleekuda, thank you for backseating me shopping a keyboard. I'm okay with that. So I can have one device that goes 2.4 gigahertz, and then I can have another device, which I do have and do use. It does? It does? What have you done? Fleekuda, why are you looking out for me? You've been looking since before because you remembered they do and you like them and have a K Pro. Wow. Hey, you know what? The thing on the left is just a bonus. It's the connectivity I care about above all else. What have you found? Okay, wait. Let me copy this link. Ugh. You can't open e-commerce sites on this because sometimes it doxes you, girl. You can never trust them. Oh look, it even has stuff on top like that. What is Keychron? What is it? Okay, I'm gonna keep this in mind. I'm gonna circle back to this. These look like nice keyboards. Ooh, and they're mechanical. Okay, I gotta tag myself in this. Thank you. That is so nice of you. This is very kind of you. Yeah, you're right. Ah, the trackpad. But it's just, you know what? You know what? Fleekuda has put me on a path where maybe now I use some of the search terms that I see in there to find it. But you're right, the trackpad is essential. That's true. Okay, so we just have one tile in there, but it's still not despawning. So I need to figure out where that is. You're good at shopping? Hell yeah. Hundreds of and pretty good customizable keyboard. Well, if it's worth it, I guess. You know, if it's really worth it, like, you know, it's 100 hundreds. Oh, jeez. I mean, it's better be nice. Like, whew. Well, I've heard you. Two more reads. Save me from my keyboard prison. I don't know how to reward you other than just being thankful. Okay, I don't need to keep checking this. We know that that works. Ugh. Separate. You know why I don't like separate? This is pretty essential because I knock it off. I knock it off, I break it, I bump it. It's like I gotta have this over here. But here, I'm just like, I'm like freaking captaining a spaceship. Just like, ooh, just one thing. Do whatever I want. You know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like, right? I love that. I love that. I love just like having one thing. But you're right, I could. It's true. It's true. Maybe I'm spoiled. Yeah, TV keyboards, exactly. I kind of need to look for more TV keyboards, maybe. So it's supposed to be iterating through the tiles to despawn. Oh, first of all, wrong. It's supposed to be iterating through sorted tiles array. That's not gonna fix it though. But it did need to do that, right? Still array to despawn. Get log cells array. Let's see if it's getting the right log cells array. It'd kind of be nice to have the name of it though. Because it's just going to be kind of hard to look at. I don't think this is going to be that helpful. Let's not look at that. It's going to be a mess of code that I don't feel like looking at. Or data. Dictionary to despawn. ID to despawn. Let's see if we pull the right ID. That's pretty simple. ID to despawn needs to be that. So does that line up correctly? Or found ID to despawn that. Overflow. Oh yeah, because it iterates through every single one. Okay. Hold on. That's too many. We need this single one here. If it's set to the correct one. No, it's not matching it. Okay. So here where I have if ID to despawn is set to cell ID to despawn. So we already know this is correct. So is it that it's not finding it? It's just that it's not, yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I'm afraid I actually do need to look in the dictionary then. Unfortunately, this is going to be an overflow of epic proportions. It's actually going to be untenable. I don't recommend this. But you're gonna do it. I know you're gonna do it. But it's not. You're not even gonna get it all. It's gonna just explode everything. So go ahead. But you know what? That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Oh hey, I accidentally made myself super large. I didn't mean to. I pressed the wrong button. But I want you to know you're awesome. Okay. Let's press the right button this time. Oh, and it even tells us the node here, which is nice. It's that ID that we care about the most. So what's 1? 61. There's 61. So it's in there. It's in there. So I'm just not like matching it correctly. That's the second one. It's totally in there. So why doesn't it match? But look, Lise, this is despawning tile 222. Well, find the one that says despawning 61. Wait, it stops. Oh, interesting. It says despawning tile 61. Oh, it does go through. Oh, but look, it's not in there. Huh? Wait, what? So when it's going to despawn 61, it doesn't actually make it through. Is it because at that moment, it hasn't been logged yet? So it can't find it? The array isn't complete? Oh, come on! Come on! Oh, okay, Jesus. So what I have to do, I have to store an array of all of the invalid room seeds. And then after everything is complete, then go despawn all of them one by one. All right. Let's log in. We can do it. Here we go. So here's what's gonna happen. I am going to not call despawn tile here anymore. Instead, we're gonna add it to an array that I need to create. So we'll say despawn these room cells. Okay. And I'm going to append, what was it? Row number, cell number. Yeah. I'm gonna append get get cell contents, plug in the row number and the cell number, so that'll give us the dictionary. Okay. Now I need to create despawn these room cells, which is just gonna be up here. Wild. Despawn these room cells. This is crazy. What a script. Despawn these room cells. Oh man, this is nuts. Despawn these room cells, which is going to be an array of dictionaries. That's empty. Now, after all of the room tiles are generated, we now have to say despawn. So instead of the row number and the cell number, no. We don't want that, which is nice because now we can do, well, it's not that nice. we'll get the cell contents directly, which will be a dictionary, because we're going to pass that in. Well, I would say the array. Let's say despawn array. Oh wait, tiles to despawn. Technically, this is tile types to despawn. I'm just saying, that's technically what that's supposed to be. Tile types to despawn. No more row number. None of that. Tile cells to despawn. Cell contents to despawn. My God. Cell contents to despawn, dictionary, tile types to despawn. For cell ID to despawn, we pass in cell contents to despawn, and then that. Sorry, what's wrong with this? What? That's true. We don't have row number anymore. Oh God, do I need that? Yeah, you do. You actually still need the row number and the cell number. You do. You need it. Do I? Yeah, I'm afraid you do. Don't remove them. I still need them in there. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff. Ay, ay, ay. Row number. Integer. Thanks for the follow, The Chronics. The Chronics. Cell number. Integer. Okay. Not to click. Oh, it's running. Yeah, I know. That's very inconvenient. Ay. Please, what? It's in the data. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to do this. I got you, girl. Don't worry. Look, forget this. You don't need that. Because we're going to say variable row number integer equals get cell content. We have our, now you got to get it from the right thing. Dictionary now on top. Are you sure you want to do dictionary now on top? It doesn't matter. Might as well. Dictionary now on top. What do we want to get from that? From that, this is nuts. This is the craziest function I've ever written in my life. Cell content type. Hey. Give me my autocomplete. Excuse me. Thank you. Row. Do the same thing, except for cell. Cell number. Cell. Okay. Where else you got a problem? Yes, so we don't actually need this. This is gonna come from the array. So despawn these room cells. It is not going to be a dictionary, in fact. That is incorrect. Array of cell an array of cell contents to despawn. I don't even care. I'm doing it. I have no shame. It doesn't matter to me. I'm doing it. Alright, if cell contents to these, I don't care. We'll create a variable called cell contents to despawn, which will be the dictionary. I don't care. I'm just gonna make it work. I don't give a crap. That's gonna be empty. You sure? Sure about that? Hey, Randolph Cherry Pepper, thank you for the raid! Randolph Cherry Pepper. It's kind of like Dr. Pepper, but cherry flavored. And from Randolph. Welcome, Randolph. Sorry for the song, everybody. I apologize. What are you getting up to over there? Welcome, 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 welcome. Make sure we get a shout out. Randolph Cherry Pepper. No ECS this time. Nice. Nice. Working on Game Jam. This Game Jam? Twitch.tv/Randolph. Am I following you? Now that I know. Oh, yeah, it looks like I already checked you out. Yeah, I must be probably following you. I'm probably following what Jeff. Oh, yeah, I'm following you, Randolph. Of course I'm following you. This Game Jam! Let's go. Let us go. Oh, man. Oh, man. That looks like a moment. That looks like a moment right there. Been there. I might even think I am there. I think that might be where I'm at, literally. No, it's perfect. It's perfect. Well, this is looking good. We moving. We are moving. You got a dungeon? I'm guessing you got collision too. Nice work. Maybe there's collision. Maybe there's not collision. It's looking good though. Yeah, you're just making sure to avoid the sides. I feel like there's very often when I'm streaming and I'm working on a project, I'm showing it off. I'm like avoiding the things that don't work and just showing off the things that do work. Nice. It looks like some good progress. So thanks for bringing your peoples here. So yeah, I host the Game Like Jam and I'm working on my Game Like Jam entry. I have some room gen and it's pretty good, kind of. And it's got a lot of parameters I can tweak. The problem that I'm having is the whole system is based on these like seed rooms that it plunks down. So here, the way that it works is it puts down like a single pink square in this case, right? And then from there, it calculates, let's say, 3 rooms to the right, 3 rooms below, and then, of course, in between. So it says, I need to generate 9 room tiles around me. And so then it does that until it looks, you know, something like this, where every single room, single tile that it decided to place down, it adds these extra ones and it forms these rooms. And it's working pretty good, except, let's say it's on the edge like this, right? So if it's on the edge like this, obviously I don't want this room to be finished because it's either going to be too small if it cuts it off, or if it's hanging off the edge. Well, now it's hanging off the edge, which I don't want. I guess I could let it hang off the edge. No, I don't want it to. I definitely don't. Literal edge case, exactly. Oh my gosh, literally. I'm making this gigantic function for a literal edge case. So yes. So then what it's doing instead is it's saying, never mind. Okay, I'm not gonna spawn anything here. It removes that, and in theory, it would replace. So that's the prop. It's removing those, but it's not despawning the initial seed that got put there. In this case, the 10 and the 14. It's leaving those behind. So I'm setting up just an insane edge case function that will make sure it goes back and it despawns those. And that's where I'm at right now. It is an increasingly complicated thing. But now I'll have a despawn tile function that I can use in the future if I ever want to despawn other tiles, which who knows, probably I will. So but it's this function is kind of unhinged. And I just found out I have to move when it runs to another place. So I'm moving it to another place, and I've been here for 11 hours, and I'm gonna finish this before 12 hours. I swear I'm gonna finish for 12 hours. I know I am. We got this. Anyway, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Game looks like it's going well. I feel like we're not at too dissimilar a point, honestly. We've got like the room generation. We've got a character that moves around. Maybe, at least for me, I'm trying to just get that room generation just right, and then start thinking about collision and stuff. In the spirit of the 1980s game, you're writing one single large file of code. Are you serious? Wait, really? I love that. Screw it. Screw it. Who needs to be all optimal with the organization? It's in honor. I love that. Or in the spirit. You're like immersing yourself in the experience of what it was like to code back then, except only in the sense of one giant script file. Neat. And I feel like you said you were also like rendering text, right? Like actual text. Very nice. Sounds like we got a gem forming over here. Oh man, you think you're gonna stick to it? To one script? Wow. Is that really in the spirit, or do you just want to keep it to one script? Rich text labels, smart. Right, because you can do the colors and different stuff. BD code. One script. I'm gonna want to see that script. I'm gonna see that script at the end. I want to behold its giganticness. Such a computer science nerd. You're always making everything nice. You're throwing all the spaghetti in one bowl. Break out of what you're used to. Yeah. I love doing that. I feel like game jams are a great opportunity to just try a little something different and commit to it. Maybe you end up finding, you know what, I'm breaking stuff up into too many scripts. Who knows? Maybe it trains your brain in a way to keep track of stuff in a way you never knew you could. Or it's just chaos for fun. Maybe. You never know. Maybe you know. Yeah, just for fun. I'm down to only one warning now, or one error. Good, I'll take that. Tile types to despawn is not declared. Tiles, tile types to despawn. Wait, we're still missing something here. Array of cell, we're not using that, yeah. So array of cell contents to despawn. Right, I created an empty cell contents to despawn, and in there, oh Jesus, am I gonna do a for loop? Oh yeah, collapsing, true. Yeah. Regions. So I've got some in here. There. So you just do # region, and it'll turn purple. It's kind of crazy. It just like becomes purple. Oh yeah, also that's true. Yeah. That's also a way you can do it. So if you do this region, you can give it a little title, and then hit end region at the end of that, and now you press that caret, boom. Or like chevron or whatever, and it will collapse it. But also, yeah, what Rosalani said, you could do like the whole function too. Very true. If you wanted to do it one by one. Absolutely option. absolutely an option. Memorizing general shape and color. Maybe you would rather do that, right? Maybe you would like rather do that. Yeah, the regions. Isn't it nice? Super useful. I just use it to like remind myself where things are. Yeah, exactly. Isn't it great? I'm glad I could pass that on. So there's an array of cell contents to despawn, which it keeps track of every time it's supposed to despawn one. It fills that array. Are we gonna iterate through each one of those? Yeah, I think you are. For dictionary to despawn, which hopefully I'm not reusing that. I think you are. You sure are. Wait a minute. But that means I won't need to fetch it again. Yeah, but there's a certain order. So this would be unsorted dictionary to despawn. Oh my god, there's no way. Oh, I don't think you have to. Oh my god. Well, this would be wait, oh my god. I'm kind of lost. I actually have to lock in. I kind of confused myself here. Yeah. Oh yeah, like over here. Something is really wrong. I got totally confused of what I was exactly doing. So I needed to, originally we were doing this by row number and cell number. Well, not so originally. Here, back further. I kind of have to remind myself how this was. I don't remember what my idea was. Okay, you do have it on the clipboard, right? You sure do. Okay, so this version had the problem. Oh, is that before I put the comment in there? Back. Even more. Back. Oh yeah, we didn't go back far enough. Way back. Okay, right here. So the problem was... Same, Rosalani. Sorry for potentially being a part of staying up too long. So in this case, it was going to despawn 223. Yeah, it's doing fine. Look, this was cutting off before 223 was in there. And the reason it was doing that was because I need to actually wait until after this entire array is filled. This array is not filled enough. So what I have to do is, instead of doing it along the way, we're gonna wait for dictionary to despawn is completely, or not dictionary despawn, sorry. Cell array to despawn, celery, is completely empty. Or full, sorry. Once that is completely full, then we run despawn tile. So where's cell array to despawn coming from? That's coming from, so actually it's get logged cells array is what we're waiting to be full before we do it. Okay. So this all is pretty much the same. Nothing there changes. What does need to change is instead of running despawn tile, so every time we're supposed to be despawning row number, cell number tile, instead of just running the despawn right there, I need to create an array that keeps track of which ones I'm supposed to despawn. So that's what I did here. In this version, I append the exact dictionary that I'm supposed to despawn, instead of just a row number and the cell number, the exact dictionary I'm supposed to despawn, which contains row number and cell number inside of it. I'm adding that to this array, despawn these room cells. Then after all the room tiles are done being generated, I then despawn the room tiles in there. Okay. So that pulls in an array of cell contents to despawn. Before, let me go back. This is the old version. Before, it would choose what to despawn based on the row number and the cell number. You don't need this anymore. You don't need the row number and the cell number anymore, because that's going to be in the array. But I have to iterate through each one, because there's a bunch in there. You pretty much want to call if you want to make this easier, you need to call, okay, I got it. I know what we're doing. Okay, I got it. Okay, I know what we're going to do. I know what we're going to do. We're not going to do a for loop. That's too nuts. That's too nuts even for me. Okay. We're not going to put this in here. This is going to be cell contents to despawn. Okay, and that's going to be a dictionary. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create despawn tiles. And in despawn tiles, we'll actually have those same things. So come down to despawn tile and we'll put it near there. Func despawn tiles. It's not going to call with quite the same things, but very similar. It's going to call with the array of cell contents to despawn an array of dictionaries. Then what this will do is this is going to say for array in array of despawn. For all of those, run despawn tile on that array with the tile types to despawn. And we iterate on value of array dictionary, the variable type of array dictionary. Right, so this is actually supposed to be an array of, wait. Whoa. Huh? What did I do wrong? Despawn these room cells is an array of dictionaries. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Despawn tiles wants an array of dictionaries. You are trying to iterate through an array of dictionaries. So therefore, this needs to be dictionary. My bad. Okay. Whew. I did a array. No, oh yeah, we call it dictionary now. Okay. What is that like? Dangly bits are gone! I don't see any dangly bits. I don't see any dangly bits. I don't see any dangly bits. The dangly bits are gone. Bye bye dangly bits. See ya! Where's the dangly bits? Gone. Out of here. Poof. Bye bye. Don't need you. I'm not interested in you. I don't like you. I'm done with you. Don't even talk to me. Don't even look at me. I'm not interested in you. Sorry, I apologize. Okay. Dangly bits are gone, everybody. The dangly bits are gone. Hallelujah, the dangly bits are gone. Whoo! Well. So much twerking. Very good. I like almost twerked. I got like this close to twerking, but I was like, dude, don't do this. This is not that kind of stream. Now I will say there are still some problems. But this is better. This is better. So what I will do now is I can tweak the size of the rooms. SpongeBob twerks. What's a SpongeBob twerk? You too can twerk. So if I increase this room size mean to, let's say, 6, and then reload it, it's a little better. What the hell is this? Ooh. So we do have a bit of a problem. It's despawning them when I don't want it to despawn them. Another edge case! Technically, before it despawns, I needed to check to make sure it's not surrounded by rooms. Because if it is, it would be better if we kept it. But this one isn't fully surrounded by rooms. Ay, ay, ay. Lise, here's what I think. I think it's still gonna happen. It's still gonna happen. I was gonna say, well, so it would have been too tall. It would have been too many rows here. That's why it didn't put it down. There's too many rows. So I could say, if the amount that it's too big subtracted by the amount that it's not too big, or something. Okay, I don't know how to mathematically do it, but basically what I would say, like, let's imagine, let me screenshot this. Imagine Or let's screenshot a little bigger. Let's do like this. So many edge cases. See, that's how you know. That's how you know it would be better if it just like did it right sooner. But that's okay. It's what happens when you make your own algorithm. It's exactly what happens. Is you learn what, you know, edge cases I have to learn to account for. Okay. So, whenever it was going to make this one, so this was something that was a seed before. Suppose it was this big, okay, and this tall, and that's what it decided on. Which then you can imagine it would be filled out all in there. I'm not going to do that, but you get the idea. So if you never know until you try. If after removing how far over the edge it is, the size of the room would still be above the minimum. The minimum is 3, and this still has 4. If it would still be above the minimum, it doesn't have to despawn the tile. And in fact, it can keep everything except for what it cuts off. Because what the despawning and the cutting off is supposed to be for is if something, let's say, you know, right here, it starts spawning it. And so now this is a crap room because, you know, it was in theory going to come all the way down here. So it cut off all of those on the bottom. Thinking how to solve yourself is why you enjoy. Yeah, right. It's fun to try to do it. Isn't it fun? Yeah. Love that. All these get cut off. Let's go. All these get cut off. And it becomes a crap room that doesn't have, you know, I mean, what the hell am I going to do with that? This is not a room. That's oops all walls, and it sucks. But this one, this would be a perfectly viable room. Actually, here's a tough one. Now, this is a tough one, isn't it? That's a tough one. Because here, however big this ended up being, whatever it was, here we have a problem. Because once it lops off that extra one, right, it gets rid of all these, guess what? Now, it doesn't meet the minimum. So it gets rid of it. And we just end right back up where we started, which is with this weird little gap in here. So I kind of think instead of doing this, oh no, Rosa, for me, look, everybody's different, but for me, I can rarely think of a way to solve the problem until I start, not always, but sometimes I just gotta start digging around and then discover the way to solve it. By learning how to, for me, solve it one step at a time. But I get you, it's different. Yeah, I get you. It's hard. I get you. Yeah, no, I think it'd just be easier. That's gonna create another edge case. So I could say if it's surrounded, right? This has rooms all around it. So that's pretty simple, because we just say, plug that in. Look at that seed before you despawn it. Check to make sure there's not stuff around it. If there is, you can leave it. Now this one's a little trickier, right? Because this one doesn't have them all around. So we could say, if it has a certain minimum number around it, Let's see what that minimum would be. Yes. I heard you like edge cases. Oh god, look at this one. Look at this one. This is also another problem. No, it isn't right here, but it can be. Look at these. Right, now we have a new dangly bit. We've created an inverse dangly bit. Cool. Wow. Wow. Whoops. New edgelord. Was 492 one that it removed? Oh, we gotta stop printing those dictionaries. Yeah, it removed 492, I think. Maybe. Actually, maybe not. No, I don't think it did. The only ones that despawned was 157. It did 157 3 times for some reason. Well, you had a Stack Overflow. Can you stop printing that dictionary? We don't need that anymore. Very, very unnecessary. Okay. So it despawned 264, 265, 266. Makes sense. Checks out. And some others that didn't really matter. 494. So something over here. Got rid of that one. Don't care about that. There's nothing around it. No big deal. This would be a tough one too. Well, you could say if it has a minimum number around it. Yeah, but oh, it's kind of tough. Like if there's at least 2 squares touching it, vertical or horizontally, then vertical and or horizontally, then it doesn't despawn. Which then means I have to be able to look around it to do that, which wouldn't be that hard, right? We would just say add 1 on each side and subtract 1 on each side. Not the worst, but it's a whole new function. Wow. No, how did this say? I don't think this had anything to do with it. This just happened. Yeah, that just happened. It's always gonna be on the edges. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, you guys. I'm gonna do it. I'm sorry. I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm doing it. I'm gonna commit it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. 12 hours. I don't care. What did I do? What did I do? Seeds that don't... room seeds that cancel their rooms despawn. Okay. Don't worry, I can't be here much longer, or else the YouTube VOD is gonna be cut off. When we must you finished. Oh my god, you're welcome. You're so welcome. Okay. So now what I want to do. Now when it goes to despawn, and here's the thing, Lise, that's right here. Yep, this is right. This is the right place. No, this is the right place. When it goes to despawn, before it hits queue free, we absolutely want to get to this point so it determines which one it's supposed to do. I never checked if it's replacing this right. I probably should. Keyboard ads. Oh no, personalized ads. The worst. Well, it's kind of hard to say. What's worse, personalized ads or ads that have nothing to do with you? Well, personalized ads mean they're collecting data about you, so that's worse. Honestly, the ads are just bad. Can we just add less? How about we just subtract more? Add less, subtract more. Is that... Okay. So I don't want any of this to run. So here we'll say if cell node come on. If cell node is surrounded. If not, cell node is surrounded. In this case, I'm going to put in the number 2. If it is not surrounded by at least 2, then it will do the queue free. So func cell node is not surrounded. Not to pay free. Hey, that's it, right? You gotta. I went off premium for a little bit just to see, like, does it bother me or not? It did. But kind of. I mean, kind of, sort of. I was kind of on the fence. I think sometimes I'm more tolerant of it than others. So maybe I'll just take a break from premium once in a while when I can tolerate it. Okay, cell node is surrounded. And then we're gonna say how surrounded. It's gonna be an integer. And it's gonna return a boolean. Now this is only checking parallel. We can always just have it start with that. If, we'll deal with that. You know what? If I ever need it. But we need to also know what the node is. So all we need is the cell number, or the row number and cell number, which we don't get until down here. So let's just pass in the dictionary of what we're going to despawn, evidently. So dictionary to despawn, cell contents, a dictionary. If, let's make it variable. Variable so we have to rebuild this, and we have to be able to check it. This is kind of complicated. It's not that, but it is a little bit. It's not that complicated, but it's a bit complicated. So we're gonna get the cell number. Which is gonna equal get cell content, cell contents, manage level cell content type, cell, and we'll do the same thing for row. Replace this with the word row, and that too. Okay, so we have a row number, we have a cell number. So if I want to check if it's too surrounded, I think first what we do is we check how many is it surrounded by. Hey, Nerd Mansion, welcome. Come on in, how you doing? Hello. What were you getting up to, friend? Get you that shout out. Shout out to Nerd Mansion. Nerd Mansion lives in a beautiful house, and it's where the nerds go. It's got keyboards, it's got mouses, it's got coding and everything, 'cause it's the Nerd Mansion. Welcome, sorry about that. Thank you for the raid. Yeah. Welcome, everybody. I'm working on my dungeon generation situation. Is it currently super broken? I think it is. No, it's fine. I'm working on my dungeon generation situation, and I fixed an edge case and created a new edge case. It doesn't sound great. What is that? Keyboards, mice, and code. What do you need? It was not, maybe it's my, I didn't mention anything about bathing. I didn't mention that, yeah. My edge case was that this is for my roguelike. I'm making a game like Rogue for my game like jam, and this is the 7th one we're doing, and we're making games like Rogue. You probably know this, but just in case anyone doesn't. And I'm working on the dungeon generation. And so what it does is these like darker pink blocks are the room seed. So it iterates through every tile. When it gets to the room, when it gets to one, or it rolls kind of like a dice. And if it lands on, yes, I'm gonna be a room, it'll plant a room seed. Like this one right there. It'll plant that room seed. Then, from that room seed, it'll roll another dice and decide how many blocks around that seed is it going to generate to be a room. There was a problem, though. If the room size ends up being too large, it just gets rid of... Yeah, they're all rooms. They are. If the size of that room that's going to generate is too big, it's going to say, screw this room, I'm not going to even try. So like here, it's quite obvious down here at the bottom. This one right here, pretty obvious because that was where a seed was. So it tried to make a room that was outside of the boundaries, and the room said, nope, I'm not going to happen, and it gave up. So the edge case problem I was having was seeds were being left around. So for all we know, there was a seed that tried to happen right there, right around here, and it was too big. So before, it would delete that room, because it would say, I'm not going to be a room. But it would leave behind that seed, or this dark box. And I just made an edge case function that would despawn that block. Just make it go away. Well, unfortunately, there's a new edge case that is created, which is that if a room is created within another room, but it's as if a seed is planted inside of another room and it grows outside of the boundaries, it despawns that seed, which leaves a hole in the middle of that room. There's a couple ways I could deal with that. One way would be to just say, no seeds allowed if there's already a room there. That would actually be a really easy way to just fix this up. I kind of want more room space though. So the crazy idea I have is that it's going to check, and it's going to say if I have at least 2 vertical and or horizontal blocks next to me, then I can stay. And I won't despawn here. No help, no help. I must look away. Remember, no bank seating, please. No help. I don't want it. I don't want it. Please, I beg you. I must solve the problems on my own. It gives me the life force that I need. You're good. You're good. It's okay. So, I solve problems on my own. I do. Best I can. Until I can't take it anymore, then I'll branch out a little. And I'll always ask chat if I need. If that's my final. Well, my final branch is probably a chat bot, but y'all are right before that. So, yeah, 2 different things could happen. Either we just don't bother spawning a seed if there's already a room there, which would be really easy, and would that would be the easiest possible solution. Maybe I should just do that. It would kind of just be simpler. or I check for one surrounding it, which would be nice because then we just get more rooms and we would get more on the edges. Instead of just lose, which this is fun. No, Lee's, no. Lee's, no. This is wrong. Don't do this. No. Well, I mean, well, no, I don't like this. No, because if I do that, for all we know, here, let me roll another one. See if I can find an example of why that would suck. I'm actually not seeing a lot of examples of why that would suck. I mean, I think about this 133 over here. Potentially, this one would, I don't think that's it. Wait, does it never have, does it already? Well, no, this one has to be it. Okay, 181 and 243, because it has to be at least 3 high. So that means 181 must have at least come down to 245 here. It must have. Which means 243 overlapped. But that's a seed, Liz. That's a seed. You know, maybe this wouldn't actually be a problem. I guess what I'm looking for is like a seed that's like in the middle of a room section and didn't get cut off. But I'm not actually seeing any of those. Oh, here's one. There's one. So 167, whatever this expanded of this room, that would just go away. And we wouldn't have whatever expansion this added on, which kind of sucks. This terrible room over here, what the hell? I will say, Lise, the surrounded by function is going to be really useful. You want, okay, no, because the surrounded by function, I'm going to need that for other things. You want surrounded by, make it. That is going to be a really useful helper function. Keep it. And I'm probably going to want to add an extra thing of what is around it. 100%. Well, yeah, you already need to do that. Ugh. It's kind of a complicated function to write, but I do need it. Oi. So I need one more thing, which is tile type. Yes, get some sleep, Rosa. You've been hanging out so long. Pushing your bedtime. Get that rest. And I'll do the same soon. Goodbye for now. Thanks for your company tonight. It's been a pleasure. See you later. Float Contents Dictionary, house around an integer. Let's do surrounded by what here? I gotta hurry up. Manage tile data. Tiles. In this case, we want to check other rooms. So, manage tile data, tiles, room. Okay. Now. We have the cell row number, we have the cell number. Now I need to go find it. Well, we already found it. You just need to add on to this. So we say, let's create an array for variable neighbors. That will be an array of dictionaries. So we'll get the various cell contents in there. It's gonna be empty dictionary, or array of dictionaries. And within there, I want to add or append for no, I don't think so. I think we say how do I want to do this? Row. How do I want to do that? Because you want to add +1 onto the row number. You want to subtract 1 on each of these. We need to add 1 and subtract 1 and see what's there. So I'm gonna say top neighbor, which would be a dictionary, and that's gonna equal get cell contents, row number plus or minus 1, assuming that exists, because if it's 0, that's going to be out of bounds, which is not good. So unfortunately, we're going to need to check that too. Variable top neighbor row. Integer equals row number minus 1. If top neighbor row is greater than 0, it can be equal to 0. Greater than or equal to 0. You'll want to set up top neighbor as well, though. Probably should do that. Then we say top neighbor equals, assuming it meets that condition, so it's not out of bounds, top neighbor equals row number minus 1. Oh, get contents also wants a cell number. Yeah. So we'll just do the normal cell number. Okay. Next, bottom neighbor. Bottom neighbor, also a dictionary. Variable top neighbor row. Can I just set these to null? I think it is by default, but top neighbor row. Integer equals row number, or bottom neighbor, sorry. Integer equals row number plus 1, in this case. Then we want to make sure if bottom neighbor is outside of the boundaries, in this case, we want to make sure it's less than or equal to the grid height, so the maximum size that it can be. That would actually be minus 1, though. No. Yeah. I think it needs to be minus 1. Well, just say less than instead of equal to. Because it has to be less than. I think that makes sense. I'm pretty sure. As long as it's less than the grid height, then bottom neighbor equals get cell cost. So the same thing as this. Oh, I didn't mean to do minus 1. My bad. Sorry. This was top neighbor row. We don't have to math that again. Top neighbor row, and in this case, it would be bottom neighbor row. Okay, get an assigned value of type null to. Oh, okay, my bad. All right, never mind. Sorry. I guess we'll just make it empty. Sorry, bottom neighbor row. Okay. Well, is this falsy? If not bottom neighbor, print it's falsy. I think it is, but just to double check. Yeah, okay. Then we want left neighbor. Very, very similar to this with a few different words. Switch top to left. Pretty much the same, except we want cells, right? Would be optimal here. Not rows. No! Yeah, no, because left and right is cells. My bad. So yes, this would be cell. And actually, we'd put this here. And then row number would be first. Okay. I think. Greater than or equal to 0. Yeah. Then this would be similar to the bottom. Except we change it all to right. And switch a few things around. So get all these bottoms, switch them to right. Get these row references, switch them to cell. Get rid of that. And make that row number. Oh, and then instead of height, this would be grid width. Then I guess we would also want to add it to the array here. I guess I didn't need this to be truthy or falsy. That's okay. So, but now maybe I'm one step closer to remembering next time. Brainers, it looks like JavaScript and Python at the same time. Hey, Techno Man. It kinda is. It's GDScript, Godot's native built-in coding language. Welcome. So we're gonna go to the neighbors dictionary, and I'm going to append, or it's an array of dictionaries. I'm gonna append top neighbor. Because as long as it meets that criteria, it can be appended. Pretty sure. And it won't be empty. Finally, we return a Boolean. We say if neighbor's size is greater than or equal to house surrounded, return true. Otherwise, it's false. 12-year-old, oh, I have to ban you, Techno. I have to ban you. Unfortunately, we can't know your age. It's not okay. Please, y'all, do not say your age. It is not good for you to put that out publicly, nor is it good for the channel to be having children here, unfortunately. Don't tell us your age if you're under 18. Randolph always thinks GScript is just regular Python, and certain things don't work the way you expect, and it takes you more time than a few minutes to remember GScript is not Python. I've never even learned Python. I think that if I did, I would have that exact problem. I would be like, is this not GDScript? And it would break my brain. It would just absolutely break my brain. I tried it once someone who rated us was doing leak code. And I was like, let me try this leak code. It was Python. It was kind of hard because there were just little things that were different. It sucked. What's the warning about right now? House round is never used. Yes, it is. It's right there. What the hell's wrong with you? Row number is declared but never used. I guess it isn't. Wait, it is! What the hell are you talking about? This must have been when I ran it. This... That's not now. Okay, I'm like, that is crazy. Okay, surrounded by... Oh, surrounded by what is not here. Okay. Python was your first real programming language 19 years ago? Wow. I mean, Python is very useful. It has stayed useful. Wow. I mean, HTML is a language. It's a programming language. JavaScript, but it was rough back then. Hey, Ferment as silent. Welcome. Hello from St. Louis. But not three bodies. Oh yes. Wait. You were here the other day and you created that. Yes. The space generated situation. Okay, I gotta hurry up. I actually have to super hurry up. I have to lock in really bad. So we need to do one more thing. We unfortunately have to do one more thing. We have to make sure we only append it if top neighbor. Oh, actually, we gotta do this. We have to say get cell content top neighbor, and what from it? Cell content type tile. So I guess we'll put that down. Tile, which will be typed to manage tile data, tiles. And we make it equivalent to this. Then we say if tile is set to surrounded by what, then we add it in there. Very important. Now I replace the rest of these with that. So we grab this, indent, pop it in. I hope this works. I think it has a damn good chance if I didn't typo something. That goes to bottom. Same thing here. Paste, indent. This goes to left. Paste, indent. This goes to right. Okay. What happens? Ooh. Nice. So you can see it's leaving. It's better. It's definitely better. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, some of these don't make sense to me. This is not surrounded by... I guess it is if it's on the right. But this one, 504. Why did it keep that? It doesn't have a room above it to the left or the right, or it only has one to the left. So why did you keep that? Okay, so now I need to check here. Which ones does it think is surrounded, and how surrounded do you think it is? I probably also want to know what it thinks it's surrounded by. Print, it's damn close though. It's pretty damn close. Let's highlight it. And we're gonna say FFX highlight. We kind of need to know the ID. If it's gonna be more useful if I know the ID. Unfortunately, it just is. ID integer, or we could just make it a string, equals stringified get cell content from our cell contents. And what do we want? ID. Then we say ID is surrounded by variable surrounded by neighbors surrounded count, neighbor size, if surrounded count is greater than or equal to how surrounded is surrounded by surrounded count. I can't imagine that this is gonna make sense, but I don't know. We'll see. This will be interesting. This definitely will be interesting. Room cells. Okay. Show me what you're doing this with. 326 is surrounded by 2 room cells. It is. That's correct. That is completely accurate. Although this is not really a place I'd want it to be. But technically, they're right. It is. 341 is surrounded by 2 room cells. That's true. I almost wonder if I want to say only if it's above and below, but not if it's just above and below. Or left and right. Okay. Let's do another one. Oh, all kinds of them. No, I think you just need to reset it here. Clear that. Now do it. Okay, still quite a few. But it all looks good, so I don't really care. I need one that doesn't look good. One that looks like a problem. Totally fine. Fine. It's a good layout. I like it. Okay. What the hell's going on here? Now this kind of makes sense though. Unfortunately, this kind of makes sense because they're seeing each other. I guess I could also say unless what it sees is a seed, but that could also be, I could see that being a problem because yeah, that might cause more holes. So I think I just gonna have to be okay with this one. I think this one has to be fine. I just do, I think it has to be fine. Yeah. I mean, it's just gonna be walls. That's okay. This isn't bad, Lise. This is totally fine because those two will become walls. And what it should do is it should put walls. This will be fine. I think actually 2 are not a problem. I don't think it's a problem. Okay. Totally fine. Okay. Looks good. I mean, it's mostly fine. It's pretty much fine. I actually don't think. Wait, where? Can you just give me a bad one? Or is everything good? Wait, did I do it? I mean, all I did was debug, but maybe I just realized, okay, this is not optimal. But that's got 2 around it, so it's fine. I don't think there's anything you can do about that, you know? Like this bridging one. I almost feel like if it has, I don't know. I think that's gonna be too hard to try to remove. So I mean, then that just becomes like a wall. That's okay. It can be a wall. This is fine. Let it be a wall. I mean, you know, okay, yeah, this is fine. I don't know. I think it's good. I think we're good. I think I did it. I think this is okay. I think this is great. What am I complaining about? I love it. It's fantastic. Good job. And then I can change these values. This is great. What am I love it. I love it. We can adjust this to, we can keep the mean as 1, the standard deviation, or the mean as 6, standard deviation as 1. This is good. I'm okay with this, Randolph. I like it. There's all kinds of ways this can be adjusted. So that's more likely to be 6 size. And then we can also change whether or not it's going to be a base or whether it's going to be a room. I could make it less likely it's going to be a room, maybe 0.05 instead of 0.1 chance. Make sure we save it. Now we kind of get them spaced out a little more. Ooh, I like this. Wait, this is good. Wait, we got dungeon spawning. Ooh, I saw a bad one. Did you see that? There was one little isolated. What was that? That was crazy. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter because it's just gonna be like a wall floating in space. I kind of don't give a crap. But what was that? How did that happen? Oh, there was a little dangly bit. Okay, so it is kind of hard. I'm gonna be honest, it's hard to catch the problematic ones, but it's kind of not the end of the world. This is so fine. There's a little dangly bit. What did you mean 426? How could you even say that? .426 is surrounded by 2. Whoa, it despawn. It's trying to despawn 426, but it claims it's surrounded by 2 room cells. The hell it is? Where? What are you talking about? It's got 1 room cell. I wonder if there's like a data content, like if what content is there. Well, 425. Oh yeah, see if it like cleared it. Nothing in there with 425. Or even like what, 458? 458! It despawned to 458. Oh, so there was one there. That's why. No, that was a good thought, Randolph. That was a good thought. That was a very good thought. What I'm curious about. Yeah, Vintrix, I got it! I did it! I'm super proud of it. I'm curious what's at 458. 458, I mean, it's gonna be kind of hard to find. There's 17 rows, so this is 17, 16, 15, 14. Oh, sorry, 16, 15, 14, 13. So 13, and then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it should be this one. And it's marking that as a room. Well, yeah, that's a room. But you would want to go 1 row down. So 10, but actually 14. What does it think that is? It says that's a room. 458 is not a room. So what's, you know what I've done wrong? I'm not erasing what it's supposed to be. All right, that's it. Oh, look, I did a great job. We're gonna raid on YouTube. Don't leave on YouTube. We're gonna see if we can find someone streaming game dev on YouTube. We're gonna go hang out with them, and same thing on Twitch. So we're gonna do stuff. I'm proud of this. I'm happy with this. The only leftover thing is I'm not actually replacing the